crew still sitting in with 40 drivers now. We've lost, of course, the WSR Esports Black Car number 19 in the run, as well as we see this battle for third in GTD between Team Alta and Blue Mercury continue along here, as it looks like Damon Woods in GTD pit stops. Final pit stops of our time in the booth are beginning.
Yep, so it'll be interesting to see who decides to get a good pit strategy. And it looks like Lucas Carl is out in the number 19 WSR Esports Black. So I'm sure this is going to be a race that WSR would like to forget. It's just a shame to see them up in the front runners, and I'm just so upset for them, because I know how good that team typically is. Still some great battles though between the 7 and the 8, Christensen and Lassine. I know somebody's asking, where's Lassine? Well, they're in 4th place right now in the GTD class, knocking on the door of 3rd. But I'll tell you what, the surprise of the race has been that Team Alta Porsche running up near the front.
It really has. That Team Alta Porsche has just come out of nowhere. Was not on my radar going into this race, and has been in a great position here. Facundo Arago with Impulse Racing by Tam Livery in a great run here, currently sitting in number 25th, 321 laps down, but still running. That is the thing with Daytona, is you still should finish. Even if you go laps down, it is still just as exciting to finish. So that is amazing to see that. I did not expect to see a car that many laps down come back out.
No, and you know, it goes back to what we were talking about, where you want to finish. Half the time it's just finishing the race, you know. Of course, also half the time it's seeing the sunrise. Once you see the sunrise, you know, yeah, you still have a lot of the race left to go, but a bunch of the races left afterwards, as this battle for third still continuing between, as we said, the surprise of the race, Team Alta and Blue Mercury Esport. You know, but then again, you take a look at the lead driver in Team Alta, and it's no surprise that we're seeing this time and time again. Diogo Pinto into the pits. Let's see what Lassine can do in that number 8, all over the back bumper of that number 7, and not going to make it happen. Tries to look to the outside. Behind them, that is a car that is 1 lap down, and that is the that's that Lamborghini. I think that's the SCR Lamborghini that was involved in that earlier incident, but still, you're on board with the back of the 8, as everything looks pretty good and copacetic through the International Horseshoe.
Definitely is looking good here as we continue along and through, continuing to watch these drivers make their way through. And again, it's just so much time left in this race. Put a little bit of pressure in through the West Horseshoe. Don't try to force anything unnecessarily, and keep things alive here, as someone has pulled in my driveway and my dog is now barking. So apologies if you can hear that. Welcome to real life, though. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, that's exactly. You know what? That's the thing. You know, you get that, and it's like, okay. Well, at least you don't have your phone ringing, because it's $20 in the jar.
That it is, and that is why the phone stays on silent. But I'm still getting used to commentary with a dog. That is, we adopted him back in September from a shelter. He is a 10-year-old Husky German Shepherd mix. So just still getting to know each other a little bit. I've only had him for in typical Husky fashion.
Looks like the 14 and the 20 have gone into the pits. Hovsen is now going to be in the 14. The Door Esports AMG will be populated by Nikolai Peterson. As look at the number 8 going to the inside of the 7. Finally gets around. So move Christensen to 4th, I should say. Lassine up to 3rd. That's what we're talking about with this kind of racing. It takes laps to make a pass, but when you do, you got to make sure you execute it quite nicely.
And it feels so good when you get that pass through as well. That's the thing, is it's not even just okay, the pass is done. It's genuinely a big relief to get that pass done. It's great. And then you have to celebrate it for a second, reset, and continue to move forward, because now you end up on the defensive end and trying to move your way along here as we've hit the overlap period again, where all three classes are pitting at roughly the same time here, which is amazing to see. So we will see how Bloomer Q holds on here. They're 37 seconds back from the two Williams right now, but they are in a good position, I have to say, for this race as we go along, continuing to block, continuing to battle, continuing to do what they can. Is up front, the two Williams are just sitting within a tenth of a second of each other and trying to run away with this race in GTD.
It's, someone on the chat says the two Williams Porsches are doing a great job, and really they are. The strategy's working out for them, and it seems like once the 6 got ahead of the 1, they were able to open up that bigger gap as they worked their way around the kink once again. And any lap now, we'll see these two cars come out, and then the battle we're seeing for third place will be the battle for the lead, as last seen still ahead of Christensen, and still working their way down into turn number 6. It's still a fantastic battle. And yeah, I would say any lap now that they will be in the pits here as they come down for another set of corners. But yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. Hey, the good news is there's a half hour of us left, and then you'll go into a great team as well with the iRacing network with the great Joe Peak, Justin Prince, and Taylor Burris. So really happy to see them work their way. They'll work, a little bit of a wiggle there from Parker White, but they will work their way into the sunrise hours as we're just about halfway through this race.
So amazing to think that roughly 12 hours ago, this race started going through. And of course, an hour or 2 hours before that, all of the drivers get with the teams, they do some warm-up laps, they get into a practice session, they get ready, they talk strategy, they pre-brief and get ready to go, and then we jump in and it's just solid 24 hours of racing. And then of course after the race there will be a little bit of debrief and then some sleep, and then they'll get together later in the week for the true debrief and then prep for the next one. That is the amazing thing about this, is that it's not just the 24 hours that you see on the broadcast. There is so much before and after that comes in as well to get ready for these events, plus the weeks and weeks of practice they go through. I know that the team that I work with, they have been working for weeks now to get ready for this race, putting in practice for easily over a month to get things through and going. It's been interesting to really watch how it goes through and along as we go, as we see that bobble from Parker White. The one time I've really seen the Porsche have issues on the bus stop, and it was just a light little bit of a jiggle there.
Yeah, that was a nice save out of Parker White. So good to see that he's able to get up there. And yeah, 31 laps. So those tires are probably screaming for mercy as they go around the circuit down through the backstretch. Once again, actually front stretch, I should say. Not sure we have in the pits here. Oh, it's Dominic Hoffman in the number 89, that BMW M Team BS competition prototype, working its way through to see if it's a full pit stop, and indeed it is, as he's not taken a driver change as of yet. So we'll see some more prototypes come out for their pit stop. I think the next one is most likely going to be the Drago Racing 5 and the 2. Roma just behind the wheel. I think we're going to see a driver change there. The Williams team decides to come into the pits as well. We'll see those two just come out with the same driver. There's Nicholas Bowe, your overall leader, 38.6 seconds between first and second place. They're just all over it.
Drago is doing exactly what Drago needs to do in GTP. They are just holding on. And again, I don't think Nicholas has gotten out of the car the whole time we've been in the booth. I'm probably wrong in that, but Nicholas has just been running, and they've been consistent. That's the scary part looking at it, is that it's just been stupid consistent. It hasn't stopped, and I don't understand why. It's been something else here. As again, we get that beautiful shot with the Brembo brake caliper there on the front tire. Watch into the braking zone, just how that brake disc lights up. Watch this, watch this. There it is, and I absolutely love that. Again, I've said it a few times throughout our time in the booth here, Jeremy. I'm going to say it one more time. Just the attention to detail that iRacing has, and details like that is amazing.
No, it really is amazing. And yeah, like we said, they've come a long way since they first came out back in 2008. So, and that's why you pay the big bucks to race this, is because of that attention to detail, the similarities between what you see in real life and here in the game. So, it's fantastic to see this as we watch this battle. I think it's the one we've been watching most of the race, and it's a battle for third between Drago Racing and yeah, look where they came out. The Williams team came out behind Alex Dunn, and they are oh so close to the F2 driver, as now I think, yeah, definitely. They are close to one another as prototypes working their way around this GT traffic.
And again, watch the prototypes as they flip through the traffic. They dive in, get a little slipstream, go around, dive in, get a little slipstream, go around. It's so interesting to see because, again, that wall of air on the backstretch makes such a difference.
No, it really does. It really, really does. And yeah, you get out there. Here's the thing. So, was it a sim race or a real race? Anyway, there was a race where, you know, I'm calling the race in the, you know, guys in the draft, and all of a sudden the car gets out of the draft and you could hear the difference between the draft and not the draft. It's so subtle that if you're not listening for it, you don't know what you're listening for. It's really interesting to hear that effect. Right there, that battle, as I said, the battle for third. Now is the battle for the lead between the Blue Mercure Esport, number 8, Corentin Lassine, and number 7, Team Alta of Rasmus Christensen. They'll have to pit here, I would say, within the next 3-4 laps, if not sooner, as they're working lap 28 on this stint of tires and fuel.
It's so crazy to think about how many pit stops you make in a race and how many runs you get through in a race, just where things go, and then to just sort of watch where it comes along here. It's also crazy to think that we got in the booth 5.5 hours ago here to start things out, and really 5.5 hours ago it kind of was how it is now. Just great battles in every class. Williams Racing working with Williams Racing. We've had Drago continue to lead in GTD and Hypercar and continue to battle, and LMP2 being a big old toss-up, as it tends to be. So battle for first right now in GTD, Blue Mercure and Team Alta closing up the gap. We'll see if a pass is able to be made here, and this should get interesting for them as they go through. Or will they pit now? It does not appear that the pits are the goal, but I think staying behind each other, man, I spoke too soon. Watch this. And not able to do anything. I thought there was going to be a bigger pull to the outside to come back inside, but not able to make any pass in that moment.
Well, and I think also we're at that point, like we said, it's still too early to make any sort of what some people would say stupid moves. Your overall leader, Nicholas Bowe, comes into the pits. You know, we're at that risk rewards type of the time of the race, I should say, where the risk doesn't match the reward. Because here's the thing, if you make a mistake, you shove somebody off track, there's still half the race for them to find you and them to do the same thing. Of course, obviously that goes against the driving standards. So either way, it's something I still wouldn't want to do. And yeah, I'd say another 2 laps before Lassine and Christensen decide to come in for GTD. They'll have the lead back over to Alex Dunn, who, by the way, has opened up a 4-second gap between he and the Williams F1 team gaming pair of Parker White and Beckham Jassier, as now you see LMP2 traffic making their way around GTD traffic.
Getting that way around traffic is very, very important. And again, traffic can give, traffic can take. And that is one of the things to remember here when you're working through traffic as a faster category, is that you have to be careful with what you're doing, because if you're not being smart about it, then you can really, really go into some problems, and it really can take away your race. You can have incidents like we saw earlier with Team Redline number 4, where they ended up in an incident with an LMP2, and unfortunately it took both cars out of the race. And you just really have to pay attention to what you're doing. It's every class has a responsibility, and when you're in the LMP2, you probably have the toughest job because you are being passed and passing at the same time. It's a very unique position to put yourself in the middle class, but I tend to find it's the most fun, at least for me.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that this is absolutely fantastic to see these LMP2s work their way through traffic and still keep an eye on the GTP traffic behind them. When we get to this point in the stint, you're just slap happy either way. But, you know, you have to be a really good driver to be an LMP2. So I would even say better than GTP driver, because you've got that delicate balance of, oh, well, I've got to pass this this GTD car ahead of me. Oh no, I've got a hypercar behind me that I've got to get around. So, you know, it's balancing that and having that forethought of racing, but yet still letting the faster traffic by and respecting that faster traffic.
Yeah, and I always run LMP2, and the fun thing about LMP2 is that you end up, again, in that weird situation where you're passing and being passed, and you know you have to navigate traffic completely differently than any other class, which gets fun. Seze Esports here, Matej Varga currently leading in the number 90, leading by 1.9 seconds. But here's the thing: if Varga ends up stuck in a position behind a GTD, say through turn 1 all the way down to the international horseshoe, that 1.9 seconds can just disappear in a millisecond. It takes no time at all. It can be very, very interesting to see how that goes through.
And right here, you have two of who I think are the top sports car drivers in the service right now, with Matej Varga and Alex Noé. And that's what I'm talking about. You've got to be a stellar driver to make your point and stay up at the front in LMP2, save your equipment, and be a part of such a good team. And yeah, these two drivers, you get these two together, and I think if you had them on the same team, it would be an absolute super team, but that's not going to happen. Matej Varga has been tied to Seze Esports for a while, and Alex Noé, he seems pretty happy at Grid and Go for the time being, so that'll be interesting to see. But yeah, drives home my point further. You've got to be one of those drivers to make your mark known in LMP2. Of course, we're going to see their pit stops here any moment now, just before we cut off for the day.
Absolutely, and I want to give a big shout out to F1 Extra and Vandy Games over in the YouTube chat. They've asked a question that I think is kind of interesting with the splits. They kind of asked the question of, so how do I pick what class I run and how do I know what split I'm going to be in? So the splits are split up by iRating, but the class, you pick what class you want to run. You can be the highest iRating in the server and be in the GTD. It's not, you know, like a pro, middle class, and like rookie setup. You can be in whatever class you want in your preference of car. It genuinely just comes down to what the team wants to run here. So if you want to run a GTD, but your teammates want to run LMP2, you're gonna have to compromise. Or maybe you just run with a different LMP2 team. And that's why you see so many of the same team names across all three classes, because Drago is running 2 hypercars. They're running an LMP2. They're running GTD cars. That's why Williams has 3 GTD classes in. That's why there are multiple classes of each run, because those teams are running groups of 3, 4, or 5 drivers in each of those classes.
Exactly, and yeah, it's basically iRating first, and then you're lumped. You can pick whatever car you want. So, of course, if you've just joined us, we actually started this race with 59 cars, and unfortunately now we're down to 39, 40 cars as Rasmus Christensen comes in for his compulsory pit stop as well. So Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting strategy, and I'm hearing and here's what I like about this. So the way that this race works right now is we have different splits have different conditions as well. So what you see here in the broadcast split necessarily isn't happening in a different split. I've got a buddy, a group of friends, as we mentioned earlier, who are racing in their own split right now. I'm hearing it's raining there, and it's just a mess. So either way, it's great to see, all sorts of walks of life come in and race, and there's a lot of very fast drivers here. As you see, Drago Racing still in the lead here, but we're watching this battle once again. I believe it's one of the AMGs that's in that heat. That's a 48 of Tom Ryer in the Windward Esports by Sensa Haptics AMG. And he's got the third Williams F1 Team Gaming Porsche with Etu Escalin behind him.
Great to see these battles through. I know the first set of servers is starting to end here of the 4 time slots. I know the first time slot is ending here. And a big shout out to, again, my guys at Elbows Out Racing. They were able to bring home the victory in their split in Hypercar. So great to see that. Second team is still running, I believe, so that is great to see. So if you've ran your split, give a shout out here in YouTube or Twitch chat and say how you did. And again, just having fun is, I think, the big goal. I think people get very hung up on the winning. I didn't win, so I don't care. You finished a 24-hour race with your friends and got to hang out and have some fun. I think that is important in and of itself. As Matej Varga is into the pits as we go back for a replay. Is this GTP on GTP violence? This is the battle for second in GTP.
Oh,
this is
live.
Actually live.
Yeah, this is the Drago Racing Coanda Esports. So finally, Elvis Rankin has closed in on Nicholas Mateo, but Rankin has 5-lap better tires. I should say Mateo has 5-lap fresher tires. So we'll see if he can hold off Rankin for that position. 0.3 of a second. This is the closest battle we have had in GTP during our broadcast split the whole time. So Mateo either had to have some sort of mistake, or Rankin is just that on it as he works his way around the Le Mans chicane.
Working the way around here now, you just tuck in, you go through, and for Coanda Esports, it is a matter of getting this pass done. Tuck right into the back here. Let's see, is it a move to turn 1? You'll see Hypercars be a bit more aggressive on moves than we've seen the GTDs. I know we've seen them stick through for many, many laps. LMP2 in such an unopportune position there, the Grid and Go Esports car, and now you have to dive back in, go through, and they are going to try to work their way through traffic, heading towards the International Horseshoe. That's a big hit! That is not ideal going through. Down the inside we go, and that I don't think was on purpose, but that is going to really, really prove disastrous there. That might give Coanda Esports a real chance to get this pass done easier and quicker than they expected. But that is a little bit of desperation. Dive into the West Horseshoe hard on the brakes, and Coanda Esports with a pass on Drago Racing after Drago and Grid and Go come together.
Not good at all. We watched the replay, and part of it I think has to do with the LMP2 traffic just coming into that line. And yep, there we go. A little bit of a bump there, and that's what we mentioned. You really got to be aware of your surroundings when you have faster traffic coming up on you. Not sure if the spotter or if the flag system didn't work, as now we're seeing more and more LMP2s come into the pits. Miller, Cabrera, Bernier, all coming in for their compulsory pit stop as Bernier hits his marks in the number 32. That gives Effect Simulation still a chance to open up that lead. Daniel Harris behind the wheel of the number 909. So still a couple cars left to go in the pits. The number 42 Betmaster TC Esports prototype of Augustine Tolashari has to pit. So a lot of these drivers at the front of the LMP2 class need to pit, but still this battle for second, man, is flip-flopped already as we saw Coanda go around Drago for position.
This battle is not done. Drago's going to try to get the pass done again because that for Nicholas Mateo is going to be a big moment here. We'll see if they can get that pass back. But right now, Kawanda Esports definitely going to try to get the run going here through the kinks they go, and just sticking bumper to bumper here at the moment. Just a couple tenths separating them as they go along. They are 41 seconds off of Drago Racing number 5. The lead Drago car still driven by Nicholas Bowe going through. So that is absolutely crazy to see how they go. I mean, it's weird to think that one of your cars is 41 seconds to the good and the other car is currently in a fight for its life for P2. That must be a really strange feeling for Drago to see that be the situation for them right now, because the question really is, can they get that number 2 past that 08 and back up into the front?
I mean, how many times have you seen it in real life racing where you've seen two cars be on polar opposites of the spectrum there? So, I mean, yeah, it's a weird feeling for Drago, but still, you have two cars on the podium. I would just celebrate that right away as you see the LMP2 leaders into the pits. So Daniel Harris, Augustine Tolarshi are both into their pit boxes, and I gotta refresh timing once again as that is frozen up. I did see one of the cars decide to flash off. Not sure who that was, and we'll find out here in just a little bit, as now you see Mate Varga go into the lead for Sheza Esport. By the way, that's going to be Abel Torres back in the number 42, so that's the second time that we have seen him behind the wheel in that number 42. Daniel Harris will stay in the 909, but once again, looks like Mate Varga was able to watch the battle for second place in Hypercar GTP get around there, as they're still going neck and neck heading into the West Horseshoe. This is absolutely fantastic what this battle has turned into. They're able to get around the GTD traffic. Now it's Mate Varga's turn to get around the Porsche.
And getting around the Porsche, easier said than done here, but shouldn't be too bad on the speedway with the advantage of the power and the aerodynamics that prototype LMP2 has. Gets past, goes through, now down, tuck back onto the racing line through NASCAR 2. Down the backstretch we go, heading towards the Le Mans chicane, and we'll see where it goes here. And now down through the bus stop, well, the Le Mans chicane, the Le Mans bus stop chicane. I'm sure that's going to be a fun one to hear called around this year as they go through. Checking in the battle for third, Delatraz still trying to get past Blue Mercue here as they go along.
Yeah, and Delatraz, they've been a team who I'm kind of surprised that have not been further up near the front. I mean, Grant, they are at the front right now, but still just using that Delatraz car. That's Milleru, who's double, triple stinted. It's Cabrera's going to close in on some slower traffic. This is a GTD. Oh, that's the GTD leader of Alex Dunn being towed by his teammate as they go through down the straightaway. And now Milleru is going to try and go high, wide, and handsome around Cabrera. Cabrera's going to hold his line. Does Milleru kind of get on the brakes a little bit later? No, they get around the brakes at the same time, but Milleru's going to use the outside line. Almost touches through turn 2, but Milleru's going to concede defeat for the time being. They still set themselves up for the International Horseshoe. Milleru pops out there side by side. Beautiful pass for position.
What a beautiful pass there for third. That was a great move. That was great respectful driving into turn 1. And that is the racing that you love to see here in the top split when they go through, is you see just that race room given. We're not done. We're not done. Pass back could still be on, but at least for the moment, Delatraz can celebrate there for Milleru getting a beautiful pass up into third place. That is great racing.
Absolutely fantastic racing, textbook racing even, as they work their way around. I thought Milleru was going to have it right there as he went around the outside of turn 1, but still waited for the right time and still was able to get around the inside heading into the International Horseshoe. And now he has gapped Cabrera by about 2 car lengths going into the Le Mans chicane.
And now coming out of the Le Mans chicane, is that gap going to continue, or will it slipstream itself away as it goes through the speedway through turns 3 and 4 going along here as we continue to watch this great battle go through? Look at that again, Ramiro. I love to see it. I love to see it there. The slow-mo through, gap down to 3/10, gap down to 2.5. You really start to see it close in the tri-oval. And now gap 2.5 down into turn 1, nowhere near close enough for a pass, but it is there. The battle is still alive here for P3 between Delatraz and Blue McHugh. They will continue to push and battle for the next 12.5 hours.
It's going to be a great battle for LMP2 right now. It's essentially such as a race to lose, in spite of them trying to hold off the Tringo Esports double at 3. Looking at the field, that's about the only one that is still in for any of the classes. We've lost a lot of very good racers here early on in this race, but yeah, the says that Esport 90 still looking pretty good out there, but this battle for, a little bit of a lost lap there, no harm, no foul, as Cabrera makes his way, loses even more spots down into the exit of turn number 6. The Frenchman tried to hold off for that 3rd place. As we go back to the GTD class, this is the battle for 10th. It's the number 48 Windward Esports AMG with Tom Ryer at the wheel. Williams F1 Team Gaming Porsche with Etu Escalin sitting there in 11th place. And that's another battle that we mentioned has been going on most of the race. Escalin, though, I think this started right around when he pitted a couple times ago.
That it did, and it's continuing to develop itself through. This battle has really proven to go up and down here as it goes. Escalin is going to be really interesting to watch and see how the pass can be developed, what can happen here between Williams and Windward. That is going to be Tom Reiner, who is running in Windward right now as they go through NASCAR 4 down the front stretch. Let's see here, very much close enough to try for a pass. The question is, do you really want to try for a pass right now? Look inside, look outside, try to think about something, and not a move to be made now. Just keep the pressure alive and keep pushing through. And it's hard, it's weird to think we only have 10 more minutes in the booth. We've been here almost 6 hours now, Jeremy.
Yeah, if I didn't have my windows open in my studio, I wouldn't have known that we passed the time, because this time has just flown by here in the booth. You know, it's the first time that we've done the 6-hour stint, so this is something different that we've seen here as more prototype traffic working their way. They will insert themselves into this race here for just a little bit, and then they'll get around. That is the 129 of Aaron Vasquez and the mapperformance.com 29. He'll work his way around, split the difference from GTD traffic, and then make his way around. Yeah, I mean, look, this has been an absolute pleasure to call this race, an honor to be one of the few chosen by iRacing to be a part of this broadcast. And like we said, if you're sticking around in less than 10 minutes, you'll hear the sweet dulcet tones of Joe Peak, Justin Prince, and Taylor Burris to call you for the next 6 hours, and they'll call you through the sunrise portion of the program. So it'll be a lot of fun. And of course, that's about the time when, if you haven't had a problem yet, you probably will have a problem throughout sometime during the race.
Yeah, that late night, that 3rd stint is where things are going to get spicy. We're starting to see some of the tiredness come through, but I think stint 3 is where we're really going to see the team and driver fatigue kick in. So those guys are going to have a great 6-hour run, getting to watch and really see if the drivers can hold on to it, what they can do, what they're going to be able to manage, because that is going to be a tall ask for them to keep it together all the way through. Once the sun hits, the teams kind of rejuvenate, more energy bumps into them, but it's very much a case of you have to get there first. And this dead of the night, that is where mistakes creep in, that's where errors come through, it's where everyone gets a little tired, and it's where things can really come apart quickly for these teams if they are not really on top of it. I've seen teams go through and just miscalculate fuel and run out of fuel on the backstretch because they thought they had an extra lap because they were just tired and weren't paying attention to the numbers. I've seen teams just mess up the same turn they've done 600 times at that point and have a moment. I've seen teams accidentally clip the yellow line here through the speedway on turn 3 and 4 because they were just trying to eke a little bit more time out and just not as aware of their surroundings. It's very exciting to see where things can go as we get into this point of the night.
Exactly. You know, it doesn't matter if you're well rested or not. For some drivers, this is not a natural time for them to be behind the wheel really working, and really it's not a natural time to be doing that anyway. Yeah, it's very interesting to see what kind of mental lapses you will see in the behind the wheel, and sometimes those mental lapses can also translate into pit road as well. So some would say they would also translate into the booth, but you know, we've got 8 minutes left either way. Actually 7 minutes left before we get cut loose for the race, but there's just a lot of mental strategy that goes into this. That's why in real life you start to see more of these teams that bring on these physios and these athletic trainers to help get the teams prepared for their race and for their strategy. So racing has changed over the past several years, but you know, I'm not saying here in the sim where they have this, they've got different ways and different strategies to do that. And like I said, that's why you see an international flair with a lot of these teams. That's why, you know, right now up and down the grid, it's mostly Americans, because it's what you said. I'm looking at 6:23 Central Time here in the Central States. So, you know, once they get done, you might see a couple Americans, but then you're going to start to see the Europeans wake up, and then they will go ahead and be fresh in racing.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one to watch whenever those Europeans come back into the booth, because they are running it to the end. They have the sleep. They're refreshed. Really, it's exciting when you think about the esports runs, because the Europeans tend to start the race because it's like mid-evening for them, and then the Americans take over, run through the night. They just need to take care of the car, have some great runs, and then the Europeans come back after a great night of rest, and they just absolutely push this car to the end. It's crazy to think about that is the run. And you know what's nice too in esports? You don't have to, well, I say it's nice and it also stinks at the same time. You don't get to go to sleep to the sound of the engines. You go to sleep just like you normally would in your bedroom. Of course, if you're at the real life Daytona, you sleep in the stands at 2-3 o'clock in the morning while the cars are still racing, which is a lot of fun, I'm not gonna lie. And that is where you end up. Battle for P6 right now in LMP2 as we go.
Yeah, no, if you get a chance to go, I highly recommend going in the stands at 2 o'clock, and yeah, go get some coffee there, and that way you can either A, stay up, or B, I saw plenty of people deciding to take a nap in the middle of the race, which, hey, you know, no harm, no foul. If that's what keeps you going, that's what keeps you going. Still that battle for 6th and 7th in LMP2 between Betmaster TC Esports and Blue Mercure Esport. No surprise that the 42 has been fast. Again, a lot of fast drivers, led by the one, the only Augustine Canapino here in this top split. So it's great to see that over the years, you know, the top teams have really had to battle it out with some of these other teams that have come a part of the fabric of the top broadcast split here on iRacing.
Yeah, this is so amazing to watch and think about where things have gone and grown. And as we only have a few minutes left here, I have to say this has been a great 6 hours to go through. I'm really, really excited to see where things go. Did we really say 6-7 again? Did one of us say 6-7 again? You gotta be kidding me.
I said 6th and 7th. I enunciated the th at the end. That's a reason why I didn't say those two numbers together the way I did.
So did I just get rage baited by chat?
Yes, you got rage baited by chat again.
Okay, well, Joe Justin Taylor, if you're listening to this, 6-7, hot takes.
Said it.
Oh, I said it on purpose that time. I don't care. 6-7 hot takes. And what's the other big highlight they need to know from our time in the booth? 6-7 hot takes.
Stay out of the chat.
Chat isn't happy with us. And yeah, I don't know. That's probably the big one. Well, YouTube chat is arguing they're happy with us.
Yeah, they're happy arguing, so there's that. And this split will be on Reddit at some point, and the pitchforks and torches will be here, and quite frankly, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it going to give it about 48 hours before I get a DM, which I can say has never happened before over commentary, but I have a feeling that that's coming my way. But you know what? It's fine. I can respectfully talk and debate with people, so that's fine. But yeah, anyways, yeah, don't say 6th or 7th, apparently, either, Joe, Justin, Taylor, because apparently that also counts as saying those two dreaded numbers together. And I'm going to end it off with one very simple thing whenever we get ready to leave. So I'm going to save that one for a minute, though.
You know, go ahead and I'm going to let you have that because I've got a final word myself.
Super happy to be in this position to be able to commentate here the 24 Hours of Daytona, the second run. Jeremy, you've been amazing, and also the one other thing of the night, what's up? Since apparently that's better than saying those two numbers together.
Well, I've got to say this. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be here in the broadcast booth. You know, from where I was at 12 months ago, this is an absolute turnaround. And the one person I have to thank is one who's coming up next, and that's Joe Peak. I will always be grateful and indebted for your kindness to help me out and return to the booth. We've seen some great racing. Of course, there are a lot of great storylines here. There's Gregory Hofson. Great to see him in the number 14 Falcon AMG. He's been looking pretty good so far. Really, the Falcon team has looked good as well. To say this, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. There's a lot of great teams, but we've got to step aside here in just a couple of seconds. So for everybody here at RaceBot TV, Brad Dalton, my partner, it's been an honor, a pleasure. We got to do this more often. I'm not going to lie. I've had an absolute blast. Romero, it's always top-notch work. I love working with you. It's been fantastic. And normally I end with a normal, you know, keep it between the ditches, keep it point forward, but I've got to say this. Always be kind, because everybody's a human and they have feelings. You never know what somebody is going through. We'll see you next time on the iRacing channel. Stay tuned as the great Joe Peak and the rest of the crew bring you on the next 6 hours here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Hey, you.
Watching on the YouTube chat, we'll be moving over to part 3 of the race. We'll see you in just a little bit.
In racing, we are prone to hyperbole, but in this case, we are being quite literal when we say this is the biggest sim racing event in the world. It's the Daytona 24, iRacing's 2026 edition, and we are halfway through the event. We're into the nighttime hours, and we'll be taking you to the morning. I'm Joe Peak. Alongside me is the wonderful Justin Prince and Taylor Burris. Guys, we've got the graveyard shift, but hopefully, Taylor, we won't be digging up any bones out there. We've already had enough DNFs.
We certainly have a lot of DNFs. A lot of big teams have come to the wayside, and unfortunately, their chance of Daytona glory has come to a close, but there's still a select few that are willing to push it to the limit to make it to the end.
And as I mentioned, Justin, this is a prestige event. The best of the best come out. You're up against a huge number of drivers to be the winner of Top Split.
You're talking about, in this case, just in the split alone, at least near 1,000 drivers amongst the various teams you're thinking about, amongst the various pairings. There's a lot of work that comes into coming into winning these races. And we've seen so far, in particular, for those who've kept on with the coverage, Drago Racing be one of the ones really in control, Joe. The thing's going to be, will anybody be able to take control of the reins and try and change the complexions of things as the night goes in towards the daytime?
Yeah, this is where you can make the difference. As we heard Jeremy and Brad talking about, mistakes tend to happen at this stage of the race. And so if you can keep it on the black stuff, keep it facing forward, you could wind up with a good spot, potentially even a win or a class win out there. Like you said, Drago Racing and Williams are, of course, two of the teams that have been faring quite well so far. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. But as we take a look at some of the racing happening out on the track, you could see just about to hit that 12-hour to go mark. And we are into, I believe, just past 1 a.m. in the sim itself. Yes, about 2 a.m. actually. So we're deep into the morning here, Taylor. And then that's, of course, though, within the sim itself, one of the things that some of the teams could take advantage of is the fact that this is global, and they could have teammates who are at a better time of day than, say, over in Europe now, which is well into the night.
Absolutely. It's one of the things I loved about when competing in these events, trying to get some other drivers in across different time zone as we take a look now at the LMP2 class. And right now it is the Grid and Go esports team right now, the 003 with Jesse Telkala, who is currently behind the wheel. Grid and Go, of course, a overall class winner in 2025 in the GTP category. Doing well also, trying to look to get the LMP2 class win here today.
And as we had shown some of our GTPs, Nicholas Bowe, by the way, is leading that. And take a look at the GTDs as well. And Alex Dunn for Drago Racing is leading up there. So Drago in the lead up in the GTP hypercars, as well as here in the GTDs. But Williams has been slowly gaining on Drago's number 68 to try to run them down. I think that's the most fascinating thing, Justin. We don't often get situations like that. Usually it's a team that's kind of holding station that seems faster than everybody else up ahead. So the fact that we're this far in and we have a potential battle is a great sign.
And that's partly due to strategy, I think, from Williams with what we've seen so far from them, because they've been able to go much further on the fuel tanks compared to the 68 machine by at least 4 or 5 laps, give or take. And that has seen them, over some of the courses of this run, get as close as 3-4 seconds to the Drago Racing machine. They've slipped back a little bit again. It's been as high as 10 at some points, but the Williams machines seem to be really in sync with their strategy plays. We take a look at the BMW M Team Redline machine. Luke McEwen, one of the drivers, that's done a very good job for their squad to be able to close up some of the gaps today, still inside the top 5.
Luke also racing in the iRacing IndyCar series as well earlier this week, and hopping over predictably into one of the high downforce machines over in the GTPs, showing why he is quick in that sort of car. Meanwhile, checking back in with what has been a battle for some time. If you joined us early on the switch over here to iRacing official coverage, that is the battle for 8th spot between Falcon Sim Racing's Gregory Hovsen and Nikolai Peterson in the Door Esports SX car, the number 20. They've been kind of glued together. I kind of wonder, though, in this situation, since we haven't seen the 20 get by Taylor, if he's content to stay there. This stage of the race, if you're close in pace, is it worth to just hold behind, save some fuel?
That's what I was thinking, because like you, I was watching this battle here between the Falcon Sim Racing team and Door Esports. You know, the driver, Nikolai Peterson, has just been staying right on his back bumper, glued, not making any effort to make a pass. And during this stage of the race, you know, we're about to hit the halfway point. A lot of things still to come, and what a better way to just settle into that rhythm. This stage of the race is where drivers are now focused on just keeping it on the pavement, settle in, hit your marks, try to see if you can make up some ground on your competitors, but really don't overexert yourself, as we still have a long way to go.
And Justin, I'm kind of surprised that we don't see this more often, especially at the Daytona 24. When you think about the Sebring 12 hours or the Petit Le Mans over at Road Atlanta, it's a lot harder to save fuel. So I kind of feel like with the way endurance racing works on iRacing without the full course yellows, it would make sense to try to save a pit stop. So I kind of figure we would see a place like Daytona, see many more cars kind of hook up, and you try to save a lap over a stint.
And that was the big discussion Paul, Jake, and I had early on. Was the expectation originally with the estimated windows was you can go up to 62, 63, but with the 97% fuel cap for the GTDs, that's kind of peeled things back a touch. Now let's take a look at a view, though. You see how things approached into the corner here with some of the prototypes. This has been a trouble spot here at Le Mans. You take the curves, anything wrong, you lift up, you pick up the rear tires, you're around and gone, and that's been a trouble spot all night long. Is that final part in particular, those sausage curves have picked up a lot of drivers and lifted them off the ground.
It has changed the nature of that bus stop chicane, without a doubt. That was Movano Rosso with Giuseppe Laforo currently in the car, but now sitting in pit lane, naturally, to try and get some repairs done, Taylor. So that's going to set them back. We've only got, well, it says now 2 cars. For a while, we still at least had 4 or 5 on the lead lap. And just staying in this one is proving to be difficult in these GTPs.
It really is. The night before we got set with this race, I hopped behind the wheel of every single one of these class cars, and that final bit of the Le Mans chicane with those sausage curves and then the extra curbing on the outside of it is so difficult to try to place your car in the right position to get that good exit off. I mean, it's absolutely a struggle, and as we see throughout this entire field, a lot of drivers have fallen from the infamous curves here at the Le Mans chicane.
And I know that, it was a controversial move amongst road racing fans. So we'll get at least another little replay of that incident. To have this paved, some not very happy about it. You can count me amongst them. But I feel like the curves that they've got, at least here in the sim, kind of make up for that, and Justin, that there is definite punishment to be had if you go over the limit now.
Yeah, they make you pay pretty quickly if you make any mistake, and it's a 4-pronged corner when you think about it, on how you arc into the corner, then set things up for the middle portion before you exit out. You make any mistake on when you turn in, when you hit the brake, where your throttle point is, your corner's toast, and potentially your race could go toast. So that's where so much of the practice as a result, Joe, has to come into play. If you don't practice with this chicane, the chicane will make you pay and show those limitations you had without the practice going into the corner.
And we can see that battle for 8th and the GTDs getting a little bit interrupted. Another factor that is ever present, Taylor, in this style of racing is some of it could be out of your hands into when you're caught by those faster or slower classes.
Absolutely, Joe. And as we see here, you've got to tiptoe around your competitors a little bit. You want to try to be around, especially if you're in a battle for position, but you got to also be mindful. You're also not the only other car out there with varying speeds around this circuit. So try to plan it accordingly. Sometimes you don't have that chance and that opportunity as we keep an eye on this battle.
All right, so now that we have officially passed that halfway mark that we've been teasing, let's take a quick look at where everything sits for each of our classes. Interestingly, they are all still evenly split out there. They're not intermingled like we typically see. And up at the top, we've got our mostly GTPs. You have to get down to 10th there to get down to the other classes, but this is just the GTP hypercars that we've got on our screen, with Drago Racing leading, but it is by a minute over their fellow comrades who are in a big battle there with Coanda Esports recently, but that is separated now to about 30 seconds. Only the two Drago cars on the lead lap, and you can see many of these teams lower down from 10th on down have DNF'd, unfortunately, in the hypercars. So, Justin, what about these LMP2s? Where's that looking like?
Well, keep in mind, there is a bit of a pit variance we've seen from the 90. In fact, they've been down in the garage, just noticed, Cesaro, for the past 12 minutes. So something going on for there. Grid and Go, as a result, is up at the front with a pit stop expected pretty soon. With Delatraz, with Blue Mercure also up there. Effect Simulations has remained in the top 5 after being originally in contention for the lead earlier on. So obviously things shifting in the past couple minutes after the 90 had been in control much of the way, already joining the list potentially of those who have seen a lot of damage with the WSR machines.
Taking a look at the GT Daytona results, it's currently right now the Williams F1 teams gaming 1 and 2 as they have led the charge. Parker White and Beckham Jasir leading the charge, with the Blue Mercure Esports Porsche locking out the top 3. Team Alta also in that top fight. Drago Racing, one of the other competitors we've been watching, has also tried to keep the fight with the Porsches up ahead. And then as we work our way further down, a lot of heavy hitters taken out in the early stages of this race. Mattini Racing, Mahal Racing as well. The BS Turner machine, one of the first GT cars out of competition in the early stages of the race. And unfortunately for Team PGZ, they were the first drivers eliminated from the 24 hours. Something that is absolutely a devastating situation that we've seen all across social media as well, with some teams getting caught up in early incidences here at the 24.
I think we're down to 37 cars left. If I'm having to kind of do a little bit of shuffling, because like you mentioned, the 90 has been in pits for a long time. I think we might have to count them as out of this one unless they emerge after a long wait, which isn't impossible. I got to give a special shout out to the number 69 Drago Racing team, Manuel Troncoso, currently in that car, last car running. And the reason I want to bring this up is because I feel like the team that it comes in last often in endurance racing, especially these 24-hour events, Justin, really epitomize the spirit of endurance racing. You know, sometimes hundreds of laps down, but you still put the car back out there, you still get the laps in, and you try to finish.
It's about trying to finish the effort that you started, at least to me, because there's some that will say, we have no chance of winning, walking away. But in their case, trying to stay out there, be out there for the team, for the sponsors, for the effort they originally wanted to put in, because remember, Manuel Troncoso was in contention up at the front before the absolute chaos started in the first 6 hours. So that car was a quick machine. If it wasn't for that, it might have been in the conversation. We'll say with the conversation here we're seeing with the battle on screen once again. Drago and Coanda, after their pit stop stints, ready to do battle yet again. A 5-lap overlap from Coanda, 6-7 laps into the stint. Drago coming up to 2 laps into their stint this time.
Rankin's got a good run. Let's see if he can overtake Mateo around the outside. Remember, you are not allowed to go outside of the white line, or else you will get yourself an incident point, as it is now considered off track, and he is given just enough room. Fair play between the pair of them. The number 2, though, will hold on to that second place for the time being. So Rankin does not seem content to sit where he is. But yeah, the pit stops obviously just a little bit off sequence with one another here, Taylor. I wonder how that's going to affect things when we get to later in the race.
It's going to probably for sure make some major changes here as we see Elvis Rankin try to send it in deep, a former LMP2 class winner here as we watch on. But one of the things is, as we keep an eye on the last pit stops for these drivers, some of these drivers now have to consider how they will stretch it out maybe a little further, save a little fuel, try to be off of pit road as much as possible to try to see if they can leapfrog their competition. That's what's where we're going to have to watch with both Coanda, Team Redline, as well as also BS Competition. They have got to find a way to stop the stranglehold that Drago Racing has had.
Question is, how do you do that, especially this far into the race? You almost have to rely on some mistakes from your rivals in that situation. But nothing's impossible out here. And in mixed class racing, there is always a fair bit of unpredictability. This time by, compared to last lap, Rankin not nearly as close as we have the 18 pitting in. So one of our GTDs, that is Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. Taking their pit stop. Corentin Guinez, I think, is going to stay in the car, so it doesn't look like they've had a driver change on that one. You've noticed something, Justin, and maybe it wasn't a routine stop.
Yeah, seeing their exact pit delta is the time of the pit stall. There is a chance potentially of a tow there, so situation potentially for them. I think for a lot of the drivers, though, just past this halfway mark, attrition is starting to build up because fatigue's starting to build up. And for some of the drivers, you're talking about a lot of them racing 3, 4 hours, maybe 5, 6 apiece, depending on your team. You're potentially battling some burnout here, and in some of the cases, racing in the middle of the night or the very early morning, depending on where you are in the world. So you're battling a lot of various factors here that we're starting to see lead to potential mistakes here as you still see them stay in the pit box.
Oof, and traffic not working out well there for Rankin. The top screen seeing him having to go by 2 cars and have his line compromised slightly. Mateo is able to stretch it to about half a second away from him this time by. As on the bottom, that race for 9th in GTD. That is Stint 1 Motorsport with men's in the car. Williams F1 Team Gaming 3 with Shintani giving chase. Both of them running the very popular Porsche this time around, seeming to be the preferred car for its stability through that ever tricky Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, Porsche has come in with a stranglehold in the GTD category. A total of 10 Porsches started off in this event alone here in the top split out of the 32 GTD cars that were scheduled to compete. 2 BMWs, about 6 Lamborghinis, 5 Mercedes, 1 Acura, and 1 Ferrari in the GT Daytona category.
We saw at the bottom of the screen as well the mention of Porsche having their new 992.2 car arrive on the service. That's not this car. This is the GT3R still, of course. But yeah, Porsche continuing to work very closely with iRacing and bringing literally their latest machinery to the sim before it goes out and does real world competition even. The 92, they're in front of the number 17, able to get away a little bit by about half a second. And I think I just saw a change of position. That was, looks like the 32 in the LMP2s is in pit lane, so that puts the 129 up a spot there on our timing tower. So that's just regular transitioning. While the leaders in the LMP2s is now in as well. That's Daniel Harris for Effect Simulations. 23-lap stint, which from what we've seen, Taylor, is looking pretty standard for this class.
Yeah, usually these cars here will go anywhere between 45 to maybe 47 minutes on a stint for the most part. So they're looking pretty average right now. Not going to try to stretch the envelope a little bit as we go back to the battle for 7th with the Door Esports, which found its way around the Falcon Sim Racing team as they work their way through here. there trying to worry about the prototypes, both the LMP2 and the GTP hypercar division, as we see one of the BMWs try to negotiate the chaos of these two Mercedes.
Exactly, and yeah, good catch on that. I didn't notice that they had swapped positions since we last looked, and it had been in that reverse for quite some time, so I wonder what spurred them on. That aggressive move, Justin, was interesting to me with the GTP coming up the inside of turn 6 there, because unlike the real Daytona 24, where they have weeks to get used to each of the drivers in there, you're kind of chucked in this, and you don't necessarily know the behaviors of all the other drivers around you, so you do have to be kind of eyes on a swivel to potentially avoid getting caught out by someone who maybe would make moves you wouldn't expect.
Yes, indeed, but look at this. Hold on one second. GTD leaders side by side. This is for the net lead. Drago alongside the Williams again. Both the Williams picking up a fair amount of time on their pit stop stint on the racetrack, nearly into the draft event. And now, will there be a chance for them to get around here? Dunn still behind the wheel, but Jasir did come out in front of Parker White. And now the focus has to be to keep up with these drivers.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stop times, and the stop times between Drago and Williams looks pretty even. So they must have caught up on pace out there. That, or they had just a really good in and out in comparison. Because last I looked, that was 4 to 5 seconds between Drago and Williams. So color me surprised. I didn't think they'd catch them this quickly.
Absolutely an astonishing situation right here, but now we see that Alex also has his Drago Racing teammate to help him, Manuel Troncasco, right there helping him out as we go on board here with the Drago Racing Ferrari. That car right there is, of course, the number 68 machine, who's going to get a nice tow from his teammate as they head through NASCAR 3 and 4. That will kind of help them a little bit to stay ahead of both Beckham Jasir and Parker White.
Kind of wonder, because we're now seeing on the timing and scoring that Williams fell back almost to 2 seconds now, and they are out on colder tires. How much do you guys think the offset has an effect on that? Because Drago would have been out on cold tires just after their pit stop, since they did theirs first. So I wonder maybe if that's partly to blame for why we saw them catch up so quickly.
I think it is, because we've seen it a little bit earlier on, now come to think of it as well, because the conversation was you can lose potentially up to 2 seconds on an initial lap trying to get up to temperature, then maybe another second, then you're good by the next lap, if not the lap after that. So I think that's just trying to get their tires into the optimal window of 2-3 laps and then be able to go, and we're seeing that really come into play to stretch and compress this net lead advantage. It also is a factor here that when the Drago machines were hooked up when they were 1-2 earlier, they were able to break away in straight line speed. We're seeing that here too compound in.
So while Williams may be able to work together, it looks like Drago does not have to be alone with their teammate just in front of them, giving them a nice tow, and could also be helping them save a little bit of fuel, which could come in handy later on. And yeah, there we can kind of see the gap in the background. It's evened out about 2.2, 2.3 seconds between the number 1 of Beckham Jasir and Alex Dunn in the 68 Drago car. All right, well, that certainly adds a bit of intrigue to that ongoing storyline, Taylor, because we've been following it for quite some time, wondering when or if they're going to catch up to that leader. In the meantime, let's check back into the battle for P2 with the GTPs, because Elvis Rankin, after being separated for a little while, has returned to the mirror of Mateo.
Well, if you think about it, Daytona Beach is best known for some of his fishing right here. And, got to let the line lead out a little bit right there for Elvis, as he knows sometimes you got to just let them tire out, let them be the rabbit, and then just slowly reel them back in and set yourself up for a pass here as we ride on board with Elvis Rankin here on the Coanda Ferrari 499P, trying to hunt down Nicholas Mateo. And Mateo trying everything. There you see the headlights go ablaze there on the back end as he is trying to find his opening, coming into what I have to say one of the hardest corners, turn number 6, because of just how much undulation as well as different styles of pavement you have to negotiate before you climb the banking of NASCAR 1 and 2 as they work their way through speeds approaching over 200 miles per hour as they head to the Le Mans chicane.
I'm glad you mentioned that exit of turn 6. That thing is the bane of my existence. It never feels like I get it right. And it's so important, too, with that run onto the oval for the first time in the lap, needing as much of a launch as you can so that you don't make yourself vulnerable into the Le Mans chicane. They'll go around a few more of our GTD cars. Looks like Rankin not as close as we saw last time, battling with his rival. One of those GTD cars appears to have peeled off into the lane, and I think that was actually our leader, Lacine, because
it was the Blue Mercure Esports number 35 Porsche.
Ooh, okay, so it sounds like we may have a replay of that one here in a second, and so they come into pit lane to serve that. No, excuse me, this is a different incident, it appears, as we got one of our GTPs again taking a bit too much curb. So that was BS competition, BS Plus competition, the number 89 car, and thankfully didn't hit anything. Nothing hit them either, which, as we've seen, Justin, is not always a guarantee if you have that same moment. We've seen a few cars, both in this race and in races past, just, avoid any damage, but then wind up prone across the track and wind up getting hit anyways.
Yeah, and those little bumpers you build up on the racetrack as a result have been, in a couple incidents today, been majorly advantageous to help make sure you don't compound a worse issue. Keep in mind, when you have near misses, for example, like you'll have in that situation, though, it's about reactiveness as well. Take, for example, from the 22 machine. You'll see the opportunity build up for the Aero Esport machine. You have to be quick on your hands, be able to make the corrections within a split second and get around. You don't make those quick corrections, you end up with the destroyed race car. You have to be adaptive in that situation.
And you have to have a lot of trust in your competitors. How many times have we seen drivers try to get going without watching that relative box on iRacing and pull forward as that car thought there was room to the inside, and suddenly the two of you make high-speed contact. So a great job on everybody's part to make sure that didn't become a worse situation. Back to the racing on track. Mateo and Rankin split by about a quarter of a second, with Rankin getting very close, coming up behind on the gearbox cam.
Absolutely. He is just really putting the pressure on. We know for a fact that Elvis Rankin knows these cars very well, has been able to put on some incredible drives all throughout the day today when he gets behind the wheel, as they get a little bit of a slipstream from one of the LMP2 cars, makes short work of it, and works their way out towards the back straightaway here. But I'm not really seeing Rankin trying to find his way around the Drago Racing machine. He's pushing him a little bit, trying to see if he can maybe utilize up a little more fuel, push some more pressure on those tires, as well as just see if possibly that Mateo can make a mistake for Rankin to get by and then set his sights on the race leader. It could be an interesting strategy call.
Yeah, there's been a couple pokes here and there from Rankin. But you're right. Maybe it is just more kind of exploratory. See if he can get a mistake out of there, get that easy pass. But why cost yourself time if you don't think you can really get it done without some hard work and some side-by-side racing? And, okay, so the roles have reversed here for 7th and 8th, as Hobeson is now pushing Peterson, literally pushing. And you got to be careful with that, Justin. That's already cost a couple teams problems, Drago included.
Yeah, and the thing is with the Drago one was, part of it was towards the end of the break, straight away to a braking zone. I feel it's fine in the NASCAR ovals, in particular down the front straightaway. It's just you can't overdo it in case you get to the braking zone and you end up slamming the rear end. I think, though, these two just keep on trading the spot back and forth. I remember Brad saying he was expecting either them to swap or he was going to be sad in that situation. They've swapped 4 times since then. They've continuously kept busy, and I think that's partly just them carrying the momentum and not just saving fuel when they want to, but also wanting the spot but just not able to break away from each other in their battle pack.
As we continue to follow this fight between the pair of them around the International Horseshoe, how much of a fight really is it? Is with them bump drafting in that way? Is this Hovesen saying, hey, I'm fine just kind of hanging out here. We'll help each other out. I'll get you a little bit of extra speed. You'll save me some fuel. And we'll both take advantage of the situation. Or does he genuinely want to try and take that spot away? Well, only time will tell, honestly. But I'm getting the hint that this is a little bit of working together currently between the pair of them. Jumping away from that then, let's check out with the 909 of Daniel Harris. And this is for position in the LMP2s. Blue McCure finds themselves under threat with Daniel Harris. Whoa, trying to find enough room on the inside of the Porsche and is barely given enough space.
This race here will showcase drivers making brave and heroic decisions, sometimes not working out for them, but for that time for the driver, Daniel Harris, he was able to make it work as he tries to hunt down Oliver Piatek in the Blue Mercure Esports number 11. As we take a look here with the drone footage as they try to keep pace here with your battle for second in Hypercar. And then the battle for P3 and LMP2. This is going to get interesting. How quickly could we see these hypercars get around the P2s before the braking zone? They do it just in the nick of time as they crest over the curves to set themselves up as we go back on board with Daniel Harris.
Sparks flying off the cars as they pound over those curbs. And back following once again, Harris and Piatek, as that battle for P2 and the GTPs goes off into the distance. What's he going to do coming down into turn 1? Flash into the headlights. Is there traffic we don't see off screen? No, not really. Not sure why the lead car is flashing his headlights.
Might be a little bit frustrated because of the fact he lost some time here. Gonna lose some more with PS Plus competition going side by side. And really, if effect simulations and Daniel Harris wanted it, he would have potentially sent it right there with him vulnerable in the momentum. I think Harris is willing to wait and be patient, let things come forward in terms of some of these intervals, see where things match up, but them already in play for the podium. Thinking big picture here, not going to force the issue, especially knowing earlier on fuel economy was a major constant point for them on their one-lap offset with, at the time, the 90 machine.
That got pretty spicy, I have to admit, so I'm just glad that they all got away with it in the end. Looking back from Olivier, they're watching the effect simulations car try to catch back up. So the 11 doing a very good job responding after it seemed like Harris had extremely good pace there, and I think they're going to have another bit of lap traffic go around the outside and split them temporarily. Ooh. And again, maybe not needing or losing track, I should say, there, the 11 car of which car was trying to move to the inside. That time, the flash of the headlights makes sense.
Yeah, Oliver realized that that was a GTP car that was coming up on him. Of course, Olivier has had some real-world experience as well as also had the chance to be one of the special guests for the IMSA Esports Championship this past year, racing with Morgan Burkhardt. But he races in both Spec Miata and in karting, competing with Brandon Jarrett the Crack Racing in the Lando Norris karts in multiple racing series across the United States. So really showcasing his talents here today in the LMP2 category as he tries to hold off the Australian.
We're going to take a look at that pass one more time, just because that deserves another look here. And yeah, I wonder if he just kind of failed to notice which car was there, because usually you would not defend on the faster class. But last second, he realized his mistake, went back to the racing line, but clearly wasn't too pleased by that. So as they return onto the oval one more time out of turn 6, doesn't look like Harris is near enough this time. Maybe he needs some of that traffic to help him out.
Yeah, if anything, losing a little bit of toe as a result of that, but that's the big difference between in some of these cases, entering the corners, say, side by side with an air prototype or a GTD, and being able to enter the corner in a prime position costs you so much ground. But the thing is, Effect Simulations does have that little bit of pull, at least, to be able to close back up. It will just take a lot of effort in the infield, because the big thing, Joe, overall, is if you want to be fast here, it's not just about can you drive with a full throttle race car on the 75% of full throttle. It's the areas, too, where you have to be on the brakes and let the car roll in that infield. That will also be very critical. You have to be able to do both.
It honestly amazes me the level that these drivers race at as things get quite congested down into turn one. Because, yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of drivers do impressive stuff in various road racing series at the pro level, Taylor. But those are much shorter races. When you get to this 24-hour race, to be able to repeat those results lap after lap after lap after lap, and then deal with all the craziness of multi-class, that astonishes me.
It really is a specialty when it comes to endurance racing, no matter what genre or style of car you're racing, because of what you have to be able to mentally focus lap after lap, like you said, hitting your marks consistently, making no mistakes, plus having to deal with a wide range of different drivers with different cars, different driving styles. It really is by far one of my favorite styles of racing because of just the uniqueness of each and every lap. No lap is the same as the previous, and you have to be prepared for what's to come.
This is back to the battle for P7. Peterson ahead of Hoveson. Also, we've got a pit stop from the Porsche Coanda 091. Xander Reed has brought that car into pit lane. Right on the rear bumper, giving a little bit of help. And again, like we saw before, it looks like these two just kind of deciding to have a temporary truce amongst each other to find some speed. The next car up from them is the other Falcon car, it looks like. So that is the number 44 in 6th. And not too far up the road, frankly, especially in relative terms of this race. 7 seconds, roughly, that they need to try and catch up. I think if they keep working together, that could be doable.
The downside is, last I checked through that interval, it was originally 5.5 when we seen initially that battle pop up. So they have lost a little bit of ground net to them, though, especially since 144.7 for these drivers together. Lewis Woods on his own is running 144.2s. So you have to find that extra half a second in terms of pace, yet again on difference. And that's why I think, too, you kind of have to just try to get the fuel save and the momentum build up. Help yourself on the mileage to save time in the lane or build up the mileage for later on. But also, see if you can at least take the momentum somewhere, because it's either that or you waste it by just having lift and burning and saving the fuel that way. Take the momentum somewhere, and in this case, take it to the bumper instead of just poking around to the outside and losing time passing.
Yeah, you make a good point. The numbers don't lie, and you're right about them not quite having the pace as we come back to Rankin and Mateo once again. Just giving a watch and waiting to see what this lap time looks like between 6th, 7th, and 8th and GTD to see if that does change around a little bit. Oh, they did pick up about 2/10 that time, so it looks like it's going a little bit back and forth between them. So, as we continue to watch, well, you know, in the real world, they try to get some sleep whenever they can. And this is Demps 151, who's well, not racing right now, obviously, but his teammates racing. He's trying to get some very interesting sleep. Maybe it's just because I'm old at this point, and I don't think I could sleep like that.
And Joe, I'm just thinking, seeing how he's got his neck makes my neck hurt right now.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
right?
Like, I hope someone's going to bring him a cup of coffee and have a chiropractor see him after this 24-hour race, because, I mean, I got to give him credit using the headphones as a little bit of eye protection, protect you from some of that blue light right there, and gets himself ready. So, Demps 151, good luck to you out there, and get some much-needed sleep.
Oh, goodness. I love seeing that. Credit to him for being willing to share that too. I don't think I'd also be brave enough to let people see me sleep. Apparently his live stream chat is off the rails themselves and not really too concerned about the race. I'm curious if he has the sound of what's happening in the sim on, because if they wreck, boy, that's going to be a rude awakening.
Oh, no.
I will say, I think Ian Lane, who was the driver in that car at the time, I think has an oval background and apparently also kept an eye on season tracking and had some late model championships. So I think that's where the conversation for the oval side is coming into play.
Okay.
So I think though it's entertained, they're just entertained and wanting to make sure they have that sense of community, as we've hit upon throughout this event, is as sim racers, you want to race or communicate with fellow competitors, and I think that's what we're seeing for, even when someone's sleeping, you can make conversation out of anything.
Yeah, people will keep themselves entertained without a doubt. Someone needs to go and bring a little blanket, tuck him in, I think, just to make it nice for him. Back to the battle between Rankin and Mateo, the 08, just hassling the number 2 for many laps now at this stage, but they're 23 and 18 laps into their stints respectively. So I got a feeling that we should see at least the Coanda in sometime in the near future as they go by one of our LMP2s.
Yeah, I'm expecting them probably in the next 3 to 5 laps, I would have to say. They can maybe push it to 30 with how well he's been able to stay tucked up behind, not really pushing the envelope, but it's going to be pretty soon.
I still think that this is genuine, that he's trying to find a way past somehow. I don't think he's quite working together with him, but he doesn't seem to be able to get close enough to really do anything, which I'm sure is frustrating. But you've got so much race left, you can't get frustrated now, as he gets very close down through the Western Horseshoe. And we've seen that before, Justin. The Western Horseshoe seems to be a big strong point for that 08 car. Just haven't seen him really be able to do anything with it.
Seems to be really good on the brakes today, and in particular, that's where a lot of the chip away is. We're seeing this with the LMP2 battle, though, as well. Effect Simulations blew the cure on part of this battle, where some of the top drivers have just been able to time it up well right about here. Get yourself at the braking point, let the car roll, then plant it on the apex just a little bit along the curbing, then get an exit along the left side curbs to make sure you track out. It looks pretty simple, but if you end up too deep, you'll end up pushing and washing out and potentially slamming into the car in front. You take that too slow, you lose potentially a lot of ground on the racetrack, probably a good half a second to a second. Takes a lot of expertise to get there, and we're seeing that from some of the top drivers, that approach. But here's that approach for second. There's that move. Finally got the draft, got the chance to the inside. Where's the best opportunity to go for the in and out? And Coanda's got it.
Nicely done. So that moves the Ferrari up into second now. Drago Racing being split up in the GTPs. But Spets, I don't think, has to worry yet. It's 40, almost 41 seconds, really, between the 5 and the 08. So I'd say he's comfortable at this stage. Will Mateo fight back and try to get ahead? What would you do if you were in that red number 2, Taylor? Would you try and get the position back, or would you want to just kind of hang tight behind that Coanda car?
See, for me, I mean, yes, we know the Daytona 24 for the past few years has been all about aggression. But for me, I'm someone who wants to be a little more patient right now. I mean, we got so much racing left to go, especially with what pace that the Drago Racing team has had all day long. I wouldn't put it past me. Just settle in. We still got a lot of racing. They have to make their pit stop before we do. You're going to get the spot back and hopefully stretch out your lead a little bit when it's time for the pit stop cycle for you to come in. So at least that's what I would do. Now, for what we see from Mateo of how aggressive and how fast he has been, I'm pretty sure he's going to try to find his way back around pretty quickly.
He's got a good run here. Which way does he choose if he goes for an attack? He does not. He's going to stay in line coming down at a turn 1 this time, at least. So no move from him there. Just kind of riding through that little chicane down into the International Horseshoe once again. The pair of them, of course, will have to deal with a little bit of traffic up ahead, as it looks like they've got, I think, one of our LMP2s overtaking one of our GTDs through the kink, so they're probably going to get the pair of them relatively soon.
Yeah, traffic has been today, for the most part, a little bit of a hindrance for some of the battles, but it's been, in most cases, even though you lose the time, in a lot of cases it seems to bounce back. It's like a bouncing ball. You try and bounce it on the floor evenly, it'll bounce up and down to your hand. Sometimes, though, in reality, it'll bounce a little bit on the low side. Sometimes it'll bounce sky high on you, depending on how hard you go. So that balance of that traffic management has been working out the same way in terms of that back and forth affair. And we're seeing that with Quigandum, for example, picked up a lot of ground just now with Drago getting swarmed by prototype traffic.
Yeah, they were stuck with both the LMP2 and the GTDs into the chicane, so that did not work well. This is down in 13th. Fabrizio Belziti and the SDR Sim Racing 577. A lot of these teams are streaming. Let's take a look at how it's going over there. So they're having a good time running along. And again, I mean, how cool is this, Taylor, that we have this opportunity in the modern day that, you know, you don't just have to watch, you know, the main broadcast to see how your team is doing. A lot of these teams will let you stay with them the entire ride, essentially.
Well, and that's the thing. We would love you guys to make sure you tune into our broadcast to watch it, so that way you can get in-depth analysis. But we maybe have on the other TV or your other monitor one of your favorite teams out there to get an idea of what they're going through, maybe their strategy or what they're trying to accomplish. Because as you just saw right there on that stream, you see them switching around to other cars and other drivers to try to figure out what they're doing to say and tell their driver, okay, this is what you need to do. This is where they're better. This is where you're better. Try to see if you can even it out to make up time on your competitors. I mean, some of these teams that have 4 to 5 drivers racing with them, they have them as crew chiefs, spotters, everything, rotating throughout this entire 24-hour event to help them get the chance to be on the top step of the podium or just even finishing a 24-hour race here at Daytona.
You know, that brings up a good point as well, Justin, as we take a look at Redline emerging back onto the track, is that our perspective is always the broad view. We have the big picture. We can see everything that's going on out there. But when you're in the car, having that team behind you to be able to look around and keep you up to speed on what's happening in case you need to know is so important. The team aspect of endurance racing is just as big on the sim side.
It is, and in particular, a lot of people I've noticed take to the interest in making sure you follow along with their favorite driver in those ways. There's even been specific team broadcasts we've seen where they brought in crew members, and like Team Redline's done with Luke Creighton, to be able to talk to fellow competitors and amongst that team to get that broad viewpoint from the Redline perspective. So I think for a lot of people, it's being able to enjoy that fandom and also connect with their favorite teams and drivers to learn that way. I will say being able to check in on those is helpful too, because it helps in situations too where you might need that connection to be able to say, okay, what's going on? Pop into the Twitch, ask the question, someone will tell you, boom, you have the information and you know exactly what's going on.
So this is interesting. We thought Daniel Harris was going to be fighting for a podium spot with Piatek, but he's dropped off. It's about 2 seconds now between them, and what we're watching is Abel Torres in the 42 trying to challenge him for that 4th position. So that 909 Dallara seems to lack a little bit of pace late in the stint, and in fact that pressure starting to ramp up a bit here, Taylor. Look how close he's getting in some of the corners.
Yeah, last time by, as far as the lap times, the distance with about almost a full second between Harris and Torres. Torres really dropping the hammer down to try to find his way as he gets a nice toe of the draft down the Daytona superstretch heading to the Lamar chicane. He's not going to try to set the pass up yet because of just how difficult it is, but tries to get that good run off corner exit out of the chicane and back up onto the banking, loses a little bit of time, but he has really been able to kick in the afterburners in this stage of his run.
This is looking like it's about to get tasty. So I hope we stay with this for a bit, but we'll see. We've been teased with some of these battles sometimes, and they kind of fade or just stay stagnant for a while. But this has a different feeling from that 42, the way that he is getting close and the way he's being aggressive down into turn one. Just wasted absolutely no time. Tries for a cutback, does Harris, but no dice. Abel Torres just stuffed that car in there, was not taking no for an answer.
Mealy said, you know what, I know your pace is falling back. The average, after all, says, if you're getting that information, he's 4/10 off the next car in front alone and at least 6/10 off yours. You cannot afford to wait behind. Get the chance to go ahead. Try and find a way to close up to Piatek. Go from there, and I think that's kind of the viewpoint right now with what we've seen from this machine, especially as one of your hard charges to keep on charging forward and get a chance to get to the podiums from up 14 already.
Piatek last lap, a 37.8. Torres was a 37.9, but of course he was stuck behind Harris for part of that. So with the pass, I'm not sure if we'll see an accurate lap time this time by, but if he is quicker, that still shows a good chance for the 42 to try and run down Olivier up there for Blue Mercury. So we'll keep a half an eye on that and keep you up to speed on whether or not he starts to run him down. It's getting close to 3 in the morning within the sim right now. We're into the absolute dead of the night at this stage as we once again return to Peterson and Hovesen.
I gotta say, during this stage of the race, that 2 to 4 o'clock hour, just before you start seeing that sun, this is when the coldest temperatures really kick in, especially with that wind. If you're up in the grandstands on the front straightaway, I know a couple of years that I've been to the Daytona 24, it is absolutely brutally cold. Of course, in the virtual world, it's a little more comfortable, I have to say. 67 degrees, the air temperature, track temperature 69. That's going to be critical when these drivers go out there on fresh tires, when those pit stops do happen. I know for the most part, drivers try to double or triple stint their tires during the nighttime because of these cooler temperatures. But when they do have to switch out tires, you better watch out and hold on for dear life, because that tire is going to give you a fight for your life on those opening couple of laps.
And frankly, I know some drivers aren't a fan of it. I like seeing them have to work hard after those pit stops, really challenge them. Especially, we've seen how good these drivers can be. You know, throw them a curveball, make them work for it. As BMW Team DS Plus competition just came into pit lane, so they'll take their service and get back out there. We're going to check on a few of our other splits because there are a lot of them happening simultaneously. If you're not used to following iRacing, and especially their special events, the splits are the exact same races happening at the same time. It's just different competitors, and they're all sorted according to their I rating, the average I rating of your team that is signed up for the event. So you will be put up against similar competition. Apparently, this is the one that we're going to be checking out here in a moment, is the split that includes iRacing's support and marketing staff team, which this is what I love, Taylor, is that they don't just make the product, they love using the product too. They race in the sim themselves.
It's great to see that the people of iRacing, of how much they love it, that they're willing to take time out of their busy schedule when it comes to showcasing all the amazing products here on iRacing, that they go out there and race themselves and hopefully try to at least finish these races. I know Corey, for a fact, he's one heck of a driver himself, but I know he's going to have a time of his life trying to put on a good effort, and we'll check on them here in a few moments.
Yeah, we'll bring them up here in just a little bit while we continue to watch Hovesen and Peterson but I think Peterson is just continuing to just lead the way at this stage for Door Esports in that number 20. Worth mentioning, they're up 12 spots from where they started this race. This has been a very good run from that number 20 car. Not easy to do in the top split. Finding large numbers of positions can be extremely difficult.
It is, and as we've said, the higher up you go, the harder it is to progress in this field. But for a lot of drivers here, Joe, as we progress over, it's not just the high splits. You have many competitors in all their battles. Look at some of the interval differences here in this split with all these drivers building up speed. Cole Baker looking pretty well in rhythm in the East Coast Auto Sport machine.
Yeah, Cole is one of the video content creators for iRacing. Do like the paint scheme that they've come up for their LMP2 here. Wonder if they have because they have one of their graphics designers on the team. So I suspect he had a part in this one. So yeah, 35th split, and that might sound like a lot, but I think, what did we say? There was like more than 40 or something. Taylor, do you have the numbers on that?
I don't have the 43 numbers is the official number of splits, and that's an incredible run as we watch here with Cole Baker in that LMP2 car, showcasing the Daytona Racing USA paint scheme. I gotta say, that's one of the fun things when it comes to these special events. Drivers showcase some amazing paint schemes all across as we take a look at the overall race leader, a BMW M-Fueled Up Racing driven by Jordan Owens currently right now. He has about a 2-lap advantage over his field and doing a good job out there on the circuit as he tries to negotiate some of the lap traffic here at Daytona.
Yeah, Jordan Owens sitting a lot more comfortable than what we saw in top split, which is still within a lap of the next car back. So the 2 laps probably going to make you feel pretty good, but you cannot relax because things can still happen. And even a small accident can suck that up and wind up costing you that lead. So Jordan's going to have to keep his wits about him in that number 54 without a doubt. That is just the GTP hypercars. Down in the GTDs, Eric Wineland in the number 69 machine is currently in the lead. And much like we've been seeing in the top split, looks like the Porsche is the car to choose, as that is our lead manufacturer. We're here down in split number 35. Don't know much about Eric, but I do like his sense of humor, I must admit. It said, I think it was like new NTM V6. So I think that's new tire model version 6, which at this stage be probably more than a decade old. And I don't think that car is on that old of a tire.
I would hope not. I mean, when we talked about it earlier in the broadcast, as we see the brand new tire compound for the hypercars and GTP, as we'll get a full field rundown here of how the drivers are doing here in split 35 and take a look at where your favorite cars are. And there you see it, Jordan Owens with a 2-lap advantage over the Porsche of Tyrion Kelly. Andrew Wittenko in his Porsche also there rounding out your top 3. We've got a couple of Cadillacs also there inside the top 10 as well, but they got a little bit of work to do, 14 and 20 laps down.
Yeah, that really shows you how much you got to stick with things here, because the gaps get quite large. That is just the GTP hypercars, the LMP2s with Cole Baker currently at the top. So leading their split there, the iRacing team. And I promise that's not any shenanigans going on as we take a look at the GTDs. A single lap over Moss in the number 8 for Eric Wineland. Going on down to quite a few cars. This is definitely the most popular class, the GTDs. As you can see, wow, 30 cars, possibly more than 30. Let's see if we got more than that. Yes, we do. 33 in this split. In the top split, we had 32, I'm seeing, sign up. So yeah, that makes sense that they've portioned them out relatively evenly there. Checking in one more time before we head back, giving some love to the iRacing marketing team, attempting to try and win their run of the Daytona 24. Back to top split now as we check in with what is a battle for fourth in the GTDs. Justin, that's Team Alta.
Yeah, there amongst the couple battles going on, you have GTD lead that's compressed. You have the second pack that's also compressed up here. So a lot of the drivers that are starting to work together here have been able to get into a great spot here. Blue McCure, again, utilizing the draft. Alta at one point, some points, has been up there with Williams today. They've had a lot of fans craving their performances here. But it's going to be interesting, in particular with the others up front, in particular where things play out with the Williams cars, because Drago is losing ground, and a lot of these teams are starting to go in hunt mode.
Yeah, I do like to see how this has been ramping up. We've had some great battles in the GTDs, which does make sense. A lot more numbers means higher chance of drivers winding up next to one another here. Drago, unfortunately, unable to battle anyone. Only unfortunate for us, we should say. Although I look at my timing, Drago is being chased by Williams right now. There's about half a second between them. So that actually is getting quite close. They must have, let's see, when was the last pit stop here?
Look at that. They just missed the corner, went to the marbles, nearly got ran over.
Ooh, things once again ramping up here, and it's 2v1 as Drago does not have their teammate to help them now like we saw earlier on in the stint. If something happens to one of the Williams cars, there is always another waiting and ready, Taylor, to go on the attack as well.
There certainly is, and they got to be careful with that as they work their way through negotiating. Out of turn number 6, up onto the banking they'll go. They got to get themselves lined back up to try to make that charge on the Drago Racing machine of Alex Dunn as they work their way through the banking out onto the back straightaway. Parker White trying to lead the charge with Beckham Jasir, and this is one of the things I love about the Daytona 24 here on iRacing. You know, we talk about in the real world where it is basically the all-star race. Drivers from all walks of life come to race here for the Daytona 24. We get the same thing here in iRacing with the Daytona 24. We have an eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion. We have a driver who's competed in both the Porsche Super Cup Series. We have so many different drivers, including also in the IndyCar Championship, competing here in the top split as the Drago Racing machine heads down into pit lane to get his service completed here as we are approaching 11 hours to go.
So we've got we were robbed of a bit of a battle, unfortunately, but these two will carry on. We do think that they're working together, frankly, as they have not been fighting one another. Apparently, Chad is asking for a Joe Peak update. I'm doing fine, frankly. This is only an hour into things, so ask me when we hit 5 hours into this and how my voice is doing at that point. In the meantime, back to, I think, this battle for fourth that we were watching before, with Lasibach and Andrea Brista. The Blue Mercure Esports giving a little bit of hassle to the Porsche in front. You know, we shouldn't be surprised that Parker's doing well in that Porsche, because he raced in the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well before he won his eNASCAR championship.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I think you have more to say on that, Taylor.
I mean, you're talking about probably one of the most well-rounded drivers on the iRacing platform when it comes to that, as we watch both the battle for third position in LMP2 and the battle for fourth in the GT Daytona category. But that's what makes this race so unique. You get these drivers from all walks of life, and I can say personally, no matter what your background is, whether it's sports car racing, open wheel, NASCAR, dirt, rallying, you want to go out here and race the Daytona 24. It's the biggest first special event of the year that everybody wants to race and that everybody wants to try to be on the top spot of the 20th. Trouble for one of the Drago Racing machines, goes around off the Western Horseshoe. Couldn't quite catch what it looked like, but it was the dark red Drago Racing Lamborghini.
Was that our former leader?
I think it might have been.
That might have been Daniel Pastor, who spent nearly 4 minutes in the pit lane there before that situation.
Oof. Okay, so he may have still been experiencing a little bit of an ill-handling car, because even if you try to get repairs, the car isn't always 100% when you head back in. And yeah, Alex Dunn is still carrying on right now, so the 68 car seems to be okay. Apologies if we scared any fans following their fight. So there you can see them on screen now. So one of the other Drago Lamborghinis. Oh, and we're hearing that it may have involved Drago teammates coming together. Did this involve Dunn, or was this someone else?
We'll take a look here in a few moments, but I gotta say, the team principals for Drago Racing are gonna have a talk with their drivers for sure, as here it is. Here's the replay with Alex Dunn, and looks like one of them just came off the track a little bit too much coming out of the Western Horseshoe, and no contact.
No, it's
just lost it off the
we
Western
were
Horseshoe.
lied to. We were told there was violence involved. That looked to me like more of an observation.
Yeah.
I kind of think I think they were trying to get lined up in front of them to help with draft, but were in such of an angle with the marbles, they just had no rear grip.
Yeah. You could see how far out wide they went. Good call, Justin. So I'm sure that had something to do with it. iRacing does model that. Your tires do pick up those marbles. And unlike the real world 24, where they will have full course yellows and often will send crews out to try to clean up the track a little bit when they get those opportunities, that does not happen. So those marbles build in the sim. Whoa! As another of our Porsches completely loses it in one of the most unusual spots. I think that's Lasse Bach. I've never seen, Taylor, somebody lose it on the exit of NASCAR 2.
All I can say was
sports cars.
Yeah, I mean, all I could say was maybe he was trying to break the draft that he had with his competitors, and unfortunately just overcorrected as we go back to turn number 6 and take a look at this gaggle of hornet's nest of drivers trying to negotiate. Trouble!
Whoa.
One of the BMWs nearly gets sent down to the bottom of the racetrack from one of the GT Mercedes. And I don't know if that could possibly be a penalty for that BMW Redline machine. That, I believe, was the driver in 4th position, Luke McEwen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he would get a slowdown penalty from that, but probably an off track of some sort, since you were not allowed to race below the double yellow line on the banking. And you could see those cones that we went by. That kind of demarcates where you are no longer allowed to be below those double yellow lines. The car is going to hook up, and in real life, you wouldn't want to do that. As we take a look at what happened here, was there any sort of contact between them that may have started that? Because that's the only thing that would make sense in this situation. The car is in no way usually loose coming off the banking. They just are too well. You know what? I wonder if he was adjusting something inside the cockpit and didn't realize the car was starting to head up to the outside wall.
Had to have been, because normally you aren't going up there unless you're trying to pass this lap traffic. That's just a big mistake at that point, where it's almost like they got spooked once they got up to the high side, and it's absolutely cost a great day for Alta. Into the bin goes the run.
Yeah, just unfortunate to see. And I'm pretty sure Lasse Bach is located somewhere over in Europe, so maybe it's getting a little late at night, and unfortunately lost concentration at the wrong time. So we'll have to see if we can get some info from the team and get an accurate picture of what exactly happened. Meanwhile, we've seen these two hook up and bump draft a little bit. This LMP2 battle for 4th. Olivier Pietek with Nathan.
Yep.
As they head through NASCAR 3 and 4 up towards the tri-oval once again. This is where we saw them bump drafting before. A little bit of lap traffic in front of them. That can also complicate things, because you don't want one car moving high when the one behind does not know that they're going to be moving. And a nice swap of positions. So maybe this isn't as much of a battle because that looked relatively organized.
Yeah,
So, go ahead.
I think for now, it's just, again, the falling down of the pylon we're seeing with effect simulations that we kind of seen at the start of the race, but the long run's just not there here. But look at this, side by side in the pit lane. That's going to cause an issue for the box.
Hopefully they should be okay heading into there. And it does look like the Falcon car is just backing it up a bit. Might make it difficult spotting their marker. Oh, did they overshoot? No, they hit it just right. Look at that. As they came in pretty hot. But, man, it is going to be close watching them emerge back out on the track, no doubt. That'll be fun to witness as our GTD cars continue to give us lots of drama in the 2026 edition of the iRacing Daytona 24.
They're going to do a driver swap, too, between the two of them. Cody Deeth and Guy Levesque will get behind the wheels of both of those Mercedes AMG GT3 cars. So it's going to be pretty fun to see how that will all play out as we watch the LMP2 negotiate through more GT traffic.
Justin's been able to get in contact with some folks over on La Sebac's side. What's going on with the wreck, Justin?
He was distracted, is the simple answer. He was trying to adjust his webcam, and then he had the spin in the wreck in the 360. So it was a webcam issue that caused it.
That's not what I was expecting to be the cause, but it does make sense. So great work on that, Justin, digging that one up. Just really feel for him and his team. It's got to be an embarrassing way to throw it away, unfortunately. But as we continue to follow our LMP2s, Olsen still ahead of Piatek, but how hard are they actually fighting, Taylor?
They are fighting very hard indeed as we take a look on screen between the two competitors. Piatek just trying to find his opening to get back around the 909 machine as they work their way through out onto turn number 6. And as they climb the banking here once again, Nathan Olsen trying to lead the charge.
Two of them sticking close together. It's been that way for quite a while, but I'm sure they'd love this to separate so that they could focus on their own races for a little bit. It's always sometimes a bit annoying. It's almost a back and forth sometimes, I feel like, Justin, at least in my experience, being with a team racing an endurance race. You're at times bored. You wish you had something you could focus on a fight like this. And then other times you're in this battle and you're thinking, I could go so much faster if I wasn't dealing with this other car.
It's kind of a tug of war affair, so to speak. You expect the battles to come to you at some point during the race, but to me, at least it gives a carrot on the stick for you to chase. Whether it's the next car up a few seconds up the road or a couple car lengths up the road, it allows you to be able to, to me at least, stay awake. Because in some races where in the past personally, where I've been the leader and had a big advantage, I've kind of gotten zoned out and realized 25, 30, 40, 50 laps later, oh, it's pit stop time. I better get ready to pit. It helps keep you focused a little bit better when you have something to chase.
Well, Daytona not just famous for the 24, but of course probably a little bit more well-known for the Daytona 500 as well. And so NASCAR really calling this place home and using it as its sort of crown jewel in a way, I suppose you could say. But NASCAR has also recently partnered with iRacing in a new way, having in the past year released NASCAR 25. So that was been definitely a little feather in their cap. And of course, it is available on Steam, PS5, and Xbox Series X. So you can get in the car, try your hand, and see how you do up against NASCAR's greatest on all of their laser scan tracks. This is what I love to see iRacing getting involved in, bringing them back to almost their roots, Taylor, with them kind of starting out with NASCAR racing back in the day as Papyrus.
Absolutely, Joe. I gotta say, this game is by far one of the most in-depth career modes, I have to say, compared to some of the great NASCAR games we've seen over the years, and it's gonna be absolutely amazing. People need to go out there, buy it, because it's by far a fun game. It's gonna be amazing. You gotta just go out there and try it. ARCA, Trucks, Xfinity, or actually O'Reilly's Auto Parts, I should say now, and all the way up to the Cup Series that you can try your hand at and work your way through. Amazing custom setups that you can build to make sure you hone your skills racing, or just want to have fun and race your favorite driver on some of the most iconic NASCAR tracks.
Exactly. It's made for all types. It can be as challenging or as fun and simple as you want. But you can learn more at NASCAR25.com. Go check it out. Big congrats to iRacing Studios for a fantastic game. And definitely check it out if you are a fan of American oval racing. But for now, we've been keeping an eye, of course, on the Daytona 24. And as it sits right now, Drago Racing continues to lead in the GTP hypercars. It's at roughly 40 seconds over Coanda, but that is traded back and forth at times between themselves and the other Drago team, the number 2 team. From there, things start to really spread apart up in our top 9 that are still running here in the GTPs. From 10th on down, unfortunately, if you are hoping to cheer for any of these teams, they have DNF'd and they are out of this race, but 9 still running over the LMP2s. It is the 003 of gridandgo.com esports that is leading. A little bit of a smaller gap than what we saw in the GTPs at about 33 seconds, but it is certainly not very close, at least at this stage between them. But you are missing only 3 rather, of our LMP2s that have retired at the back of that field. Down in the GTDs, the biggest field of the 3 classes competing, Williams F1 team have been trading the lead back and forth, both with each other and with Drago Racing, who currently sits in 4th in that number 68. We expect when those Williams cars take a pit stop, they will get back to that battle, as they are separated right now since they're just a few laps off from one another. Last of our GTDs that are still running is the Drago Racing number 69 with Daniel Pastor in that car running 18th. Everyone behind them are out. There is a large number of GTDs that have sadly wrecked out of this race. And as we come back to the number 5, our overall leader, cruising and looking pretty darn comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, Spence has been on a roll whenever we've seen him in the car. He's led 485 laps so far on the event. The 5 machine has been on rails. Coanda's starting to chip away a little bit right now at this point of the run, but they've been able to nail the strategy very well. The 5 machine has to be able to get better fuel economy than everybody else by 6 laps, and it's helped them grow the gap once you have the difference on the tires here. But all of this as well in LMP2, the 10-lap gain, 10 positions gained by Torres, one of the talking points as things have changed a lot recently in this class.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't really noticed that Torres up those 10 spots, have been doing a fantastic job. Might be 11 because they're still fighting with P2, Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage. Actually, I should point out that was really a battle for 4th and 3rd earlier, but now battle for 3rd and 2nd. So they are continuing to climb and continuing to look extremely strong as the number 1 of Williams with Beckham Jasir, currently the one pushing the way for Parker White in behind in the 6. And they are working well together now. What will happen when it comes to decide who is going to win this race?
Well, one thing to keep in mind is they just got done with their pit stops too as well, and they have a significant gap over their rivals of the Drago Racing team with Alex is done right now. So they got quite a bit of a gap. Let's see if they can maintain it. 8 seconds is the difference between themselves and Drago Racing, a Lamborghini, as we go back and watch Watch the LMP2 traffic here, as down to the inside is going to be that 42 machine of we see from Torres, as he will try and take the second spot away as they head to the International Horseshoe.
The Betmaster car is not done, though, as up the inside, Delatraz Automotive is going to take it right back. It carries on into the kink. This can be tough to do too wide, and it looks like Torres knows that. He ducks in behind Andre. As behind them, they've got, I do believe, some GTP traffic adding complications, and they're being approached by fourth and fifth in their own class. Things about to get exciting here, and I almost wonder if there was some contact to cause the car to suddenly jump around like that. Now under threat, Torres goes from attack to defense. Here comes Nathan Olson trying for third place, Justin.
Trying to find a way to get around, and you can see the Betmaster TC Esports machine trying to use the Williams as a pick here. Wasn't allowed to happen, though. The 909 forced the peel up to get themselves around so they didn't lose the time. It's getting really aggressive here. This is the most aggressive it's been in LMP2 for a while now, with the opportunity for a podium. Even though there's a lot of time left, still in prime position to where if you control things from here and build a buffer, you might be able to run away.
Well, and that, I think that's what Andre would like right now, is a little bit of a buffer, which he's only got about half a second from that. So it's not a major gap, but he's no longer under pressure like we saw before. In the meantime, it's Piatek on Olsen. Now it's almost trickling backwards a little bit as the battle works its way for fourth place. Effect Simulations, the 909, will stay in that spot for the time being, but has to go defensive as well as try to slide underneath the number 9 car. That GTD is going to at least stay off to the side for the time being. But this has added a whole wrench into things. These cars fighting this hard while they're having to navigate through traffic.
Piatek now having to be in the catbird seat, ready to capitalize on any mistake that happens in front of him as they work their way out of the Western Horseshoe over to the transition corner of turn number 6. Big time slide as they come up into the banking here, and Torres now has to try to hold off the hard chargers that we see behind him as they work their way up through the banking here. And Nathan Olson really trying to see if he can catch back up with Piatek right there. It's trouble for one of our drivers we've been watching here. The Door Esports machine number 20 had it off somewhere.
Guy Levesque seems to have run into trouble. That battle with Cody Deef, I think, has now fully been put to the side. After that, those two teams have been racing one another for quite some time now. So a bit of a shame to see them no longer near each other. But if you're the 14 team, you might be relieved that you're no longer in that battle. In the meantime, Andre's relief was brief because Torres is back with him as they fight for P2 in the LMP2s. Coming into the braking, though, way farther outside there for Torres. And kind of surprised that he backed off as early as he did.
Yeah, I think just for now, there's a sense of urgency, but you don't want to just send it up the inside, take the position, or rather make contact and risk not making the position here. So it's about picking the right timing with the pull of the draft. So it's an opportunity for them to try and compress things a bit, wait for the chance to peel along. It's going to be, though, where are they going to get a quality opportunity to get alongside?
I think we might have a replay of what happened to the 20 car. So this is coming down into the International Horseshoe, I think. Oh, and had a little bit of help from the battles that we have been watching. And again, the difficulty in getting turned around. Great job, everybody. That's an awkward placement of that Mercedes, but eventually they'll face the right way. We come back to the 4-car battle for second place in the LMP2s. This has suddenly come alive out here. And the other thing that is rare is that, we've seen a couple teams being close to one another and kind of changing the dynamic. This is 4 different teams, Taylor, all fighting one another. So there are no ties out here.
Absolutely. It's every driver, every man out there for himself here in this stage of the race, and they are going to fight for it here in the LMP2. Big time send to the inside by Oliver as he tries to force the issue and get that position away. Move him up a spot as he tries to fight, but we see right there as we watch the 909 tries to send it back to him on the inside. Haymaker thrown after haymaker between the two of them. These two teams have been going at it as they nearly make contact before the kink.
So close, both of them sliding off of the international horseshoe, and back in line he goes. I thought for sure that Olsen had that one this time, but to no avail. Piatek, really a hard fighter. He was not letting that one sit still. He continues to ride just behind Abel Torres, but now he's really got to watch his mirrors. One of the GTPs starting to rock up behind them, but catches them on the banking, so that should be a nice easy pass around the outside.
No issues with the traffic here, but look at this though. Wasn't going to say no issues. That was near contact there as blended up onto the top line did Torres there. That really shook things up a little bit for the compromise line for the GTP. You got to be predictable in terms of traffic management. And that's the tough part, where if you are predictable, you better be able to allow your competitor a chance to respond to avoid contact there.
And Andre has used this wonderfully. He is now well ahead of them. I think he's going to get caught back up because last time we saw this gap, they eventually reeled him in. Abel Torres going to try and do his best, although he's still under attack this time right up the inside of turn one. Piatek almost gets through on him. Can he manage to do what he fended off before? And yes, he slots back in and is now into third place, trying to set off after Darius. Now, what does Olsen do now that it's Torres in front of him instead of Olivier?
Well, right now they're going to try to settle in here as they head into the Western Horseshoe. You're right on board with Olivier as they work their way out of the Western Horseshoe, coming out of there towards the transition of turn number 6. No one blinking just yet, going for the big sends. Just settle in, get onto the banking, try to see if you can slingshot past your competitor here in this part before you head into the Le Mans chicane.
Currently the gap between P2 and P3 is about 0.6 of a second. So he hasn't caught Andre in these few corners that he's been ahead. Torres still on the defense, though you can see Olsen close behind him. Going to go by the Lamborghini, and both do manage to get through in time, so neither looks to be held up. But that was a great run through the chicane from Olivier as he starts to pull away from Torres, who cannot seem to keep pace here.
Yeah, at this point right now, Piatek, I think, has a better flow of the car, has been 0.2 of a second quicker the past 5 laps to be able to make these passes here. And while you have the draft for Torres to be able to close up, you see a couple car lengths. I think right now the way the downforce levels are built up are more advantageous. By the way, Aaron Vasquez, he's looking to say, can I join in too? Matt Performance looking to say, it's time for Matt to join the fun.
Ooh, this is interesting, about to become a 5-car fight. And I was wrong. It looked like Olsen actually dropped back from Torres. Torres was holding on to Piatek there. Pretty good. Oh, as they've got a GTD car kind of sandwiched between them, as there is an attack now for second place. Andre didn't, once again, unable to get away from this group, but as he rebuffs Piatek, Abel Torres tries to pick up the pieces. He backs out before they get to turn 6. Will it change now as they come to the banking of NASCAR 1 and 2? There's been an ebb and flow in this group. 1.2 cars battle, and then the next thing you know, it's another 2 that work together.
That's one of the things you have to learn when it comes to this endurance style of racing, the give, the take, and how much you're willing to just hold position, how much you're willing to go for the attack and just try to make up ground on your competitors here, as these drivers are putting on an absolutely incredible show here tonight in this hour. We still have over 10 hours to go as we ride on board with the 909 machine of Nathan Olsen as he tries to keep pace with the drivers in front of him, hitting speeds close to 200 miles per hour.
Coming up to the braking of turn 1. Does look like Olivier's getting close to Delatraz, but not quite close enough. Although, no, he's going to get to the inside. Holy cow, and he elbows him out of the way. Andre that time could not withhold that blue Mercure number 11. He tries to send it back on him and forces him off the racing line. This is getting personal now between the pair of them.
Both sides have just given away all the give and take. They want the spot. They want this over with. They want to make sure they get the position at this point. If you're the Delatraz machine, it's simple. Get the pass done. They're not afraid to use the elbows because of how much Piatek has sent it. Nearly getting turned around again as they go to the in and out. Once again, look at the hard break on the arc attempt to push them wide.
My goodness. One harsh move, and it was like the gloves are off. We're going it. Let's take a look at the replay, as it looks like up above, Andre might still be under threat. This was what started it all. I mean, he came from a long way back. Like I said, it looked like he wasn't close enough to make a move, but then suddenly when they entered the picture, he was slicing up the inside.
Well, I mean, wasn't there a certain famous racing driver who once said, if you don't go for a gap, you're no longer considered a racing driver?
Everybody brings up that quote, but never within the context. That's a whole other story. We'll get into that as the battle rages on with the Piatek. Again, we're going to see a battle for that second place, but the roles have been reversed. Andre, we can see him up ahead as they're now bringing in another friend. And this time, a car off to the outside trying desperately to stay out of the way because things are getting frantic in there. It looks like Vasquez on Olsen switches and sells him a dummy as he moves initially to the outside, then gets to the inside. Oh, and they're going to make contact off the corner, having to back out of it. Olsen just about sent Vasquez around.
That was a tough spot there. Effect simulations looked like to try to go for the crossover back to the inside. Instead, loosen them up. Now you have the Coanda machine setting in near contact for their elbows in the GTP hypercar. At this point, you have to weigh the positives and the negatives here. Do you want the spot so bad you race the car? There's still a lot of time to go. You have to make sure your car survives all this. You don't want to burn up all your goodwill at this point of the race.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Elvis is being as aggressive as he is. I mean, he is trying to race to catch up to the lead in his class, but it's a long ways, and he's taking some serious risks. They must think that it's possible to try to run down that leader if they push this hard. He's going to just about clear this group and be done with them for now, but it certainly shook things up a little bit. What was already a topsy-turvy battle for second place. So your current order in those LMP2s, since that all changed around, was Piatek second, Andres now third, Torres fourth, Vasquez fifth, and Olsen in sixth. So he was in a hurry to get to the pits, apparently, Taylor.
I mean, I guess he needed to get to pit road, and either he needs to have a drink, have to use the bathroom, who knows? I mean, there is a driver change possibly that could come into play here for Elvis Rankin as he now comes down to pits. That will give second place back to Michael Romanides in the Drago Racing number 2, but now he's got to go back and pass them all again when he gets back out onto the track.
So Mitchell de Jong, it looks like, is going to hop into that Coanda car, and a lot of these drivers up in that GTP lead are 10,000 plus iRating. Those that aren't aware, iRating is a system that iRacing uses for matchmaking purposes. So I mentioned that it uses the average of your team to put you into splits here in the endurance race. Well, if you have over 10,000, you are in rare air because there's maybe we've got like a couple dozen on the sim that have reached that at this point out of tens of thousands of drivers.
I would have to say so. I would have to say it's probably under 20 drivers in total that have a 10,000 iRating.
Yeah, that sounds about right from what I've seen. Extremely uncommon. And if you get at 10,000, you're not in top split. You've done something wrong with your team choice. So not too great of a surprise, but yeah, it is some serious heat up at the front of the field as we come back to the battle for second. Still dealing with a few cars. Oh, and I think that there's going to be another swap. No, excuse me, that was one of our GTPs that is going through, but it opened the door. And now Torres and Vasquez going to be racing side by side coming down to the International Horseshoe. It looks like Torres is going to get away with that one and hold on to fourth.
Yeah, very lucky there with some of these situations with the traffic. But I think Vasquez, with all this racing and battling here, really taking advantage because the Matt Performance machine has been kind of very quiet in the course of this race when we popped in with them, really picking up the tempo as of late to be able to join into the conversation here. But we know Vasquez as a driver, he can put together rapid speed. He's been with a lot of big organizations over his racing career after all. It's just been about keeping the mindset as a sim racer on the racing itself to be able to help your team. And right now he's doing that with all these spots picked up.
Riding on board with that 909. Just following in the wake of Aaron Vasquez. What a stint this has been for Aaron. Ran down that group as he takes a lot of curb on the exit of Le Mans. And has brought them back up to fifth where they qualified for this race. So Aaron taking the Matt Performance 129 and trying to do one better maybe as he starts to enclose upon Torres and actually weaving behind him, trying to distract him with some flashing lights is in front of them. Andre wants that spot back from Piatek. Is it going to be round two, or the boxing gloves still ready to go between the pair of them? No, he doesn't send it in this time.
Nope, thinks better of it right there and is trying to hold on for dear life as we watch these drivers negotiate. Piatek just trying to make sure he can hold on to that position here, because look at the hard charge that we're seeing from Darius as he tries to put the pressure on to get Oliver to make that mistake.
Back through the Western Horseshoe once again. Absolutely riding the coattails of that number 11 machine, not letting him get away. Up through turn 6. You don't often see passes from here into the bus stop chicane, but sometimes things can happen. They do have a little bit of lap traffic in front of them. They're going to move to the high side. I think that might be the Door Esports car of Gui that we saw a little earlier. He dutifully stays on the low line as they work their way around him, sizing him up, but deciding not to go, as I think maybe that was a push instead from the number 21, who gets the shot off the corner as the traffic certainly does not help Piatek at that stage. And here we go. Good run by Darius. Tries to cut back in, and he's once again going to give him a bump. So what I thought was going to be another fierce fight is actually a little bit of cooperation.
Co-opetition, if you will, to use one of the terms there.
It.
Yes, I know you were waiting for that term to come out. Pit window's opening up already for these drivers, by the way, so I think that's going to burn back the aggression anyway. Why send it the lap before you're going to have to pit when you know you're going to potentially have a race off the pit road and immediately have to battle potentially on colder tires anyway? So I think that's kind of the thought now is just get lined up, get ready to go on your box, because the expected lap is this time for the pack.
Yeah, and it looks like they're, for the most part, on the same pit strategy. Might be a lap difference between some of them, so it could be a bit split on who comes in when. But yeah, it's about to get active for all of these LMP2 teams in the pit lane. And whoever can get in and out most efficiently and have a good pit stop, good wind up, jumping this group and finally breaking away from the melee.
Currently on board with the Movano Rosso team, their Porsche 963 with Andrea Barillaro, the Italian driver who is trying to work his way through. Of course, the number 30 has had quite a bit of a up and down situation. They're 8 laps behind the overall leader, sitting 8th position as they negotiate through some of the lap traffic in the LMP2 category. But good to see that they're still pressing forward, trying to keep up with their teammate, the Movano Rossa team, currently held by Loic Marcandi, who is in the 75 Acura.
I'm trying to see what Movano translates to here, because I know that Rosso obviously means red in Italian. And there we go. Our various teams, at least half the teams coming in to take their stops. We see Andre hit his stall. We won't know because we've cut away. Well, it looks like Olsen carries on along with Torres.
And that part's expected here. They are on 23 laps. So that's a small differences there that you have to keep in consideration with looking at potential stints. The factor on in is, you know, they're going to have potential overcut or undercut depending on the car situation. It's just a matter of making sure you time that up well. And remember, some of these teams too, like Solpac Precision, who is also just pinning that wave a couple seconds back, just made a driver change. Blue McCure's making a driver change right now with Augustin Bernier. There's also the chance the battle's going to keep up with different drivers depending on how the rotation works out for your team.
And this is something I also love about endurance racing, Taylor, is he's actually pushing him out of pit exit. Now, the cars actually, I think, might be a little bit ghosted together as they do have that ability. It looks like now they have separated, so you can't get away with that. Now going to send it up the inside as the 21 has clearly not lost any fervor, and it is still Andre behind the wheel, and it is still Piatek next to him. So they did not swap drivers out, and he did wind up managing to get ahead. So Andre into fourth after that pit stop. But I was going to say, Taylor, that I do love that in this team racing event, you have different drivers have different paces. So there is absolutely going to be a bit of a change in the dynamic of the battle if you change drivers.
Absolutely, Joe, and that's one of the things. You're going to have drivers who are maybe the drivers that are that middle stage, you know, just keeping the car on the track, in the sense, if you think about it, that gentleman driver type aspect who is just going to try to keep it on the track, race hard, but not try to spin it into the wall. And then you have your high level, your fast drivers, your pro level drivers you think about, who go out there, really give it 110% every lap. And those are the ones you want to kind of have start the race and finish the race, and then have your middle drivers just work their way through, as we now see the blend now situation. Who is going to be the one to win the race when it comes through off of pit road? Because here comes Olsen and Torres as they come out of pit road, and here comes the drivers of Piatek and Andrea as they enter into turn one. It's going to be a close call as they come off a pit exit. Pit limiters off. They're able to sneak away and maintain position over the rest of the competition.
More importantly, the battle between Olivier and Darius has cost them time. They're about 2 seconds back currently. So, yeah, I think this has not worked out for them. Vasquez, though, gets by Piatek as he gets involved in this fight. There you can see him sneaking back into position ahead of the 11. And things are side by side between the 42 and the 909 fighting for P2. Torres comes out in front ahead of Olsen. So, yeah, the pit stops did nothing to squash the fun there in that fight for spots. I have to ask you, though, Taylor, do you really think anybody in this top split counts as a gentleman driver?
Absolutely not. No, this is all top-level, pro-level drivers here. I was meaning more to maybe something like me and you, Joe, in our splits that when we used to race these events. So, and speaking of Aaron Vasquez, I mean, you're talking about last year's defending LMP2 class winner as well. So he knows a thing or two. Give him time. He may find his way up towards the front of the field before this is all said and done, as we're back on board here with our machine in that number 21 machine as he tries to fight his way through with Darius Andrade trying to hunt down your race leader. And there you see the 129 giving him the bumper and pushing him through the tri-oval.
And that's what I wondered, is whether or not Vasquez would try and work together, knowing that they had lost touch with those two ahead of them. So, yeah, I think that is a sign of a very smart driver, as Aaron is not trying to fight too hard, knowing that Darius is quick himself. So there's no point in them swapping positions lap after lap as they continue to lose a chance at maybe fighting for P2 instead of P4.
Yeah, this is where, again, big picture racing, if you feel like it's more beneficial to work together, do it. Try and close the up. Right now, for reference, The outlap's going to be a little bit harder on the time. It's the 139s right now because of the outlap situation. But for some of the others here, you're talking about needing to close up a couple seconds. If you can get yourself at least into the whiff of the draft of those two, you can potentially help yourself there and leapfrog ahead to the other pack if you're Delatraz. If you get the help from Map Performance, it's just a matter of will they get that assistance, or will Vasquez feel as a driver he could be much better in the clean air to push on his own to then latch on the draft. It really depends on what the preference is of the team and the driver and what they feel the situation looks like.
Riding on board with Aaron Vasquez now. Not as close as he was last time by. Not sure if he'll be able to get up there to give a bit of a push to Darius this time. But we'll see what the lap time looks like between themselves and Olsen, who currently sits in third, still hanging on to the back of Torres. Although not by much. It's about 3/4 of a second between them right now, so that gap seems to be growing. This time across the line, Andre with a 37.5, Olsen 37.4. Okay, so they are losing a little bit.
Yeah, not what they need by a 10th or so a lap for the most part, but the back of the pack with Piatek is getting a little bit of a pull to close them on up. So it, just those little differences what that I was just talking about. If you can get a 10th quicker, that little extra bit will help close you up long run. It's not going to come down in massive, massive chunks here. If you're realistic here, you have to be able to set something established on consistent pace to get there.
Now, to stress the level of competition in this top split, and this is just in drivers that are in the car right now, the lowest that we can find is over 7,600 iRating. That's the lowest in the car right now. Now, there might be somebody with lower that is taking part in this whole session, but that is still just crazy to think about, that is the lowest. The highest my iRating ever was 3,900, and that was when I was very focused. The fact that a 7,600 is your bottom level of this thing is mind-boggling.
Yeah, it kind of is, but it shows the dedication, just how well you are in official races and the grind you're willing to put in, because the higher up in iRating you go, Joe, the harder it is to gain it. You get to, say, 4,000 or 5,000, you're talking about a win, depending on your split and what your car number is, can get you 10, 20, maybe 30 iRating, unless you're in the highest SOFs. So it takes years of build-up and grinding to get there if you want to raise that up, to bring that attention to yourself, to help continue the development, to draw the attention of bigger teams, to help keep you moving up and up with that iRating going up and up.
Yeah, it's not exactly a negative feedback loop. So it's not something that you win and you just keep winning that iRating. It's you have to work on it, like you said. So as we follow the pair that is still chasing, that's Andre in the green and white. That's Vasquez in the red, white, and blue behind him. This last time by, they were still about a 1/10 of a second slower than Olsen, who is actually just past Torres. They swapped positions up there. Wow, that was strange. What happened between them just now?
Yeah, good question. I think it was more so just Effect got the run to be able to make the swap draft in that battle situation. Now it's the question, though. Can Olsen establish it? Because we've already seen Effect Simulation's long run has slipped back into the heart of the pack several times today. Now it's about, can you establish it? By the way, these drivers are slowly also picking up time on Grid and Go Esports over the course of the run, since they also recently made a change. So right now, if they consistently do what they're doing lap times, gain a 10th or two, maybe a couple of tenths per lap, you can get there in about 3-4 hours to the race lead.
That time by was quicker, 38.4 for Torres. Of course, he got passed, and then Andre with a 38 flat. So they gained about half a second. Let's see how difficult it can be to get a consistent lap with this traffic certainly not helping. Almost looked like contact from that angle, but hard to tell if they actually did touch with that Porsche. In the meantime, behind Vasquez, that is Piatek, who's trying to get back into the mix as well, as we did have second down to 6 fighting with one another, if you're just joining us, for many laps, and they split apart because of the recent pit stops. And now it is the top 2 trying to be caught by the back 3.
And my question on this is going to be the tire strat too, because some viewers will know some teams are double stinting on their tires in the LMP2 side. It's not like GTP Hypercar where you have to take consistent tire stints. With the way the model is now, with the changes to the tire compounds, the LMP2s, you can afford a double stint situation and be able to play around with those windows. And we're seeing that, I think, for some drivers, where that's where we're seeing some of these differences in speed come into play by a couple tenths here.
We're getting close to 4 a.m. virtual standard time here in the simulation version of Daytona Beach. And it's going to see some sun maybe creep over the horizon in a little bit. Sunrise is supposed to come in at about 7:16 a.m. for today. In the meantime, it, I believe, is time for Justin to give us a little bit of an update on some cool features coming to iRacing.
Yes, indeed. You're looking at the Cosworth and its PI toolbox. This was something we discussed earlier with staff members from Cosworth. This development allows you to be able to track in live time data from iRacing natively. That includes being able to track ghost lap files, be able to follow throttle traces, exact braking points, the roll and pitch of the car, the feel of the tires, the aerodynamics you see pop up, for example, on the right, all sorts of information. This is built in with tools for iRacing. There's also help videos Cosworth has, for example, on its YouTube channel to help people learn this. This is a tool that's used across several World Series of manufacturers like IndyCar, the Super Formulas, Porsche, Aston Martin, to be able to learn how to and analyze these cars. These were initially developed, mind you, and still used in Formula One. So for these kits that you have and the ability to use this toolbox, it allows you to really get finite to learn what you need to do with your setup, and as well with your driving line, that you'll have the ability to track everything, even down to the exact compound of the pavement. Hence why it shows asphalt 2 that you'll see there. You see that little blip? You hit a piece of concrete. It can even tell that little slight difference. Very finite details that allow you to learn and be able to develop as drivers and use the exact same tools that real-world data and systems engineers use.
That's just incredible to consider. And again, a testament to how granular things get for drivers of this level, who I can assure you use tools like these to try and find speed and improve in the smallest of ways. But yeah, just looking at this is actually my first time getting to see what all is involved. And like you mentioned, the way that they have even the surface mentioned on there tells you how much information these drivers are looking for. Whatever can get you an advantage, it matters at this level of racing. And of course, you can also utilize these tools on iRacing as well, thanks to Cosworth. So, so cool to see them getting involved. As now it looks like Vasquez is actually caught up enough to give a bump draft to Darius. Well, they'll allow that GTP to go by, but they've also been caught by Piatek, who is now definitely in this group. Last time by, Darius ran a 38.1, Torres a 38.2. So he's making small inroads here and there, it feels like.
Yeah, just a little bit in terms of the distance here. It's just slowly compressing. But again, the thing is, though, the speed needs to be constantly there to close up. They're only evening out to the cars in front on raw speed. So eventually, to me, I think we might potentially see it heat up like we did earlier, because I think for Vasquez as a driver, he's one of the drivers that we've seen, if he feels boxed in, will take an opportunity to make a pass and get this done quickly.
Sounds like the 75 of Movano Rosa, not to be confused with Rosso, having issues. Scott Michaels in the car. And again, we've been seeing this many, many times. That final apex at the bus stop has caught out so many drivers. And mostly it does feel like it's a lot of the prototypes, which are going to be quite a bit more low slung than these GTD cars.
Well, you think about it, Joe, of how low to the ground they are compared to a GTD or even these LMP2 cars. I mean, they're so almost, I would have to say, aerodynamically perfect with how they are and how these drivers and teams set these cars up, that you have to be that way. And you see the times here of how it's working out for our competitors, but just one bad mistake, one bad bump could cost you, like we just saw right there with the Movano car, and he's going to have a lot of work to do to try to recover that, and definitely has caused some damage to the underside of that, and definitely to the diffuser of that Acura.
Now, have we mentioned that the number 3 up in the GTPs, Luke McKeown, currently in that car, is only about 8 seconds behind Drago Racing's number 2. Now, it's not a battle currently, obviously, but maybe something to watch out for, because the gaps up in that class have been mostly quite large, the vast majority of them in the double digits. So I wonder if we have something brewing potentially. And in the meantime, they are, I mean, for comparison, like I was saying, big gaps. The 39-second gap between Alex Spetz and Mitchell de Jong currently up in that GTP class, leading the way while these 3 carry on, hopefully make their way through the Le Mans chicane successfully. Let's take a look at some of those leaders as well. I mentioned Alex Spetz up at the top. Excuse me, we're going to be checking out with 13th split. So we're heading to elsewhere. And this is Alex Harris, currently leading in the GTPs in this split. So nicely done for Paddock.gg. I guess their red car, if they have multiple cars competing. Very nice looking paint, too, I must say, for the 767. And their gap looking to be potentially more than a lap. Meanwhile, in the LMP2s, their Taylor, Lewis Clark from Maple T Racing leading in the 6.
Yeah, a little bit too, I have to say, early in the morning for tea time for these guys over in the UK, but Lewis Clark just holding strong. Very vibrant paint, almost a little bit of a Miami Vice with a little bit of tan right there in the car as he tries to negotiate through some lap traffic in his Dallara LMP2 car.
And then Alexis Chesnier for Virtual Drivers by TX3. Had 2 UK drivers. How about a French driver? And currently leading in the GTDs by just about a minute. So, not too bad. And unfortunately, they have not chosen the IMSA paint, apparently, because the number plate does not look to be correct. And they're sporting some damage, I'm just noticing. So,
yeah,
not a good sign up
right
at the front. I also hear that we're going to be looking at a 4th car. This is Kieran Ormiston for Go Fast Racing. And this is being shown because one of our producers has nominated this as his favorite paint. And that does look pretty snazzy there, Justin. I do appreciate a honeycomb scheme as they kind of have it almost like faded in with a gradient there.
Yeah, it really pops, especially with, it looks like a chrome brush look on the front. So really well done in terms of look. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of using the copyright from Georgia Tech in orange instead, but I mean, it's a good paint scheme overall with the honeycomb. I will give that to credit as the 309A apprentice continues to drive the car pretty well here.
Yeah, you know, you point that out, and I was kind of surprised that it wasn't something Ball State because that's what I would figure that Drew would elect as his favorite. But maybe you couldn't find one in this group. This is where things sit for all the drivers in this 13th split. Lucky number 13 sees Alex Harris in the lead by 16 seconds. I was wrong there. His car was in the pit stop, and I assumed that they were much farther behind. So Sapphire Sim Sport keeping them in check. 16 seconds is close this far into the race for the lead. There you can see, looks like maybe about 3 cars DNF'd in the GTPs. Meanwhile, in the LMP2s, it's even closer with NSC Racing, only 9 seconds behind Maple T Racing Team. From there, nobody else on the lead lap and the Laras. And saved by Super Sub Mads, fun little name there in 8th place, as VPS Racing and Uniracers team both looking like they have had to retire from this one. Meanwhile, Virtual Drivers by TX3 leading by nearly a minute. So the biggest gap that we're seeing of the 3 classes. And again, only 2 are on the lead lap amongst them. You do get some teams with some fun names throughout in the iRacing sim, especially since some of them formed specially for this, so they tend to enjoy themselves. Case in point, NASCAR team, simply NASCAR team down there, certainly paying homage to this track and its other famous race. So there is lucky split number 13, and again, if you want to compete in this, you can. If you're on iRacing, just hop out here and join up with a team. You only need, I think it's a minimum of 2 drivers, is it not?
It is, I believe, a minimum of 2 drivers. But right quick, on the NASCAR team, a little disappointed they didn't go with a Chevy or a Ford team, if you think about it. I mean, there's no Porsches in the NASCAR world, so I mean, why would you do that? You missed a perfect opportunity.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, maybe for next year. If they watch the broadcast, someone will say we got to make a note for next time around. We come back to our top split with Vasquez right behind Andre. Gap still at about 2.7 seconds. They're just crossing the line now, so let's take a look at them compared to Abel Torres. And this time, once again, 1 more tenth. And while a tenth might not seem like much, and it will take a lot of laps if they do that consistently to catch up, they have a lot of laps to go. We're still 522 laps into what is predicting to be a 927 lap race.
Plenty of laps to be able to build, but you have to keep in mind, if you do have a mistake pop up in this type of a race here, you have to give yourself a runway to recover here. Especially since the longer we go through the run and the later you get into the time, the less chances you have to be able to bounce back. For example, you have an incident with 6 hours to go. It's going to be extremely hard to come back from if you lose, say, 40, 50 seconds from that interval compared to right now, where you can have at least 4 hours to play with to battle on position. So you have to make sure you're up on it and limit any mistakes. The later you go, the more crucial it is to make sure you limit any problems.
Had a question from chat about what the strength of field was for split number 13. For those not familiar, strength of field is the average I rating of all those who signed up. And that was 3,011. Still pretty good. That's pretty respectable, especially considering that is the 13th split. So that tells you how many splits above them are even higher in terms of that strength of field. Well, are we going to have a change for position? Vasquez leaves the door open. Piatek says, thank you very much. I'm going to take that one away. That does cost them a little bit of time up to Darius. They could catch back up to there. A little bit of a guard to the inside by Piatek, but Olivier has now solidly got that P5. That, Taylor, was somewhat unexpected. Well, we've now seen a tiny little bit of a switch up. Is that going to change things? Because it was pretty well working together between Vasquez and Andre. Will Piatek do the same?
I think Piatek's going to try and wait till they get onto the banking right here. You also see right behind Mitchell de Jong right there trying to climb up through the running order and get through these LMP2s as quickly as possible as they come through the high bank here at Daytona. And he's now going to find his way to quickly get around. And now we'll see the P2s get around the GTD Porsche, the number 92 machine, as they head into the Le Mans chicane.
The ever-present threat of traffic throwing a wrench in your system. Always got to keep your head on a swivel, make sure that you don't make an ill-fated move as you either allow faster cars by or pass slower cars, which I am always impressed with the class that's stuck in the middle here. Are we going to get a little bit of a push? Doesn't look like it. I think Olivier is not interested in working together. He's going to go around the outside. Things get aggressive, and the pass does not work. Almost becomes vulnerable to Aaron Vasquez behind him, but he's able to shut the door before Vasquez can do anything. All right, so, but I was going to say, Taylor, that when you're in this middle class, I feel like it's so much harder because you're having to make those class passes as well as be passed. And I think having the attention front and back at the same time is not an easy task.
It really is not, and you have to be so careful when it comes to this style here with these competitors as we watch more of the hypercars work their way through, as the Drago racing machine of Michael Romanides is also trying to negotiate. And like you said, that's the tough break for being that middle group. You got the pace to get around the GT cars. You even got the pace sometimes to get around maybe some of the slower hypercars if you have the pace and the speed. But you got to be so careful about that give and take through the field and these competitors amongst them, and know when and when not to attack to get around the slower traffic, and when to just give a little bit of a breather and let the hypercars guide.
We've got an update from the iRacing team. They're putting Corey Vervinck back in the car down in that 35th split. So if you're racing in that split 35, just be aware. You know how those Hoosier drivers can be.
Well, all you can say is, you better hold on to the lead. There's a big importance for him to make sure he doesn't lose the time and bend the car. Just survive for the next couple hours and then hand it off the keys.
Yeah, and that is a big part of team racing. It's not just your investment. It definitely changes the dynamic. I've heard so many drivers mention that in the past, Taylor, that you know, there's a selflessness that suddenly enters into it because racing drivers are naturally selfish, that they feel so much more disappointed because they've affected not just your own race, but everybody else who has been invested in that team's race.
Absolutely. It's probably one of the biggest things that you don't want to be the guy or the driver that bends the car or gets collected in an incident when racing in these endurance races. I mean, for me personally, I know I've been behind the wheel of a car in these 24-hour races where either I get caught up in someone else's mess or a faster car decides to be over-aggressive in the early stages. So it is so critical to just try to find that perfect balance of aggression and patience when you try to negotiate this race.
Easier said than done, as we've seen from plenty of these top drivers who've even had their own mistakes. And some of these that we've been watching have surprised us, that's for sure. Olivier, is he going to go for it again? Because he's got a run here. And this time he does not have Vasquez close behind. Oh, and a little bit of contact between himself and Andre as he mistimed it, tries to duck back underneath, goes for the move down to the inside of turn one. Remember, these two have history making contact earlier in the race. Are they going to have it happen again in this side-by-side battle down into the International Horseshoe? Darius has the inside, and indeed they are going to make contact. This allows Vasquez to get down to the apex, but not get the drive off of the International Horseshoe. Olivier will stay in fifth position. And once again, the gloves are off.
Yeah, again, I think part of that was just the mistiming of when to cut to the outside with the run. But that was a very borderline move to be able to cut on that apron. to try and set up the side-by-side in the first place. I think that's why you see the arc attempt with the contact on the entry there. So it's about picking the spots, once again, that we've emphasized. In that case, Piatek is making it clear he wants to get this done, and he's not afraid to go into the gray area and force it on through it if it comes down to it for a lunge.
Yeah, I'd certainly be wary if I was Andre, because twice now you've had this driver be extremely aggressive on you, and we've got 10 hours left to go in this race. There's no reason to throw things away right now. They do have the track position, and I'm sure they want to keep that, but I feel like, you know, there's that risk versus reward, Taylor. You kind of have to weigh the scale. Do I really want to risk the car for fourth position with 10 hours left?
Gray area you're talking about. I'm thinking more on that Piatek went full on dark side on the competitors around him with how aggressive he is as he's trying to fight his way through the running order.
Indeed, and he's right on board now with Vasquez. You can see him get ever closer. He's also going to know that that car is willing to take some risky moves, so he might give a little bit of space just to make sure he doesn't get caught up in a wreck, but at the same time, he's going to want to stay close because he knows if those two tangle, they get offline, he could get an easy 2 for 1.
He could if they get very aggressive, but I don't know if there's going to be enough of a buildup unless they really slow each other up here, and it's been this type of a day where 3 wide hasn't been common unless it's been traffic management. So I think for Vasquez, it's waiting to see if you get a chance to get back alongside like you did in the first case with that pop out with the side-by-side into the International Horseshoe. Set something up from there as here comes some GTD traffic, though this is going to break everything up.
That is a lot of GTD traffic, and it looks like it'll work out well for Olivier. In fact, I think that he pulled nearly a second over Vasquez because of that, but Andre also about 8 tenths ahead of Piatek because of that. So all 3 of them get spread apart by GTD cars as one of our GTPs now sneaks on through and will temporarily interrupt.
Just a little bit of the traffic yet again coming to play. It's been impressive, though, what we've seen here over the course of this run, Joe, to be specific, because for the drivers, it's for a lot of these cases getting into position to be able to get spots over the course of the run. And usually we've seen the battle packs gravitate. This race has felt a little bit different, where we've seen a lot of drivers just go on their own at Daytona and break away from the packs. They've had to work to get back into a pack all throughout this one. So it's been a combined effort by all these teams here to be able to strap up and say, let's get a chance for another position.
Wow, things now up to a 1.5 seconds between Darius and Olivier. So this traffic has been a painful one for the number 11. And he's still got Vasquez with him, so he's not completely out of the woods either. There he is, as you can see, getting by those Porsches and continuing to try and put pressure on 5th place. Well, if you don't feel yourself having to push this hard to be at this top level in the sim, don't forget that there's also the iRacing Arcade coming soon. And you can try the free demo, which I have. It is a ton of fun. This is definitely for those who maybe want the lighter side of things, but it's not just the driving. Don't forget, there's all kinds of cool stuff that you can do in building the team and working your way up through the ranks. iRacing Arcade. It'll be released in early 2026 for PC on Steam. Go try the free demo. It is a blast.
Really nice game, to say the very least. An opportunity to have that casual experience, but also has some sanctioning from some big organizations. I love how there's so many different unique tracks, though, to be able to race on the service and race in the iRacing Arcade, to look at the various different landscapes, beautiful looks around these racetracks here.
Yeah, you saw there's a lot of sanctioned tracks that you've got with cars and that are real licensed cars that you can race. There is the Porsche Cup. You've got the IMSA GTP cars as well that you can race in there. And then, of course, can't forget that they've got Formula cars as well as some of the lower end machines. You saw the the smaller Formula cars out there that you can race on the sim, all up and down the order. Let's take a look at how the race is going right now here for the Daytona 24, starting with the GTP's Drago Racing up at the top, still by about 39 seconds. It's been hovering at that distance over Coanda, and at times their other Drago Racing teammates in the number 2 behind them. But for now, Coanda has settled into about a 5-second gap over them. There are 5 cars that have retired, though, sadly, from our GT class that you can see here at the bottom. Over in the LMP2s, gridandgo.com esports, currently up at the front by 34 seconds over Effect Simulations 909, which has actually been able to run away from the battle behind them that has been just raging on. Betmaster TC has dropped off of them, but Delatraz Motors Automotive by Majors, Blue Mercure, and Matt Performance have been at each other's throats, fighting for that 4th spot with a number of DNFs. 3 are gone from our LMP2s. Over in the GTDs, Williams F1 Gaming currently hold the upper hand over Drago. And while it was a back and forth for quite some time, and as you can see, there's about 30 seconds between them, when they do get back on the same pit cycle here, Drago Racing has definitely fallen back, and Williams ran them down from many seconds behind and are leading as a duo. But we do have a number of cars missing here from our GTDs, as only about 18 of them are still running at this stage out of 32 that started. Nearly half of the GTDs have had to retire, and we still have 10 hours left to go. We're going to take a quick break here, but we're going to keep the racing on screen. Let's go full throttle. Love the sounds that iRacing provides. They put a lot of work into that, just as much work as the visuals and the realism, the cars. And I can tell you on a personal level as well, knowing one of the guys on our team here, the production crew, Sean, actually does some of the help with recording that audio. And the pickiness that he has about audio, I can tell you that they do a good job. This is a guy that has worked professionally doing live audio for rock bands before. So he knows what he's doing. He knows how to deal with loud noises, and just a fantastic job by the iRacing crew to make these cars sound fantastic. Welcome if you're just joining us. This is the iRacing Daytona 24 here in 2026. I'm Joe Peak, joined by Justin Prince and Taylor Burris to take you through the graveyard shift of our third stint of coverage here of this fantastic 24-hour race. Looks like, Taylor, we still got a bit of a battle happening between Andre and this time Tristan Cabrera, I believe. So the blue number 11 has swapped out drivers.
Yeah, swapping out a little bit of drivers here, giving Oliver Piatek a break here and seeing how he can negotiate through all this now as he'll let Cabrera do battle with Darius. So now Darius now has to figure out what is Cabrera's driving style going to be like. And you already see the headlights flashing on that number 11 Dallara, and he is showing that he's going to be aggressive up on the wheel and also ready to take the fight to his teammate here and try to do battle and represent the Blue Mercurio Esports number 11 here tonight.
Tristan taking over for Piatek in that number 11 car. And we'll see how this changes that dynamic. Both of them having pitted, looks like about a lap ago while we were doing our little onboards, taking a short break. But only one of the teams, interestingly, having that driver swap, as each team kind of knows how their own schedule goes. And for those wondering how the driver dynamic works, Justin, there is what they call a fair share. Do you want to kind of give a rough explanation of how this works, what is decided, what's legal in terms of driver usage?
Yes, well, when it comes to fair share, it kind of works like this. To put it simply, each driver in the session must get a fair share of that lap, or else there's disqualification. What that is 25% of an equal share of the race. For example, one of the examples iRacing gives in the session for those wanting a reference is 75 laps of a distance, has 3 drivers on the team. The fair share would be calculated by 75 laps divided by 3 divided by 4, so 1/4. That equals to the next closest whole number 7 laps apart of that stint, or part of that race, should say. So for each of those drivers, they have to get a minimum of 7 laps in, or else they get a disqualification. It's about making sure you manage your rotation, drivers, Joe, as a result, to fit within those limits, and make sure you don't just have one driver put in, say, 90% of the work, and 2 drivers do the rest of the 10%. You have to balance it out to at least where each of them have to get a quarter of the share of the driver's rotation.
Exactly. They want it to be a true team effort out there, and you can't have just one person trying to drag it forward. As I think we're going to be checking in on another split in a little bit. So looks like actually potentially right now. This is 24th split since the fans were asking earlier. This split is a strength of field of 2,200. Hunter Smith is currently leading in the GTP Hyper cars for Little Eagle Racing GTP White. Looks like he's sporting the appropriate from the United States driver, the Cadillac team out here.
Yeah, look at the PRI Hoosier 500 decals. I was about to note this when we were looking at 35th split, because this is actually the sister car to one of the RTs we looked at from the 35th split, who was some of the drivers who have ran in that IndyCar-based race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the virtual side. So some of the drivers with oval experience and open wheel cockpits making appearances and looking dominant by a lap.
much like the real Daytona 24. You get all stripes coming out to try and compete, as it is slightly off season, but obviously sim racing seasons are a little bit all over the place sometimes. Meanwhile, down in the LMP2s, Matt Hugh for Syndicate Racing leads in the number 9. They've got roughly a minute over the next nearest car, and a car that's probably pretty easy to spot. Gotta love that fluorescent green on purple on black. Definitely looks very cool and very 90s. So also apparently not following the IMSA protocol and do not have the IMSA paint scheme on the car. So it's lacking a few number plates. Meanwhile, the 123 team with Dirk Bergmanshoff from Germany, that is an extremely German name, sorry Dirk, is currently leading in GTDs. They've got about a 42-second lead right now. Interestingly, running the Mercedes. We've seen a lot of the Porsches, Taylor, leading in this GTD class up and down through the field, but proof that the BOP does not mean that you need a specific car to win.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is a paint that we give 2 thumbs up to. The only downside I will have to say is they're not running the correct lettering for the IMSA number plate, unfortunately, so I have to minus a couple of points off, but this is a phenomenal paint. Great to see how we're seeing different manufacturers all across a wide variety of splits showcasing and leading the charge in their respective classes here. And I gotta say, great to see the Cadillac roaring, thundering V8 running around here leading in the 24th split.
It's one of the best sounds. We're told to prepare ourselves for the paint we're about to look at here. But let's see. We've got one of the Porsches, and I'm trying to get a bit of a closer look at it.
Oh,
No.
my goodness.
No. I am surprised they're actually showing this, because I've been told in the past this is against the rules, but
This is this is Elliott Sadler Esports too, if you
Okay.
see right there.
this is so very weird for me, because I've covered both of these series in real life, both the Porsche Sprint Challenge and the Mustang Cup. So
Joe, how confused are you?
I'm very confused. My brain hurts right now.
Well, Elliot, I got to give you a little kudos when David Robertson out there doing this. The Porsche Stang is running strong, I would have to say, inside, and still running hard in the top 15. Gentlemen, I'm going to need a moment here.
This is up there. If we give some sort of award at the end of the 24 for best scheme, this definitely is it. Was it a Mustang? Is that what it said?
It's something else too, but this reminds me of the time I used to call some sports car race where the Corvette GTE car, someone decided to turn it into a full-on Renault and make it a Renault racing team and had all the colors and livery, and I'm like, no, you don't do that.
Yeah, exactly. It says, I desire to be a Mustang, I'm informed, so that must be the blue lettering. I couldn't quite make it out. That is wonderful. Yeah, over in the vintage series that I cover on my channel on GSRC, we frequently see in the IMSA vintage that they'll put the Audi paint on the Nissans and they'll put the Nissan paints on the Audis just to mess with us, which is also interesting. This is the order that we've got here in Split 24. Little Eagle Racing GTP White leading, with Multi-20 Run Racing getting one of our awards for a great name out there. Love that. Of course, that's getting to the point where that's a reference where some might not get it if they're younger and just getting into racing. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Syndicate Racing, as we mentioned, is leading, and they actually have a full lap now, it looks like, over the next nearest car, with things still being on, even though it might seem far away. Old Dogs Racing, I do appreciate that one too. Good name. Unfortunately, it looks like they might be out of this race. Next Curve Performance, Green is leading by not quite a lap, a little bit less than half, with Mercury Racing trying to give chase on them. as we scroll through the Carpe Secundum. Not sure what that is supposed to translate to, but maybe some of our Latin fans in the chat can maybe tell us what that one is supposed to be. Wonder if Mustang then is, well, no, because it says they're in a Ford. And so it should show up as a Porsche somewhere. To figure out which team that is, as I must have missed them as we were scrolling through here, unfortunately. As we carry on here, 24 split, a big hello. Congratulations, you made it to the broadcast. Hope you guys continue to have fun, as much fun as we've had checking in on you. Back to the top split, 9.5 hours to go now at this stage. And let me check, where are we in terms of time? 4:30 in the morning. I would hope to still be awake at that point. I missed my college days where 4:30 seemed like an easy time to reach, but kudos to those who want to try and stay up that late in real life to try and not only watch these events, but race in them.
Definitely takes a lot of stamina to be able to do these races, and a lot of resting afterwards, to say the least. Know some of our crew members also getting the 12 hours of stints. Give credit to Renzo Bonner, one of our camera operators today. He's done 12 hours, including by the end of today. And he's also racing a part of this, Joe. So, gonna be very tired, to say the very least. I think for some of the drivers, when you have so many hours you have to manage for some of these competitors, it takes a lot of dedication to do these races as a driver. It takes a lot of dedication with the crew side. It takes a lot of dedication in general if you want to be able to be a part of the Daytona 24.
Yeah, you consider some of the complications that can arise. It's not just that you need one person awake sometimes. You need someone with them, as we mentioned earlier, that sometimes it helps having those teammates that can watch out what else is happening around the race, can be your spotter for you in case you need some help knowing what's coming up behind you or ahead of you in terms of lapping. And more than that, I've seen more than one case, Taylor, where drivers have had a connection issue, and having someone around allows somebody to hop in quickly in case you have a disconnect and you lose less time. If you're the only one awake, you have to wait until either the internet comes back or you can simply reconnect, and by that point, you're often multiple laps down.
I remember it was during the period where we had the Corvette DP, where I had a similar situation where that happened. Thankfully, I had a teammate ready on standby to switch off with me because of my internet connection went down. And so, yeah, it very easily can happen anytime, and you have to make sure, because I've had cases where I've had other teammates and who were in other cars had the same thing happen to them and had no one available to get behind the wheel, unfortunately. So they either had to call someone on Discord or over the phone and try to get them to get on the car, or unfortunately park the car until someone hopped in or until they were able to reconnect.
I'm trying to make out which team we're following here, because I don't think this is for position. But got a couple of our Mercs working together. Look like they are sister teams. Ooh, one of them, though, brushing the wall a little bit. So you can tend to get away with that, Justin, from time to time, as long as you don't smack it.
Yeah, a little bit of a trouble spot there, but by the way, how are things going if you're in the Porsche camp? This is Porsche on Twitch with the Porsche Calendar. Right now, Dane Warren doing Dane Warren things, just driving a smooth race, well on his own for now, but has been able to rally ahead of a lot of drivers like Owen Carroll for now on strategy. Just keeping it smooth. What else can you say when you're the Porsche factory side?
Yeah, and like I said, I've worked with the Porsche Sprint Challenge, so I've worked with Porsche directly, talked with them about various things frequently, and I can tell you that on the sim side, they take it just as seriously. This is majorly important to them, and that goes to show how far sim racing has advanced. That a major manufacturer like Porsche puts significant effort, time, money into winning, into competing well in sim racing. It's super important to them. And while it might not hold the gravitas of their real world program, they are still just as focused. And honestly, they are just as driven, I would say, to win.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Joe, they're in the real world. They're looking to go back to back once again here at the Daytona 24 in the real world, and of course, they just finished up their nighttime practice at Daytona International, and of course, one of the Porsche Penske machines was at the top of the leaderboard in that final practice here a little bit ago. So I know that's going to be a big boost to help get this Porsche 963 up a little bit further in the running order. Has a little bit of work to do, but it is not out of the woods yet. Dane Warren trying to find his way, have a shot of getting up to the 4th position to take the fight to the BMW of Eduardo Leo, who's just up ahead of him, and trying to make short work of that. He's currently, I have to say, 49 seconds behind your 4th place driver of Leo, so he's got quite a bit of work to do, but still plenty of time to make it work.
Exactly. The only thing I wouldn't want in all of this is the thought of Porsche leadership watching over my shoulder with that much pressure on me, because German perfectionism is very much a thing. They accept nothing less than the absolute best out there. Meanwhile, back to the Mercedes, as this is the race for 9th currently, and it is actually a battle. Looks like Door Esports has Windward Esports just behind them. That looks to be the Porsche Peter Beardert, as Beardert continues to try and chase them.
Yeah, I don't think we really mentioned the Winter Esport machine at all, really, over the course of either of the stints so far. So far, they're amongst the teams that gained 26 positions. That is a ton of spots, first of all. That is also the esports team for Winter Europe at this point that races in real life in Europe. So another one of the real world team outfits that's been able to draw talent and draw some of the 10K racers, of course, as well. Ran in the IMSA Esports Championship in 2025. Has big connections with a lot of big drivers on the platform also.
Yeah, I mentioned, you've got the major manufacturer involved. It's real racers have very much started to discover not just the importance, but the fun of sim racing. And somebody in the background was up against the wall out of the Le Mans chicane. Could not see who, but it looked like as we flashed by that it may have been a Lamborghini. Hopefully, as I think they're searching for a replay a little bit later. I was wrong also, by the way. That was not the Stint 1 Motorsports of Peter behind these two. This is 4th position, but again, I think they're working together, these two Mercedes, both battling for 9th spot. But Daniel Moret, for a long time, has touted and been using the importance of sim racing to help spread the word, and it's been called iRacing. Now, it sounds like we might have a replay of what I had just spotted, and I think that was the 26, which is a Lambo. So, yeah, this is Zezzy Esports. Now, what has happened to them? They were already well down the order. Excuse me, almost last place. And with this coming into the Le Mans chicane, I'm going to take a stab that it is that last curb. Oh, no, well, it was kind of. It looked like it started on the 3rd curb. They threw us a curve ball. But whatever the case, their curve wound up in the wall. And now they are in pit lane, having to take some repairs because of it. And probably not having the best of time. But you take the good with the bad in endurance racing. You get back out there and you hope to keep going until the checkers.
Right quick, as we go back up to our LMP2 battle, and they are back at it again. Ring the bell. It's time to go back at it for round 3 as we watch these competitors do battle for position. You ride on board with Darius Andrea as he goes nose to tail with Augusta Canapino, a former IndyCar driver, as they will do battle side by side as they head down into turn number 6. And Darius will get the spot ahead of Canapino for position as they climb the banking.
Lines between real racing and sim racing further blurred Augustine getting roughed out of the way. Darius back up onto the podium now, but he's got 7 seconds to Olsen, so it's a long ways to the next one. Doesn't seem to have the straight line speed because look at how he's being caught. Augustine just kind of poking down to the inside before deciding maybe it's not worth it this time, as he's setting himself up for the exit because this lapped car might cause a poor exit for Darius. And looks like it does not hamper him, so doesn't give him a chance. We got a replay here on the bottom, and this involved the Windward team. Ooh. Oh, you do not want to go side by side through there, and that is going to be an automatic slowdown penalty going cutting across the chicane. That way it is handled automatically by the sim. Not what you want coming onto the banking where you need every inch of speed that you can get, Taylor.
Absolutely not. And of course, as we go back to this battle here, Augustine Canapino, a former winner as well in the Daytona 24 in the GTP hypercar category back in 2024, as they try to get around your leaders in the GTD category with some new drivers behind the wheel of both for those machines as well. Currently, it's Mateus Orgello and Alessandro Bico behind the wheel of the two Porsches.
That was, past that lead duo down in the GTDs. I don't think we're intent on holding them up too much. They've got a gap of about 11 seconds right now over Drago's Nicolas Rubilar. They're pretty safe. They don't want to lose too much, but I don't think they need to try and hold up a battling pair looking for a potential podium up in the LMP2s. So they just kind of dove out of the way. Meanwhile, back through the bus stop once again, and still trying to catch back up. Canapino is not ready to sit down yet, but he's having trouble keeping up as Darius now pulls it out to about 0.5 of a second.
Good pickup in terms of the distance right now to build a buffer here, but still manageable to keep a little bit of a toe. You'll have that really pulled in down the straightaway on the front stretch in particular here. But all that being said, in terms of this fight, we know Canapino really fast. What we've seen with Williams in particular over the past in terms of some of the team outfits, he's a driver that can put together quick times. It's a driver that in the sim is one of the better ones you can put in. So he's in a great position here to help out the group before they get to the next window coming up. We're only about 7 laps away from the next pit stop window for this class.
That's a good point. We haven't touched on the pit stops a whole lot. They've seemed somewhat uneventful, other than a couple teams maybe seeing a little bit of a shift in length between some battles here and there. But there hasn't been a whole lot of drama, it feels like, in terms of pit stops. One thing I am impressed about, excuse me, is normally drivers, especially in this top split, Taylor, are really pushing that pit entry. I don't recall seeing a whole lot of speeding penalties yet.
I haven't seen a whole lot of black flags given out really either for any of the competitors for major penalties, except for what we just saw with the Windward Racing Mercedes for the cut in the course briefly there on that previous replay. So everyone here in this group has been minding their P's and Q's for the most part, making sure they're not doing anything too crazy where it costs them valuable time with penalties. So big round of applause for our drivers competing.
Yeah, just great stuff. Although obviously it hasn't been without its problems, because like we keep saying, a lot of cars retired here. I think we're down to, it looks like 36 left still running on the track right now. We might get at least one in the number 26 car who we saw have that recent accident. They might get back out there. Fiercely Forward Red and number 24 have been sitting in pit lane for 89 minutes, so I think we can safely say they're probably done for the day. But yeah, very few of our 59 starters. We're getting dangerously close to only half of the field being left.
I would say don't count out the fiercely forward red machine. They could make a last-ditch effort. You were just talking about it not too long ago about making sure to finish the race. They could just be waiting till the end of the last lap, go out there, run the final lap, and be done with it.
This is true, yeah. I mean, and that is a good point, that sometimes you feel like the car might not be safe enough to drive, so you park it and you try to finish at the end. Especially at this level, they don't want to be responsible for causing an accident out there, so that could be the situation. We're kind of speculating, though, at this stage, as I think we've had a change of driver for the number 17. Williams F1 Team Gaming 3 puts Pablo Mercerat in their car, so he'll hop back out here pretty soon. They are currently in 17th position. So it looks like they are doing pretty decently for this race, up 12 from where they started. So we continue to follow our two Mercedes that we've been watching for some time here, and they're going to get briefly interrupted by one of our BMW prototypes.
Yeah, just a little bit of slalom once again to pop up. I like what I've seen, though, when talking about things with Owen Carroll in terms of the BS Plus competition, but I've also liked the BMWs as a whole, where they've been a constant platform, a consistent platform, I think, in GTP today. We've seen with the previous traffic, where they've had a good balance of speed and straight line, and the tough part of getting into a spot to get back into the pack, and we've seen a lot of driver swap-ups in GTP that have seen things go wrong. But the thing to emphasize, too, before we get to our next grouping coming up here, Joe, is remember, this SOF, you're talking about the best of the best. There are a lot of talented drivers on the platform as a whole. It takes a lot of skill just to get into top spin in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to check out that second split. This is the best of the rest. And this is going to have a few similar teams, as many have kind of had that backup. That's the other thing, is you don't know which split you're going to get into. Some of the teams can be pretty certain. But right now it is Solpec Precision Racing with John Michael Dunnigan currently leading the GTPs over here. And currently running in his Porsche, about a lap ahead of Vesta Sport Red, it looks like, in that number 11 car. Meanwhile, down in the LMP2, Santiago Bastrica, Baitcolino's team, currently leading in the number 500 car. On the same lap, but still a far distance from Effect Simulations number 908. And that might sound familiar, because we've got the Effect Simulations 909 racing in our split. The SOF of this one, by the way, 6,773 for your average iRating. Yeshal Yunus from the Netherlands for Maniti Racing Black, leading, well, he was leading in the GTDs, and that now hands over to the 07 Racing Green, since we came in the middle of the pit stop cycle for this group. So the 07 now inherits that.
And the big thing you'll see with a lot of these teams, and as well the paint schemes you'll see, like Negative Delta by Sengear.it, it's either going to be the drivers, as you said, that just missed the cusp of the top split, or you're talking about the up-and-coming teams. A lot of the groups that have been building up talent and trying to build their skill sets for future races. These are the teams that in the future you may be able to see them in the top split to compete against the best here. So this is your future in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, so Ivanov, our paint scheme of note here for that number 81 that our team behind the scenes has selected, the one they like best in this split. Definitely like the look of that one. Almost feels like an homage in a bit of ways to Flying Lizard Racing, at least their old scheme. Solpec, as I mentioned, up at the top as we take a look at the entire fields for second split. And right now it is a lot of drivers well far apart from one another up at the top, as they seem to have trouble keeping that fight alive, with at least three of them looking like they have unfortunately left this race. Meanwhile, in the LMP2s, Williams F1 Team Gaming 4 within those podium positions as well. Obviously, they have a lot of teams representing Williams Esports as they've been heavily involved here on iRacing. Of these 12 competitors over in the Dolaras. Meanwhile, down in the GTDs, as we mentioned, we have recently seen a swap around. Maniti Racing Black moved down to 4th because of that recent pit stop. Mac Performance gets jumped up into the 2nd position as we work our way through. And again, seeing quite a few names that are also racing in the split we've been covering thus far. So this is the teams that didn't quite have the average I rating on those that signed up, able to make it into the top one, but are still plenty fast, I assure you. If you win 2nd split, Taylor, I think that's just as much of a bragging point as if you won the 1st split.
I'm going to say this. As a former winner of the Daytona 24 back in 2022 is, of course, winning no matter what split it is. And looks like we got somebody back up and awake. Xander Reed has finally awoken from his slumber. Come in and check on his teammate of Warren, who's now dropped back to the 6th position here in his Porsche 963 in the GTP hypercar class.
Yep, we were watching a little bit earlier, and we had an empty chair, unfortunately, but Tiny Tim, who did live, is able to return and obviously has come back to try and race this Porsche to the finish. So as we watch the 091, team just chugging along bit by bit. And you may notice that obviously there's a little bit of a delay between those two. So that can happen from time to time in terms of streaming. Do like that they've got the marching ants up in the corner as well, so you can kind of keep track of where everything is on the track besides just the team that they're watching. Coming back now to our split and watching, I believe this is Canapino still sitting in 4th and has not lost touch with Andre.
Nope, has stayed well within the draft list time by, though. A couple tenths lost, but doesn't matter. Traffic's going to coil back up to groups yet again because that Porsche gained back the couple tenths they were losing in the first place. Again, important to make sure you plan things out with these runs because we know pit lane's about to be a very busy place in just a couple minutes for these drivers, less than 4 laps away. That's about 8-10 minutes till you have to duck down to the lane. Preferentially, you want to keep up with the 21 so you still have a sparring partner. Remember, though, it's going to be a 1 lap further for Betmaster. They're going to be pitting on their own and without some draft for a lap.
That's a good point. And the fact that they haven't been able to get by, I do wonder if they are being pulled along a little bit here. And you're right that they're helping the pace. Not that I'm saying they're slow, but it does kind of give the impression that maybe they want to just kind of hang on to the coattails for a little bit. To their credit, they have left the number 11 team behind. Remember how much they were having to battle with them earlier. Tristan Cabrera just unable to seem to hang in the blue Mercure Esports car.
Yep, I think right now for Cabrera, his pace is right around the same lap times as we see with Darius and Augustin, but unfortunately, I think he's just going to settle in, work, and negotiate through the lap traffic that he has, and just settle in, get through his stint before handing it off to the next driver here. But I will say he does have to be careful because there is a couple of other hungry drivers starting to close in on him, like the MapPerformance.com number 29 with Vincente Aperico, who is there right in the 6th position, starting to close the gap 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Map Performance team was also involved in this earlier, and while they seem to have fallen off a little bit before, I wonder if they're going to start catching up here. Let's see what the last lap time looks like. Almost dead even, actually, between Cabrera and Aparicio. Apart by about 1,000th of a second, it looks like. So that last time by. Can't get much more even on pace than that. And they'll need maybe a little bit more if they want to catch up to them, because thousands of the time certainly will not get you to them before the end of the race at that margin. Meanwhile, Canapino has caught up, responded to us saying maybe he's not as quick as Darius, and is now suddenly breathing down his neck.
I think that's just the pull at the draft once again coming into play a little bit. But remember, Canapino, lots of experience with championships in a lot of different cars, with sports cars. Super TC 2000, for example, was a couple-time champion, multiple times in Argentina picking up championships. He's a very well-accomplished real-world racer that has raced in a lot of different disciplines, including, of course, famously IndyCar in 2023 and 24. So there is a lot of appearances. We'll usually see him anywhere across South America, in particular the racing scene, and he's usually competitive no matter what the steering wheel.
Yeah, nobody in this split is slow. You really cannot describe them as that. Maybe in comparison to some of the drivers, but even then, they would probably blow doors on all of us. Well, what have we here? Looks like Drago Racing has a friend once again. Now, will this help Rubilar in the 68 catch back up to the Williams duo? Or is this going to cause more problems? Because don't forget, Drago lost their partner because of a little bit of a miscommunication on the drafting, Taylor.
Yeah, they certainly did. So hopefully they can, third time's a charm, maybe, question mark. But a team that has definitely got working together well and drafting together well is the Williams F1 team, with the two Porsches right now of Aurelio and Pico still holding strong, with about a minute and 16 seconds ahead of Nicolas Rubilar in the Drago Racing Lamborghini.
Now, Williams has been a well-oiled machine in this race, chasing them down, taking the lead away, and since running away, although they owe us a pit stop here, obviously, so the gap that you see on your tower is going to change once they come in to take that, as they carry on to the oval once again. And I'm genuinely curious, because I guess for a little bit of behind the curtains, I've actually worked with Williams Esports on some of their coverage in the past, but I still couldn't tell you, Taylor, whether or not we'll see some sort of team orders at the end. If those two are still this close, if it'll be, you know, hold position and, you know, 6 car or 1 car will take the win, or if it's, all right, you're clear, let's fight for it.
Well, I mean, the only thing I can say is we've still got 9 hours to go. A lot can still happen. A mistake on pit road, a mistake could happen while negotiating through traffic. It's just a matter of what will happen. Hopefully, these drivers will work together and just race each other hard and clean, like we have seen the Corvettes do at the Daytona 24 a few years ago, but hopefully not end up like how the two Porsches were back in, I think, 2023 on the final lap at Daytona.
Yeah, we've seen the real world one have some exciting finishes and some unfortunate finishes. So hopefully we'll get the former and not the latter. But I think do we just have a change for the lead? Yes. As I think the 909 is now a leader of the LMP2s, and the 21 has come down pit lane. Also,
the Grid and Go eSports machine also is down on pit road, including Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage, the 21, Tristan Cabrera. A lot of drivers now making their way through.
No great surprises. We've seen the pit window is still pretty close from much of the LMP2 field. It is honestly, Justin, kind of impressive that so many of them are still on effectively the same pit strategy, because we're, let's see, about 14 hours in, 15 hours into this race now at this stage. Usually there'd be a little bit more variance.
Yeah, at the start of the race, my thought was originally when Cesra in particular went a lap earlier because they were leading the pack and burning more fuel as a result by a few tenths of a gallon a lap. Thought was, if this stacks up, they're going to be short by 2 laps for the next window, then 3, then 4, but it stopped doing that after the second or third pit stops in our first 6 hours of coverage. Everyone just kind of equalized on the fuel burn as they all started separating out. So I think just early on, the fuel windows were really established once the teams got into their set rhythm. And as a result, even when you talk about the draft effect, that difference didn't really come into play, as here it comes Betmaster TC Esports with Effect Simulations, their scheduled pit stop.
We expected this. Those that stayed out one more lap, as that's about all the difference that they've got. I think the 112 team, actually, no, they are in pit lane, so it looks like that is our last of our LMP2s that owe us on this stint. And the inseparable twins up at the front of the GTDs are just putting more laps in. There's really, I mean, unfortunately, there's just not a whole lot to report about these two, because they're definitely not battling with one another, but they are doing an impressive job. And there's something to be said there for just an impressive dominant performance as we check in with one of our Mercs. Is I think the 44.
I believe that's 14. It's the 44 is up the road, so they
There
are
it is.
close.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, both the Falcons, similar to what the Williams are doing, getting the chance to drop together, help with their fuel. I have seen back and forth a little bit between the 6-1 you were referring to, though, where every once in a while they will make a swap draft just to be able to say, okay, you've got a little bit more fuel burn this run, now you get the better fuel economy this run. Going back and forth, I think, just to help maximize their efforts here, especially with the efforts going on with Drago to try and close up this deficit with their own teammate.
And the coordination to do that is easier said than done. I mean, we've seen with Drago that it can all go awry oh so easily. And yet here we can see these two still manage to be locked at the hip every single time we turn the camera to them. So their pace has been close between drivers the entire time. They haven't been separated by major mistakes. They've even made passes together, having to charge their way back to the front. But also credit to the Falcon Sim Racing. They've got Team Blue and Team Teal here. So Damon Woods, Cody Deep in 6th and 7th in our GTD class. Not nearly as close together, though. That was a bit of an awkward entry for Damon. And that will definitely bring Cody a lot closer to his rear bumper.
I gotta say, it kind of throws me off. I mean, just great to see a team like Falcon getting part in the world of esports competition, but I'm so used to them being a different German manufacturer instead of the Mercedes. You know, for years we're used to seeing them with the Porsche brand, all I have to say. So, but it's great to see them working their way through and showcasing some incredible drives here today in the top 10.
We're going to check on another split. The last split, the 43rd split here. And I honestly, I don't want this to be a joke, because this is still an important race to all these drivers out here. Keenan Massey is leading in the GTPs right now. The SRF, because we did the other, so we'll be fair, is 972. But even with that, I do love that these drivers are still going hard. And it is a massive gap right now that Keenan has in his Acura at 5 laps over the number 69 machine.
Yeah, I think for Massey, it's been for him to have this advantage just showcases how well he's practiced this race. And at this level, it's seat time. It helps you develop, helps you learn. And you also have fun paint schemes, because there's not necessarily the team connection per se of a big group. Sometimes you say you want to be Dale.
Exactly. The 99 with David Fairley. We like this paint is their team name. Again, excellent team. Oh, we like this paint. Okay. See, I didn't realize that was our team adding that text. I thought that was the team name. Apologies. And I will say, Dale Earnhardt did actually race in the Daytona 24 before. So Nathan Tito currently leading in the number 4 for the GTDs. And as you will sometimes see, the way that iRacing does the splits, they do not have the LMP2s down here, is that it was probably the class that had the least amount of entries. And they will try to essentially kind of put them all together if they can. So sometimes that means some splits will not get any of a certain class, so that you will have more that can race together in the higher classes. Keenan Massey, as we mentioned, your current leader in the GTPs, as we take a look at the overall standings of our 43rd split. And Nathan Tito currently leading down in the GTDs, a 9-lap gap over Jamison Pearson with 9 hours left to go. As there you can see, they're still fighting hard in this group, and that's why we wanted to bring them up, because it doesn't matter if you're in the top split or the bottom split. Your race is important to iRacing, and it should be, because if you win your split, if you finish in your split, that is still an accomplishment in and of itself. So there you go. 45 of other cars down in the GTDs in this group. Huge split here at the bottom.
I will say there has been some cases where, at least in my past when I raced Daytona 24, that it was only a GT3 field only.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of, just like you said, how the split is kind of, broken up throughout the race. And fun little fact with that Cadillac with the Dale Earnhardt Sr. livery, it kind of brought back a little memory to the late 80s with when Corvette had a GTP car racing in the IMSA series back in those days, and kind of brought back some cool memories to see that design showcased here tonight.
I have to admit, it looks really good on that car. So Windward, after they had a slowdown penalty, have caught back up. Now, I don't know if the team ahead's eased up a little bit to allow them through. If not, I mean, man, credit to Windward to get back into this. So regardless, this is still for 9th place, but this is once again teammates working together. And Guy Levesque in that front car, Tom Ryer in the car behind, giving chase and doing their best to try and make up for maybe a few earlier mistakes. Now, earlier, we were watching Vasquez, and he was trying to catch up to Cabrera, I believe. And it looks like the Matt Performance car, or it might have been someone else in that Matt Performance car, but it is definitely now gotten within 1 second of the number 11.
Been able to chip away yet again. We've seen this before. It was Vasquez in the car before. He stayed in the car in the previous pit stop here. But the tough thing has almost, again, hitting the plateau after all that aggression just about an hour or two ago. It's kind of petered off and gone back to a calm, as you would expect at this point of the race. If you want to be able to make it intensified, though, you see just how much you can close on the brakes. Near trouble there. Cabrera clipped the grass with the left side tires. It's lucky he didn't snap around in the middle of the in and out.
Even little mistakes can wind up being very problematic for your team. But yeah, those moments can wind up being crucial. You can't let it get away from you. Turn 1 especially, you think about it, Justin, how many times have we seen cars just have a small spin and wind up hitting that inside or outside wall at turn 1, and suddenly they've gone from a great race to being laps behind?
A lot, and we've seen that for Major Sens, and we've seen how drivers have tightened up the line with the new rules that were in place for the in and out section in turn 1. For the most part, everybody's been handling that very well. And it's, again, following that realistic line on that approach. But also, it's so difficult in turn to make moves from the outside in general. And that's where I think with the side-by-sides, they really spark a lot of chaos once you get to that section we've seen here today in a lot of those sends and a lot of archy-barchiness to peel away the bottom.
Just about 9 hours left to go. So yeah, we are getting closer and closer to the end. I believe we're just about to 5 a.m. virtual standard time. Yes, just cracked it actually. 5:03 a.m. in the sim right now. So I believe we're about 2 hours away, just over 2 hours away. Official sunrise here in Daytona. Just about there. Maybe in the next hour, you'll start to see the faint glow on the horizon as the Porsche team goes by our two Mercedes of Door Esports and Windward Esport.
Being bundled together, but getting through to the top of the hour, it's been a busy time, we'll say, Joe, with the special event side at Daytona. The past few weeks, drivers have gotten well acquainted, haven't they, with this track, you would say?
Yeah, there's been a lot of racing happening here with various series putting this track on their schedule to help prepare. But it's not the only special event. We had the Roar to kick things off for 2026. Here's all the special events we've got. And we're sticking around at Daytona for the third time in a row as the Daytona 500, the iRacing Daytona 500, will take place in just a little bit in February. But you can see you've got some other races of note. Sebring 12, of course, going to be coming in March. One of my personal favorites, the Road America 500 in April. Got to get those vintage cars out there. And, of course, the Indy 500 coming up a little bit later. We'll be back with IMSA cars at the Watkins Glen 6 hours in June. And, of course, more NASCAR action with the Brickyard 400. So that should be exciting. We'll do some dirt racing as well, the Knoxville Nationals in August. And don't forget, as the iRacing FF 1600 Festival for those that like maybe slightly slower cars in October. And it goes all the way into December, including the Chili Bowl, another very popular one in about 12 months from now. So no matter what type of racing you like, there is plenty to keep you interested. Make sure and check out iRacing.com if you want to see more about the special event schedule. Real quick, though, let's take a look at our track analysis. Taylor?
Absolutely. My former home track, Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing, just off of I-95. You come down International Speedway Boulevard to this 3.5-mile road course built in 1959 here. And, of course, this track first had its first official sports car race just not too long later with the official 24-hour race happening in 1966, won by the Ford GT with Ken Miles behind the wheel of that car. And of course, it has been a main staple to kick off North American international racing here at the World Center of Racing. An incredible facility. I gotta say, if you ever have the chance to go, you gotta go to the Daytona 24.
I concur. It's absolutely one of my favorite races that I've ever attended. Let's talk about the cars, though, Justin. There's a lot of them.
Yes, indeed. The GTPs and hyper class cars, for those tuning along, 650 to 700 horsepower. Also have the regulated weight around 1,000 to 1,200. 5 different manufacturers eligible for this event, utilized in IMSA and IMSA Endurance in particular, have carried a lot of momentum and also have energy in terms of the hybrid system to deal with for these cars. Then you have to think about this. This is the modern technology that you have when it comes to racing here, Joe. These drivers have a lot of speed carried, upwards to the 138 on time, with a brand new tire model implemented just a couple weeks ago with that webbing that allows for more versatility in the colder tires for this car. But it's not the only car that we've seen in this class, or these classes of racing to talk about here. There's a lot of development when it comes to the prototypes in particular, Joe, because you're talking about a lot of racing that can be put in with these past classes.
Yeah, and I love that iRacing has brought them on, but we've also got the LMP2s as well.
Yes, and that was where it was trying to lead towards. 600 horsepower, so a little bit slower. One of the older cars on the platform, brought around 2020 on the iRacing service, utilizing the LMP2 Challenge and in some competitions on the service. Of course, you're talking about with this car, you don't have to deal with the hybrid system. but it's built up a strong community for its purpose-built prototype race car on the platform, where a lot of teams have learned the ins and outs of this car to make sure they got into the speeds throughout this weekend around the 139s, the 140s or so in LMP2s, one of the oldest chassis on the platform. But you also have to consider GTD when it comes to the based on production of the street and supercars. These cars, 506 power and 100 horsepower on the balance, but there's a whopping 10 manufacturers that are available, including this Ford here, that's actually one of the up-and-coming customer cars on the service and in real life, had 2 teams in 2025, one per in IMSA, one in SRO. This car utilized by a lot of different series on iRacing too, and it takes a lot of nuance to save fuel in this car. We mentioned the fuel limitations for the car in this event, down to 97% fuel tanks on the balance, preventing drivers to try and cut the pit stop on the hour. So a lot of different cars here on the service. So we take a look at the results, Joe, so far.
It is Drago Racing now ahead of Coanda, once again ahead of Drago up in our Drago here in our GTP hypercars. Porsche Coanda, who we've been following from time to time, still trying to chase down BMW Team Redline for that 4th spot, but haven't really gotten a battle from them in a while. Team Redline also, unfortunately, with some problems, at least on their number 4 cars. They're out. And WSR Esports going to wind up last in today's race. GridandGo.com Esports 003 is currently leading by a lap over FX Simulations 909. It is the battle behind them that we have been watching for now, I'd say around 4th place. For a while, it was up to 2nd, but they've spread apart somewhat. Still, it's been fantastic stuff there in the LMP2s, really in this 3rd quarter of the event. The LMP2s have been the star of the show. WSR Esports with further problems, 2 other cars out of this race in that class. Williams F1 team gaining 2 and 1. The 6 and the 1 car have been 1 and 2 for quite a while now. Drago Racing just cannot keep the pace up to try and hold on to them. It's about 18 seconds at this stage, when before they were leading by about 6 seconds many hours ago. And then down through the field of our various GTD cars, the largest field of our 3 classes that we have competing today. But unfortunately, many of them are out. Only 18 are still running currently in this GTD class. Been a bit of a bloodbath, sadly, in that group, with so many of them having retired prematurely, even before the halfway mark of this race. All right, back to the number 5 on our screens. Drago Racing just plugging in the laps in their Ferrari, and it has basically been their race to lose for some time. I will say that, and it may be due to traffic here, Taylor, it was hovering at 39 to 40 seconds for a long time. It's now down to 35. I don't know if Mitchell de Jong has actually been running down Adi Kalpinen, who's currently in that Ferrari, but that is an interesting sign that we're seeing a shift compared to before.
We certainly are, and I have to say it might be a mix of just how traffic might have played a factor into it as we go back to the LMP2 leader of the Grid and Go Esports machine, who is now back up at the front of the field. Was kind of mired back, but with Alex Noguer, who is now working his way through that Grid and Go team, looking to try and get to the top of the leaderboard once again and take home another win here as we go back to the Drago Racing number 5 as he negotiates through more traffic. Has clear track though ahead of him, so he's able to maybe pick up some pace and get a little bit of a breathing room extended against Mitchell de Jong in the Coanda Esports machine.
And then of course our leaders down in the GTDs, the closest gap really that we've got, not just because of these two being hooked together and working together, but between 2nd and 3rd, which I think we could really kind of count as the battle for the lead there. With Rubelar, as we said, about 16 to 18 seconds behind. So actually, went up to 19 seconds now. Now, I don't know if that's the ebb and flow, or did they just suddenly have a problem? Because it grew as I was looking at my time and scoring.
It's a good question here. I think it's just the ebb and flow to answer your question, because it's stabilized to about 19, 18 seconds. But I think it kind of showcases how big the strategy is worked out with coordination, because it looked for so long. For the first half of this race, my thought was no one was going to touch the 68, and it's at one point the 69 for Drago Racing. Williams cars have played the long game, and on the back end as the night time's gone on, just played the strategy car perfect in GTD to hold on like they are as we take a look at some of the LMP2s.
And you know what? To be fair to them, it is Daytona, Justin. And you think about if you're running on the oval on the super speedway and say the Daytona 500, you usually want to have a teammate there. That's not a race that you typically try and win solo without some friends out there. And I guess they just took the lessons from that and applied them to the road course. It might not be perfectly the same, but I'd say it's worked out beautifully, and fair play to them.
I think they just mapped it out long run, and they didn't have the qualifying position in the first place. Remember, they had to pick up at least 11 plus spots to get there, and that's worked out long run in that sequence for GTD. But for some of the other teams like in LMP2, the work is now on to try and find a way to keep up with effect simulations, because the fall-off that they had multiple times in this race in the second parts of their stints to drop back to fifth hasn't happened this time. With their current driver, Daniel Harris, has been able to keep the distance and stay away from the battles like you're seeing on screen.
Yeah, I'm really impressed, because we saw Daniel Harris fight through, and his teammate also that he swapped with. That 909 car has just been dogged in its pursuit of climbing up the order. 35 seconds right now between themselves and the Grid and Go 003. But I don't think this one is over, and they still have plenty of hours left to try to chase them down. And more than that, one thing that we have to keep in mind, we've seen a steady run of weather, Taylor, because we've been in the evening. There's been no sun to really change things. It's held stable for quite some time. When the sun starts to come up, will there be a change in the pecking order based on how everybody has set up their cars?
I mean, that's a good possible situation that could just throw an entire different scenario for each and every single one of these drivers, because that's when the temperatures start to fluctuate even more so. Right now, it's been a steady, consistent drop. Now we're going to start raising the temperature up quite a bit as we progress further and further into the late afternoon once again, on, of course, in sim time in the next few hours. And as we see it progress, I gotta say, it's going to be how well you manage to take care of your equipment, how you'll manage your setup for that early morning stage when the sun is up, and negotiating through the traffic will be another situation as well to keep an eye on. But a lot still at play here as they get ready for the sun to rise over at Daytona International Speedway.
And you watch that 909 car, the effect simulations car, try to catch up. Could be maybe down to how aggressive they are with the traffic. Could be any number of things. Maybe they change up the order of drivers, try to put more of their faster drivers in there, even if they're a bit more tired, to try and see if they can make up time. You cannot give up. You got to be creative with this to see if you can do something different. Make up that half-a-minute gap and try to challenge for the win. And that's got to be so tantalizing as well, Taylor, is you've reached top split, you know you're competitive, and you're one spot away from first. I mean, if that's not a carrot on the end of the stick, I don't know what is.
It's probably the biggest carrot on the stick here as we go in through to see what split we're looking at, and it's the 7th split we're going to be taking a look at here for the next few minutes. And it's a Porsche leading up at the front of the field with Delta V racing the 112 machine, and Federico de Souza from France will be behind the wheel of that car right now in the GTP hypercar class.
Seventh split, seen a strength of field of 3,900 here. This is pretty good, frankly. It's up there. So Federico still leading the way there for our GTPs with Christian Steele for the i5G World Racing Team. Oh, I love this. I love a good vintage paint scheme. And this actually looks very, very good on this LMP2. That works out well. This is an old Jag scheme.
1984, if I can recollect correctly.
You know better than me if you've got it. I couldn't tell you what year specifically. It is in the 80s. Yeah, I do remember that, but I don't know what specific year. But kudos to whoever put that livery together. It looks fantastic on the 156. That's our LMP2 leader up at the top by about 13 seconds. Old friend of mine, Donovan Strauss for Wigan Water Technologies is currently leading down in the GTDs. And man, if you're in seventh split and you've got Donovan Strauss on your team, you've got a real bullet in the chamber. This is another eNASCAR driver who is extremely good. And don't let him tell you that he's not as good on the road courses. He is pretty darn fast on the twisty bits.
His teammate is Garrett Maines, too, so, combining those two, it's a definite fight for the finish here. As we take a look at some of the paint schemes out on the track, Joe Mugford from New Zealand in the Taylor Mills Racing Porsche. Very nice blue and white machine going on. And, of course, it's a friend of our good director who is leading us through this entire broadcast, Cisco, as we see this paint scheme.
This is a very classy paint scheme. I like this. Kind of understated, and obviously it's got a fair amount of logos on it too, but it's just rides the lines of the car very, very well. So I agree. I think this is a nice one to highlight, this number 41 car. So our favorite, our team behind the scenes, their favorite paint of the race. And
oh boy,
we've got Jack Wells. Should I know about this person?
Yes, you should. Taylor?
It is a Beast Racing machine, which one of our fearless leaders, Mr. Drew Adamson, is a part of the Beast Racing group.
That's right.
And yeah, they're out there doing decently in 5th position right now. So the Ukrainian leading the charge for the Beast Racing team here tonight. And I know Drew is probably wishing he could be behind the wheel of that machine.
Well, if it's Drew's team, then that livery sucks. So as I get myself fired from this broadcast.
I'm getting ready to say, I'm about to hear a Discord or a Zoom call disconnect from you here in the next few seconds. We know why.
Yeah, they've got a split livery going on. It does actually look nice. I do like it. But yeah, the 82. And again, like we said, the iRacing team races on the sim, and you'll have all kinds of cases like this where various members are out there with their own competing. Delta V Racing, though, currently your leader here in 7th split with about only 6 seconds. That's one of the closest one we've seen in the GTPs of all the splits that we've stepped into. That should be fun to watch to the end if that can remain that close, because that could come down to the pit stops by the end of it. As we glance at the rest of them, it does look like the bottom half of the field has had some serious issues here in 7th split for the GTPs. But down in the LMP2s, i5G World Team Racing, Cool for Cats, interesting name, up by about 14 seconds. That Beast Pushrod Racing 82 sitting in 5th, so not doing too bad. About a lap off the leader, it looks like. So some ground to make up, not impossible. And looks like they have a second one, the 122 car. They are not as close, though. I'll have to ask Drew what happened to them. Wigan Water Technologies leading with Donovan Strauss in the car right now, over a lap ahead of Stint 1 Motorsports Blue. So looks like we've got ourselves a good battle up in the prototypes. Maybe not so much here in the GTD's another familiar name, the iRacing's red car down in this 7th split. They seem to show up a lot. Curious how many they have spread throughout. Chicken Kebab Esports. There we go. They get my vote. It's one of the best names that I've seen. And also hearing a mention of Dead Zone Racing.
The big Oval Technical Alliance.
And they are out of the race, from what we've been told.
Unfortunate. Sometimes it does end a little bit early. As we take one more glance at Drew's team before we head back to our split once again, to the teammates paired up in the 9th and 10th position, Levesque and Ryer.
Yeah, this point, they've stayed glued together, and it's going to be like this probably for at least, I wouldn't be surprised, for a couple hours here. There is no sense of major urgency, but here's Donovan Strauss, by the way, with his streaming perspective here. See him just keeping calm and keeping in the darkness here, working back and forth, and there's a lot of communication you'll have with the spotter here. You'll see with the traffic, his spotter pack, keeping him very aware of anybody that's coming up right behind to make sure he knows not to make any evasive movements.
And Donovan is another case of a real-world driver as well. He races in late models. So obviously, definitely more leaning towards that oval side, but a good driver is a good driver. And I've watched him grow up, essentially, coming in quite young when he first started racing in eNASCAR, and has just matured and proven himself to be an incredible racer. So really look forward to the career that he has ahead of himself. They're clearly doing a great job leading that 7th split right now.
No, he just picked up a deal to head back home, so to speak, in terms of his team side of things. Late model side, working with AK Performance for some races there. He originally had been planning a partial Cars Tour schedule, but then had the team change recently. So he's one of those really rising up in terms of the platform in real life. In the short track scene, he's a very talented driver. I know he's very dedicated. He's been with a lot of talented sim teams also in his progression to the ranks in the NASCAR.
Continue to watch on the bottom as well. The two teammates in our split still in 9th, just trailing one another. 8.5 hours to go in this event. Like was mentioned, kind of kicking off the season. I know we had the Roar before, and that is an important event, but really this is the big one that everybody tends to look forward to. As we've said at the start of our coverage of this quarter, that this is literally the biggest sim racing event in the world. It draws people from all over. And as we check in now on the LMP2s, the race is for 5th. Cabrera has been caught by Vasquez. We've been watching this for some time.
Yeah, right now, Vasquez, you see picking up a little bit of dirt. He's sending it so hard in some of the corners here. It's been this type of an effort you would expect on the push. He's been a little bit tiny bit quicker, picked up 2/10 with the draft alone. So they are slowly picking up an opportunity to move forward for passes. I think for map performance, though, performances we've seen in both the 1st and 2nd split have been very admirable for the team. I think it's really showcased they've had a good base built up for the practice, and you're talking about weeks of preparation, Joe, to make sure you can actually perform on race day. You're talking about having to go throughout the various weather conditions, the various scenarios, building a good setup, being able to build a good setup for all your drivers, and making sure you don't leave any stones unturned.
Actually, yeah, that makes me wonder. You mentioned the weather, and I'm kind of curious if we have anything that is going to be coming our way. No, it doesn't look like any predicted at this stage. It's been dry since the start. At least I believe it's been dry. We haven't seen any moisture on the track, have we?
Not that I can recollect.
No, okay.
This has been a very a dry Daytona 24, I will say.
A lot of drivers probably thankful for that, if I'm honest.
Yes. Especially those probably in the lower splits.
Yes, very, very difficult to drive this one at night in the wet, but it does happen somewhat frequently at Daytona, both in real life and here in the sim. Somebody going a little bit wide, but thankfully lets both of our battling cars for fifth through without any interruption. Things starting to look a little bit more scary if you're Tristan, as Vasquez gets right on the rear bumper coming up through the International Horseshoe, letting that 11 car know that he is there. At what point does he go on the attack?
I think that point either comes towards the end of the stint, possibly, if not, in a couple hours. I know that sounds a very plain answer, but there isn't the major need now as much to go because the speed's kind of separated itself and stagnated itself from everybody else. You're about to come to the pit lane anyway. So at this point, it's again the long-term play on where you want to be in this race. Do you want to be the lead car? Do you want to save fuel, get some draft to pull off of? It really all depends on just that ebb and flow of the team. And also, keep in mind, when Vasquez comes out of the car, what that next driver wants to do.
Exactly, yeah. There's so many variables. And again, having somebody that can think about those things, so you as the driver just drive and they can kind of feed you, okay, you know, here's where you push, here's where you sit behind, and like you said, maybe save some fuel and ride for a bit. And they can make sure that you just try to put consistent fast lap times in and not have to put your thoughts elsewhere. We're hearing that Lasse Bach has had another problem. He's already had an issue before. Team Alta, unfortunately, coming to more woe. And they are into pit lane. I see a meatball flag on that car. It is more than just a spin. They have hit something.
Your disaster here. Lasse Bach on his stream right now is looking at the exact clip because I think he looped it around. Watch for the inside. We've seen a couple people clip the grass. Got a little bit too low. Looped it around into the corner. And then it's going to be bad because you see how he lets it roll, doesn't hold the brake, then tries to gas up, thinks he's got a hold. Oh no, that was, I think, one of the LMP2s that we've been following, the Vetmaster car.
Oh, you're right.
That's Canapino's car by the looks of it.
Oh no. Where are they right now? Have they brought it in pit lane? No, it looks like they're still out there. They're sitting in fourth, but they have definitely fallen off of Andre. There's Canapino in the car. Oh, and he's missing significant body work. That is going to slow them down. They're 21 laps into the stint. You might as well come in, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that is terrible timing, first of all, in the roll. But second, this is why you hold the brake. Just watch this. They have no idea what's happening here. You're just going out of the corner normally, and then gassing up at the corner. Oh, no, there's a car in the middle of the track. There's nothing they can do there.
Yeah, and Lasse Bach is very experienced, so I'm kind of disappointed to see him back it into there and then just kind of pull forward and be prone across the track. You kind of have to pick a side. Either you go to the far inside or far outside, get yourself out of the way, and kind of causes problems. So this has changed how things look in the LMP2s as well as the GTDs a little bit. This means that Cabrera's now up to fourth, Vasquez into fifth.
Well, I just got some interesting news as we'll take a look at another look at the replay, but Oliver Pieta will be getting behind the wheel in 5 minutes, so things are about to get interesting in LMP2 as we take a look on board with the Drago Racing of the chaos that ensues in front of him as they try to negotiate. And oh my goodness, being able to go through the grass, hold on to the car for dear life, and continues on his way. But I talked to Olivier Piatek there briefly about why he was so aggressive in his stage. Well, honestly, he wanted to put on a little bit of a show for us up here in the booth to talk about. And he says, be prepared for more exciting content. Here goes Cabrera down on the pit road. We're about to see some exciting things happening in LMP2.
I appreciate drivers who understand there is a show element to this, and we like some action. Yeah, I know they maybe could go that little bit faster if they try to be smarter about things, but who doesn't love a good battle, especially in a race as long as this? So we'll see what kind of fun he gives us as he gets ready to hop into the car. In the meantime, Vasquez has bumped up to second, but they obviously still owe us a pit stop, so that'll cycle around somewhat.
Yeah, it's been, for the most part, no major jump arounds in terms of the stint differences I've noticed, even with the one-lap differences. So I think, for the most part, drivers have kind of penciled themselves into the right position here, or their current positions, rather, for their pack. You see everybody, though, some of the teams already up on the jacks, making sure they get some fresh rubber on their machines, and they're going to have to battle with some cool tires initially when they get rolling here, some of them.
Yep, so there's the last of our LMP2s getting their service, or at least should be soon. I think Harris and Vasquez haven't quite entered pit lane yet. Well, now they are. So Harris is in. Meanwhile, second place in the GTPs, Mitchell de Jong on your screen, is getting ready to come in. He's on lap 25 of his stint.
Really good with what we've seen from the Galanda machines throughout this entire run, we'll say, because the gap hasn't gone down as much as it needs to if they want to be able to get up to the 5 machine, obviously, long run. But Dion's been very serviceable, where he's been able to put together a very consistent average of 133s is the benchmark he's ran, and that puts you in a great spot to hold on to a spot, especially with Romanitas losing ground overall through a majority of the run. There's nothing else you can ask for other than just making sure you stay stable to be able to secure a strong performance long term.
You know, to watch this Ferrari up and across the curbs, thankfully not phased by them this time, as many have been throughout this race. It's so difficult to try and thread that needle time after time and be fast about it, not leave too much margin. Let's see. No, they're not going to choose to pit in this time by, as Piatek is out in that number 11 that he just overtook and has about 5 seconds to make up to Vasquez. And he run him down as we wait for him to get a full lap time in to see what their pace compares.
It's going to be fun to see as we are on board with Mitchell de Jong as he tries to get set for his next pit stop. Possible driver change maybe could be inbound as well, as he is trying to wheel that Ferrari 499P, as everyone here, of course, can have the chance to drive this car and all the other amazing events, Joe. But first and foremost, they got to go and log on to iRacing.com.
Absolutely, and I can tell you it is completely worth it. I first signed up to iRacing back in 2011, and my sub has not lapsed since. And I wasn't even sure if I was going to keep up the subscription, but after I started racing, that was it. I was hooked. It is fantastic and highly encouraged. No matter what style of racing you're into, they've got you covered with all variety. And you can enjoy the fun. This, more than anything, I think we need to stress, there is a huge community as well. Much like the real world, the racing community is all about your interactions with your friends, with your peers, and iRacing does that so wonderfully, giving you a chance to talk, to help share info, to enjoy action on the track, and for some, the forums, even in themselves, are worth the subscription.
I have to agree with you on that, Joe. I mean, I found iRacing at the PRI show in Orlando back in 2010. Took me a couple of years. 2012 is when I signed up for my membership and never have looked back.
Looking back on the track, though, we still haven't seen Coanda pit in. They're on lap 27 now, but again, I think, did I hear one of you say 28 laps about these GTPs can do?
That's exactly what Team Redline just did with their BMW M. So that would be for Coanda. Oh, somebody just destroyed their car. That, though, I think that was another one of the Lamborghinis well down the order.
Trying to see if I can find somebody. I don't see any meatball flags, so if they did hit something.
Might be the Cesa Esports number 26 that just went down below and looped it around off of turn 6, which we know how tricky it is to deal with negotiating turn number 6.
Yeah, so unfortunately, as we've got a replay to look at that incident, they're already about 2 laps behind the nearest car and down the field, so it's kind of limping home. But again, like I said earlier, a lot of times it's all about the spirit of the race rather than what position you're in. Just stinks to have to run into more trouble. Yeah, it was already starting to go around, lost the rear wing, and thankfully they were able to get out of the way in time so they weren't a problem for somebody else's race. Going to be a little sheepish about that one, but they'll hopefully be able to get it fixed quickly and get back out there.
A shout out right quick to the amazing work iRacing has done with these damage models to see when we see parts of cars flying off around the circuit we've been seeing all day long here for the Daytona 24. Incredible job to just showcase that little extra details when it comes to that, 'cause that's what we see happen in the real world. You know, parts fly off of the cars and everything like that, and thankfully with how the, going down pit road to repair the cars, that is something that can happen. You will progressively see the damage being repaired to your car. Granted, it won't probably drive the same as when you started the race, but you get to see that whole idea work and come through from start to finish.
Yeah, we talked about how long you and I have been on the sim. Consider how it's changed since then as well. The number of features that have been introduced. We can't stress enough how invested iRacing is in this sim because it's updated 4 times a year. So, obviously more than that because they have patches as well, but there's 4 major builds every single year, all with new features, new content coming out. So yeah, it is just constantly evolving and always giving you new things to play with and have enjoy in the immersive world of sim racing while we come back to a couple of our Mercs that have been battling for quite some time. This is perhaps the Windward, I think, that we're watching.
Absolutely is. And I will say, in terms of touching upon the conversation on long-term development on the iRacing side, I was one of those who actually signed up when I was originally in high school. Had as a birthday present. Then my mother realized there was a subscription to the model. So then eventually I got it myself a couple of years later when I lived on my own. So what I'm saying is, you're talking about so many different tire models over the years, and a lot of the drivers who started on the platform so many years ago have really grown up and developed as competitors on the platform, and we've seen that in turn prop up some of the best drivers in all of iRacing here. A lot of the young drivers that started even when some, in my case, when I started the broadcast side, are some of the drivers that you'll see in the real world today in many cases.
You guys want to feel old? Someone who was born when iRacing finally left Alpha in 2008 and went public would now be 18 years old.
Joe, yeah. I know you're a little older than me in age, but still, like, just now me thinking of that now, hitting the age of 30, I'm like, ugh. It's not fair.
It's been around a while, but trust me, it just gets worse. In the meantime,
it does.
Drago Racing does not have Coanda behind them, but that's because they pit, so waiting for Romanides to pit in the number 2 car. The GTD just getting out of the way of the Ferrari. Oh, that was Weird. I'm not sure if they didn't like what that Porsche did to remove themselves from the equation or not, but that was just a strange wiggle they gave to that car. Ahti Kalpinen continuing to pick him up and lay him down as he overtakes our GTD leaders.
Ahti, a former overall race winner in 2024, racing for the Williams Esports Play Seat machine when he drove the Acura back in 2024. So, in fact, he was teammates with Augusto Canapino as well, and Carl Jansen, which is, I mean, I know, Joe, speaking from your experience, a major player in the world of sports car racing.
Exactly. And we've got a few more streams that we want to show as well. Many of those real-world racers who do race in this help share their stream. Mario Primo Leal on Twitch showing us her perspective. Do love, honestly, that sim racing also just democratizes racing in a big way. We've been trying to see more women and minorities in motorsport, and I think the fact that there is much less of a barrier, it definitely allows more people who might not get the opportunity to get into racing show what they can do. So glad to see her out here. I'm curious what all is on the bingo card, because it's not big enough for me to read.
She's almost got bingo by the looks of it on the bingo card.
I fear what sort of things might be on that bingo card, because there's definitely some things I could think of you would put on a Daytona 24 bingo card.
Yes, I agree 100% with you on that one, Joe.
So that was very cool. Almost looked like there was some sort of spray or something coming off of one of the cars. I don't know if they had some weather over in theirs, but that would be strange to see as we continue to watch Ahti Kalpinen, the Finn representing his country well, as many have done. And then we're also going to be checking in on Patki's stream. Oh, and this is, it looks like his VR view. So this is cool. This is another thing that I've only gotten to try. I don't have a VR headset myself, Justin, but man, it's a completely different feeling, really being in it in a VR headset, seeing everything that's happening around you. It's a game changer.
Kind of said this earlier on when I was asked the same question. I raced with VR for about a year or so at least, and it's a different sensation where it allows you to be able to really move around and see, and be able to shift around in the seat potentially to see the exact damage on the car, for example. It takes some unacquired taste, though, to be able to get used to it, because it's also something where it can have a big effect on the eyes. To me, it's the big thing on making sure you can actually focus your eyes in the headset to be able to see what you're doing and clearly see it on the racetrack without causing eye strain. So it's the matter of, do you prefer to run in VR or do you prefer to run with triple monitors? It's down to preference and where you want to approach your speed and where you're most comfortable. Here's what he's trying to do, though, you see with the DMs, though, as he's watching, I think, a replay of the car.
Oh, okay, good catch on that. Yeah, I thought that he was actually driving, so he must have a teammate in there, and maybe he's just kind of helping him out a little bit. I do want to note, since some of our viewers may not have tuned in earlier, but this is one of the iRacing staff cars. This is their marketing team that is competing. And last we checked, there he's waving up in the corner. Hello. Nice to see you, Alex. Yeah, they are leading their class last we looked, so hopefully they're still in that position.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I think the answer is yes, because one of their drivers in Cook is the one at the top of the pylon right now by a couple laps. Just try to help them with the spotting perspective to give them as much an advantage as possible to know what's going on and be able to have a co-pilot to make sure in case anything happens, you're right there in case the disaster strikes.
Sounds like we may have had action in our split because we got a replay to pull up. So let's see what's gone down in split one as we come onto the backstretch. Oh no, something more happening to the 11 car. as they hit that infamous curb, and the front is knocked off yet again. Oh. And that has put Piatek into pit lane. I think they may have actually taken a tow on that one because I see a meatball flag on that car. They have fallen to 10th.
Well, he did say he wanted to be put on the highlight reels and give us more content. Unfortunately, not the content he was probably looking for.
Certainly not. I just feel for teams that are this deep into it, have been doing so good, and then it just falls apart so quickly with consecutive incidents. And first one, honestly, probably not their fault. So that is the way the cookie crumbles in racing from time to time. Sometimes you are the number 5 leading. Sometimes you're the number 11 stuck in pit lane waiting for repairs to wind up. As we get close to what will be the final third of our 24-hour race. 8 hours will mark the point at which things start to change, because we'll see the sun begin to show hints of showing up pretty soon, maybe in the next hour or so. And then come 7:16, we'll get official sunrise. By that point, we'll be able to start to see it peek over the horizon.
And by that point, the track temps is the question how high they spike, because the race's track temp and the air temp, I've noticed since from the start to now, it's kind of only had a couple degrees of variance over the course of the race. There's around 73 degrees in the weather checks in the first 6 hours during the daytime. So I think overall it's pretty much stayed pretty close in terms of the temps, and it's really benefited those who built the setup, as you would expect, for the cooler temperatures for the nighttime, where we know for a lot of teams that was where some of the discussion was, where you have to build for the colder temps, so because you run so much time in that and then have the temps spike up towards the end of the race.
Yeah, essentially build what you can during the nighttime and then, so I guess, survive it to hit the end. But I'm sure that is difficult for the drivers that are being stuck on that. But at this level, you better be able to adapt to the car, because if not, you're probably going to have a difficult time. This is going to be another jump over. This time we're checking out split number 4. Strength of field, 5,039. And currently being led by a DWR Sim Coach Setups, number 80 car. There you see our GTPs. Miguel Beltran from Colombia. Nearly about a lap ahead. In fact, maybe within a few more laps, he could reach that second place car and put them a lap down. So they're sitting pretty right now in that machine. Ferrari looking like they've got a good stranglehold on split number 5. Down in the LMP2s, Richard Mitchum from Singapore, racing for Vermilion Esports LMP2. That is much, much closer. Can't quite see them in the shot as it stands right now, but only 3 seconds between themselves and the next car down. That's got to be a little bit more nerve-wracking for them. Can't afford to make any mistakes. Can't afford to have traffic hold you up too much. Right? Yeah, there we go. We can see second place in the background. Dot. You might not be able to catch them in the mirrors as it sits currently, but they'll definitely feel that nearby. And then down in the GTDs, Wild Car D Racing, I think. Either that or Wild Card Racing with a space thrown in there. Yannick Schwartz from France, his Porsche. Currently, oh wow, and this one is the closest of all of them at 1.1 seconds between Aerokinetics Red. 22 is hot on their heels right now. Hopefully Yannick has been able to keep a cool head at this stage.
Keeping well in the battle so far. We'll say for Aerokinetics, we've seen that team pop up in a lot of different leagues over the years. especially with, say, majors, for example. I think they've been having a majorly good job being able to keep up just about within the toe for this pack. But we'll say this is also split where Basic Ollie, I believe, is actually in here. You see this paint scheme, Joe.
Indeed, this was done by the graphic designer, one of the graphic designers for iRacing, Larry Fulcher. Also painted the car that Alex was in, that we saw a little bit earlier. So very cool to see, as he's actually going to be pitting in. So I wonder if Basic Ollie is going to be hopping out of the car. But yeah, Larry also apparently does all the work for the logos, for the posters for the special events, the logos for the various series in iRacing. So big thanks to Larry. I have a huge appreciation as a artist myself for all the hard works that he puts in. Him, and also got to give credit to Alex Patsky, who we saw. Alex also does a lot of work on those. Tip of the hat to you two, and a thank you from me personally for making some very cool visuals to go with all of our fast cars. So here, let's take a look at all of our full fields. As we mentioned, the DWR X SimCoach setups, really with the biggest gap of over a minute to the next car behind in the GTPs. And that is definitely going to be appreciated considering what their fellow leaders are up against. With the rest of our 14 cars in the GTPs. Then, of course, looking at the LMP2s, Vermillion barely holding on right now over DWR SimCoach Setups 81. So SimCoach almost leading two of the classes here in split number 5. They've got to feel pretty good about that one. Shout out to Ladies Man 217, another great name. As we check in on GTD results, Wildcard Racing ahead. Oh, or are they ahead? Okay, there we go. Updated to about 1.5 seconds over Aerokinetics. You never know if that's going to suddenly change, so how close they are. Let's take a look at the rest of our GTD field. There's that Matt Performance team once again showing up, this time sitting 14th here in split number 5. And then the last of our very large group of GTDs here running today. All right. We're good catch from Cisco Scary Moves. I never would have made this connection because I've only seen this movie once. Apparently, that's the screen name for Shia LaBeouf's character in the movie Transformers. So what a deep cut that one was.
I mean, why not go for the very niche names? You know, something that only a couple people will get, you know?
I was trying to think of a good joke on which car he should be driving, but I don't think any of them are available.
Mustang?
Well, because don't they use a Camaro?
Well, that's Bumblebee, but Barricade,
which
the one
should
who
be a
says
Beetle, mind you. Gonna get on my soapbox.
Yes, I'm aware. But what I'm saying is, though, the Transformer that said it was Barricade, which was a Ford Mustang. So there you go.
Okay. Okay. There we go. That does make sense. Anyways, I'll get back on. I'm too much of a
Get off your soapbox.
Yes. Back to the racing at hand. Our LMP2s forever giving us some of the best action. Is this a battle for 7th? It looks like Blue Mercure number 32 with Blue Mercure number 33, I think.
Yeah, and I think with one of your top class winners in between here with one of the Grid Go entries, so kind of showcases how big the difference is that's really built up at the course of this run. We've seen Grid and Go from about 3rd, 5th, middle of the pack-ish when it came to the early hours to, with everything that sparked up and with the Cesar eSport machine being out of the race with the 90 machine after being in control up until about the 12-hour to go mark, they've really taken the reins and pulled away by a dramatic portion. Grid and Go, one of the teams that started up on the grid a couple years ago and immediately went go on the gas.
Yeah, good to see them able to really pick it up here as we follow this fight. Really one of the best battles that we've got at this stage since The other close runs that we have, we've touched on many times, are just teammates kind of working together, not really giving us much in the way of action. You could almost argue these are two sister team cars too, but we don't know if they're going to be well behaved or if they're also going to potentially give us a little bit of fun here.
I have a feeling they're going to try to, as we watch them negotiate through. And even though they may be on some different laps here, they are still going to try to work their way and put on a good little fun battle for positioning as your race leader negotiates through these traffic.
And the traffic, we have to remember, has become less and less. We're down to, looks like 37 cars still running. Might be 36, because I do see Grid and Go's 005 has been in pit lane for a little while now. So only 37 cars compared to the 59 that started. That's fewer cars to have to navigate out there for lap traffic. That hopefully will mean fewer chances for incidents. And if you're someone who's behind, that isn't always the best of news, because sometimes, Justin, you need that little bit of help of that chaos in front of you for a chance to get back in the hunt.
And the thing is, for the most part, chaos has been hard to come by for a lot of the big teams. I believe David Woods just had some chaos strike, by the way, the 44 they just towed. But it's been very rare that we've actually seen a massive incident unless somebody really steps on it, so to speak, in terms of just the over-aggression. Everyone's been handling this year's event very well. The attrition is on par with what you expect, but the aggression levels have been a little bit more toned down. I think we've seen, in a lot of cases, good respect in the normal portions of the field. When it's gone uber aggressive, though, it's been a little bit more trickier to keep those checks and balances.
So, of course, I think we have a lap car kind of splitting things up a little bit in this situation. But no matter, at least we got cars that are somewhat close together. Getting very close to that 8-hour mark now. I'm sure the driver is just as eager to see this one tick down. It's always funny when you think about it. You're so excited for the 24 coming up. You get in there, and then once you're in the car, it's always like the checkered flag can't come soon enough. But then once it's over, you always want to do it again right away.
Yeah,
Well, the good news.
Yeah, you go ahead, Taylor.
I was going to say the good news is you have several other opportunities to run a 24-hour race after this one. If you think about it, we have the Spa 24, we have the Nürburgring 24, so you at least got 2 more other ones that you can go out there and showcase your talent. And then, of course, we have all the other special events happening that are 12 and 6 hours long.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the really cool thing, is that iRacing has definitely embraced endurance racing. You take a look at the weather conditions, still very much as we last left them, 69 Fahrenheit there, 67 for the air temperature, and very little wind to speak of. Does say mostly cloudy. I'm going to check in on any predictions within iRacing, and nope, still seeing 0% all the way for precipitation. So still looking like we won't get any rain on the track, at least in the next few hours. Wouldn't it be something if it did come at the very end and threw a complete wrench in everybody's plans? But as we watch this fight still split, Bernier and Hubert, teammates close to one another, currently 7th and 8th. There's 10 of our LMP2s that are still on the track and running right now out of 13 that started. Might actually be, yeah, that's the best ratio that we've got of the 3 classes here in top split of still surviving drivers.
Yeah, and I think that attrition's really gone into where it's snowballed in some cases, but overall, I think the top teams have really come up to play. You see the lap times for look up at it right now, the tone continuing to be turned through. 132.9, some of the quickest times on the track. Still with the 133s, losing a little bit of time in traffic, but it hasn't really mattered. The 5 has just stayed within the same 1 second band since the drop of the green flag, and it's made it all the more difficult for anyone to have a chance to start chipping away. Drago Racing, they've just had the perfect setup for this racetrack today in their Ferrari.
And for comparison, the best lap that car has done this race is a 32.5. So, and yeah, there you see it on the tower right now, left-hand side. So that's 4/10 off after you are, let's see, doing the math real quick, 16 hours into this race. That is, like you said, a very well set up car if it's able to be that close to its best time this far in.
Absolutely. And for now, for anyone else, it's where else can you solidify things? I think one of the team positions that's a little bit more fluid here, Joe, is going to be third in GTP hypercar, because the BMW M Team Redline's been slowly chipping away that gap. Outside of that, the gaps have built it up, Joe.
We have now officially passed 8 hours into this race. Of course, we've got more than just the Daytona 24 here on iRacing's YouTube channel. There's all kinds of cool series that you'll get to see. So we'll check out a few of those. Is, of course, the Coke Series, the eNASCAR Series, going to be coming back in 2026 with a bit of a new format, because the qualifying series will kick us off this time in February as drivers vie to work their way into the big show. Make sure and scan the QR code if you want to find out more about how this season is going to work. And there you can see a few of the familiar faces that will be returning for competition in 2026. Of course, eNASCAR often steals the show, but we do have other series, including the World of Outlaws, which is an absolute blast to witness. The Eldora Speedway will be up next for them. That'll be Monday, January 19th at 8 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, just love getting to see that level of competition, because it is always a wild card out there. Although the cream does tend to rise to the top, and iRacing puts on just a spectacular show on the dirt. And one of my favorites, the Indy cars, going to, of course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'll be joining you for that one on Thursday, January 22nd, after the fantastic race that we saw at Portland, with a few big names getting caught out. They're going to have to try and make up in this short season, and they managed to do it. Will Indy be their scene of redemption when we head to one of the most famous places in all of motorsport? Just see just how frantic that race was, of course, with some of our highlights from that race. Portland, as it tends to do in real life, really threw a number of drivers for a loop. Then let's take a glance before we step away here for a moment to get you the rundown of where things sit in our results for top split here in the Daytona 24. Drago Racing, of course, is currently leading in the GTPs with the Grid and Go Esports and the 003 leading down to the LMP2s. There we see the full-on results. About 40 seconds the gap right now between P1 and P2 in those GTPs. And only, unfortunately, I believe we're down to 8 now. No, it looks like we do still have 9 running. So we have not lost any since our coverage began on this third quarter of the event. But sadly, those bottom 5 have since long retired. Then down in the LMP2s, as I mentioned, the 003, about 30 seconds. That has been dwindling down here and there. Effect Simulations does seem to be making inroads. It's small, but they've got time. Can they continue to try and chip away, see if they can catch up the leaders and make this a fight, since that has really been the star of this portion of the race, those LMP2s. Down in the GTDs, the Williams F1 team might be showing as only separated by less than a tenth. It's been that way for a long time, and they've been clearly working together. So it's down to Drago Racing to reverse the course and see if they can catch them back up after they were overtaken to the lead much earlier on. Unfortunately, their sister team, having had problems when they tried to slipstream with one another early on in the race, are no longer in the hunt for the win, but they've tried to help them when they can. And that is your rundown for our standings here, with a little bit less than 8 hours to go. We're going to take a short break, but stick around if you want to hear the fantastic noises of the Daytona 24 here on iRacing, as we're going to go full throttle. Welcome back. We're here for 2 more hours. Joe Peak with Taylor Burris and Justin Prince, but we've still got 8 hours left in this race. A little bit less at this stage. The Daytona 24 as iRacing brings the 2026 edition to life. And we can see a couple cars now taking pit stops, the 112 included. Excuse me, the 112. So had that right the first time, and they're back on track and heading out. And there is something that I hadn't noticed many drivers doing before, Justin, but some aggressive weaving to try to get some heat into the tires. Kind of understandable.
Yeah, because the cold tires cost you a lot of time on the racetrack, but also, if you push too hard on cold tires, you already know what you and I both know. In the rear one in particular, you can spin the car out, and it can really cost you. You see the temperatures still yet to move, by the way, as we're getting ready to see when the sun pops up soon. Still around 69 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. Mostly cloudy skies. It's better than overcast, I will say that.
Yeah, not that it'll make too much of a difference here at nighttime, but yeah, once the sun comes up, at least they'll get a little bit of warmth on the track, no doubt. But for those that are just joining us, the number 5 of Drago Racing with Atti Kalpanen leads your GTPs. Balas Remenek and the Grid and Go 003 leads the LMP2s. And Matthias Orjula in the Williams F1 team number 6 car leads down in the GTDs right now. So there's your leader status in each of the 3 classes. Haven't seen much in the way of a battle for the lead for quite some time for any of those classes. The GTDs were the last one to see that change around with the Williams F1 team overtaking Drago Racing's number 68 car. But this number 5 car has been absolutely cruising, Taylor.
Absolutely, as we take a look at the number 5 Drago Racing machine with Kapanen leading the charge, the Finn leading the charge here, and been, I gotta say, one of the most dominant drives I've ever seen out of all the splits that we've seen out of our competitors, and just incredible pace that he's setting, staying ahead, negotiating through traffic perfectly, hitting his marks. Incredible for him to continue with this in the Ferrari 499P.
And considering they are in top split, I mean, wow, the fact that they are continuing to lead, and it's still at about 38 seconds, tells you everything you need to know. They're being chased by Julian Soenen right now. The Belgian has hopped into the Coanda Esports 08. They have been kind of trading that second position back and forth with Drago Racing's number 2 for quite some time, as they are off sequence to both of the Drago cars, honestly. But that's going to make for an interesting dynamic come the end of this race, and they have to figure out how the final pit stop will work. Honestly, without these full course yellows, that will be one of the defining factors. This is that Drago Racing number 2 car who's still having some dramas and thankfully getting away with it here, navigating some of our GTD machinery. But it is all Ferrari on the podium right now in these GTPs, with that number 2 rounding out the steps currently. Not a bad job by Drago Racing up here in the GTPs. And then Taylor, it looks like it's actually getting closer for that 3rd spot. Team Redline catching up.
Absolutely. The Eduardo Leo has been making major gains, and he's only 1.6 seconds behind. So the BMW is looking to try to spoil the Ferrari podium lockout, as Eduardo Leo has been setting in a blistering pace right now, keeping steady with Michael Romanides right there behind in the 4th position. There you see him just up ahead as they head through the high banks of turn 3 and 4 at Daytona.
Yeah, they've got another BMW M team, but it's not Redline, it's BS Plus competition, as we're still waiting for Leo to pit in. They're on lap 25, so they're on the same strategy as the Coanda car, honestly. Should see them both come in roughly about the same time. That car behind them, unfortunately, not quite as close as that fight for 3rd, as it looks like it's a full lap that the 3 is pulled over the 89. So for Dominic Hoffman, hailing from Austria, He's got some work to do. If they want to get another position up, they almost have to hope for some bad luck for those ahead of them to get out of this 5th position. They're going to overtake one of our LMP2 cars, at least for a brief moment. And then they'll be on their way. Xander Reed for Porsche Coanda 091, the official Porsche efforts in this Daytona 24. They're actually pretty close behind as well. That's only about 5.5 seconds. So we'll see if Xander Reed can bring the clean lines of the number 091 up to compete with their fellow German marquee, because I'm sure they would love to try and have a nice direct fight for position here this late in the race to help keep them awake. Movano Rosa with Scott Michaels. He's brought his Acura into 7th position right now. And this is where we start to get into teams that have run into pretty big trouble, as he's 3 laps behind the next car, 5 laps off the lead. This is, of course, without any yellow flags to help bunch things up, so you will see some gaps like that, but they're running out of opportunities to take a win. Giuseppe Lofero for Movano Rosso, also sitting in 8th right now, and about 9 laps off of the lead, but still plugging away. They're running in one of our Porsches. We've got 3 of our Porsches in the GTPs out there. Boy, they go right on the edge. So, Chris, Apologies for a small technical glitch there, but we are ready to carry on as we got a little bit of the racing sounds in the meantime here. I believe we left off right at the tail end of our GTPs with SCK Racing being the last one that we covered there in the number 29 as they will round out our GTP field. Then, of course, Taylor, that takes us to our LMP2s with Grid and Go.
Started in third position, Valis Remenek is leading the charge with the Grid and Go racing team. They're looking to try and capitalize, going back-to-back, granted in different classes, but going for top split wins here at the Daytona 24. And Joe, as we move on to the next category, or next car, with the Effect Simulations number 909 machine, that's been a team that's been right there in the hunt, ready to capitalize if opportunity presents itself.
Indeed, and that is a car that has been slowly but surely cutting away. There they are, Daniel Harris currently in the car. And the Australian driver, I think, has been doing a phenomenal job. I think been teasing us with potential battle for the lead in the LMP2s. Really looking forward to that. From there, Justin, we've also got third place, the number 21.
Yes, indeed, and you've seen so far, Deltraz Automotive by Majors Garage be very strong. They've had to get the elbows out, and a lot of these battles today, they've held on pretty well in the midst of their fight. But they've been able to keep the gap as a result here now over mapperformance.com. The 129 machine is in the fourth position at the moment, and they have continuously built things up speed-wise with Vasquez still in the car. He's been in the car for a good 3-4 hours now, a long stint. You know who's made a swap in? Despite the crash for the 42, Betmaster TC Esports is still in the top 5, guys, with a new front nose, a little bit offset on strategy. But Augustin Turtolashi is doing a great job being able to help on the rebound for the team here. You compare that to the 112 of Solpec Precision Racing, right now up by 7. Jordan Johnson has also clawed his way past both the blue Mercure Esport machines, the 32 and the 33. With Augustin Bernier, we've seen some of the elbows come out for them, and they've built themselves a bit of a buffer to their teammate also. So a lot of these drivers, especially like Solpec Precision, you could say, Joe, have been able to really pull away, especially with both of the 32 and 33 cars still now a few seconds back apart from each other.
Yeah, there we see the pair of them, the teammates. We wondered if they'd battle. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they've had the ability to, because like you said, Hubert has dropped off a little bit. And then we go to the 004, the other Grid and Go car that's still in this top split, Niels Rottel, currently in that machine. It's about 17 seconds behind, so it's definitely a gap. Not impossible to try and run down 8th place and see if he can go after the blue Mercure machines. But he's sandwiched because there's another one, the last of our LMP2s that is still in this race is the number 11, Olivier Piatek, who at one point was battling for second. Unfortunately, is now multiple laps down after a few incidents for that car. And their chances may have slipped through their fingers. And then that takes us to the GTD cars with Williams F1 Team Gaming, the number 6 machine currently the lead of the pair. You can tell them as they've got the yellow headlights on the car. And Matthias Urhula currently in that machine with Alessandro Bico in the number 1, just trailing behind. They've been like this for quite some time, Taylor, in that 1 and 2 position.
Absolutely, Joe. As we see them working together, they have another driver to keep an eye on. That's Nicolas Rubilar from Chile with the 68 Drago Racing Lamborghini. Been having an up and down kind of night in the GT category compared to the hypercar drivers for Drago Racing. Looking to try at least maintain and have a shot if opportunity presents itself. Moving on to 4th position at the Blue Mercurio Esports with Corentin Lassine, the Belgium, in his Porsche number 8.
one of the drivers that's kind of been steady, staying in the top 5, right there in the hunt, and he's right there if opportunity presents itself to maybe snag a podium position. Moving on into 5th position, it's one of the Falcon Sim Racing Team Teal drivers. The Mercedes have been working very well. Gregory Hoveson is from Canada, currently trying to hold position. He's got, by the looks of it, the number 7 machine, which we saw had deal with so much chaos in our broadcast here today as he tries to negotiate on a turn number 1. Dropping now into the next position, 6 spots to the door, Esports by SX with Luca Wunsch from Germany in his Mercedes. Another one of the Mercedes that we saw having a good fight with the Falcon team, and as he tries to negotiate, he's got a little bit of work to do as he's 36 seconds back from Gregory. We move on to another popular team, the Windward Esports by Sensitz Haptics with Tom Ryer, the German, right there in the hunt in 7th position. He's about 14 seconds back, so he's making up time. In fact, he's running about a 1/10 to 2/10 faster than the Door Esports Mercedes. So give us some time here as we get ready to bring the sun into play. We now drop back to the next driver. The other of the 3 Williams drivers for the F1 Team Gaming is Kai Diaz, who is currently sitting in that, and then Damon Woods from Australia currently sitting in the 10th or 9th position as he works his way through, actually in 8th, as he works his way in his Mercedes, the second of the 2 Falcon Sim Racing Team drivers. And then rounding out your top 10 is the Stint 1 Motorsports, as we see Kai Diaz right there, the Canadian, in his Williams F1 team, trying to see if he can work his way further to join his other 2 teammates inside the top 2 positions. And then wrapping up, it is Peter Beidert from Stint 1 Motorsports, the Porsche right here on screen, the number 92, having a little bit of a quiet night, but still staying consistently inside the top 10 since we get started with our broadcast earlier a few hours ago. But that is your top 10 for the GTDs.
621 laps have been completed. We're expecting mine showing about 929. We'll see whether or not that's accurate once we get closer to the end, as that will vary based on the pace and the pit strategy of the lead cars, obviously. So, as we see, is there just a hint of orange glow on the horizon? Okay, so we're starting to get close to that sunrise. Let's see what time we are in the sim right now. 6:30 a.m. Hopefully everybody out there is a nice early rise and shiner and gets to enjoy the beautiful sunrise. You know, we were talking earlier, Taylor, about advising people to go and enjoy this race. That is one of the things definitely that I think people should do. Go to watch the sunrise, because it's quite the experience, and the cacophony of the race cars and just this beautiful sunset coming up from across the track.
One of the most beautiful sights I ever saw when I was at the Daytona 24 was I had the opportunity to sit up in the grandstands just about right here where you see the cars enter into the infield as well as they exit off onto the Daytona banking, and you see the sun cresting right above the racetrack, the cool breeze from the ocean sea breeze coming in, and then of course just the cacophony of different engine notes from every single different car that was still surviving and out there in this race. It's absolutely a sight to behold and enjoy throughout the entire event. So if you have not had the chance to go to the Daytona 24 in any way, go and find that opportunity. You can either just go with a general admission or go and camp out the whole entire 2 weeks if you count the fact that there's the Roar that's happening actually right now as we speak, Joe. So there's a lot of different options where you can go out there and enjoy this amazing event.
We've been covering a few of the other splits as well, and it's been fun and interesting to get to see how many of them are going and also how close some of the battles are, and really goes to show you why they're all important, because there have been some where the lead is only seen a second and a half between the top two. This is split number 6. Strength of field for this one, 4,249. And it looks like Le Sir Florent, apologies if I have mispronounced that, the Frenchman currently sitting in the lead in the GTPs. Scuderia Volpe by Super Chicane. What a name. And they're leading by roughly a lap in that number 9 car. So I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about that one currently. It's a little bit closer down in the LMP2s. Shannon K. Morris for Fury Sim Sports Rust Racing is currently leading in that class. It's about 30 seconds between themselves and the 268 car right now. Still not under immediate threat. Very nice paint scheme, I have to admit. That's a snazzy looking car, the Fury machine. And hopefully they can bring that nice looking car to victory lane. But it is Sergei Nefidev from Armamentario Racing Team. And they lead also by about a lap down in the GTDs. Looks like we got another team that's doing the whole split livery thing, but they got a kind of a cool jagged effect going on. I do appreciate the creativity with that concept as they bring themselves around, hopefully, to be able to claim another victory for Porsche that's looking pretty good. Meantime, our vote for the best or funniest livery apparently goes to the number 8. Justin Belillo approves this paint is what our team's comment is about this one. I have not seen this movie yet, but I am aware of the lizard joke.
Lizard. Lizard.
So I'm
Lizard.
wondering,
Lizard.
every time they pass a car or they get past, do they hit the button and say lizard?
I hope they have it macroed. I mean,
I hope.
sure, it'd be annoying, but
It must be done. You chose to run this paint. You will have to do it.
here we go. The full-time turkeys. Looking...
The
actually-
part-timers.
Yeah. That's great. I love the name some of these teams come up with. This is great stuff. And all right next to one another, too. Apparently, I haven't looked at the chat recently, but I guess it's over for any meaningful sort of conversation to be happening for a little while.
The lizards will take over now.
Yes. Hey, they always warned us about the lizard people, right?
They have.
All right, here's how things look in the overall standings. GTP being led by Simon Halkin right now, a lap over Brandon Lestis. And it looks like we got about 7 cars that are still relatively close from there on down, 8th on down. Drivers multiple hundreds of laps behind, so have run into issues or may be out of this race entirely. Down in the LMP2, Shannon K. Morris ahead of Carl in the 268. Pedro de Sousa giving chase behind them. And for this group, you get down to the 6th place before you start to get into the double digits of cars that are finding themselves many laps behind. Sergei in the number 19, actually showing now a full 2 laps. So since we last even looked a few moments ago, has gained another on Luca Vonkin. Well done as they continue to prove well far ahead. Look at the right-hand side, though. Porsche, extremely popular in this split, apparently, as they are absolutely dominating the logos of the makes of cars here in our results report for split number 6. So I guess if you want to be well up the order, or at least be in the popular crowd, race in a Porsche in split 6 here for the Daytona 24 in 2026. We got to say goodbye to the Lizards. I'm sorry. And go back to our regularly scheduled split 1, still being led by Kalpinen and being chased by BMW Redline, sitting in 4th place, Eduardo Leo. About 7 seconds behind Drago. And it looks like, Taylor, we've had a change of driver. Dries van Langendonk has jumped into the number 2.
Yes, he has, and also our race leader is on pit road right now as we speak. So Captain Pianin is going to be on his way through, and we'll have possibly a driver change, and we'll see if that will change the outlook for your race leaders with the Drago Racing team. No other major changes as far as our prototype category for the time being, as far as new drivers that have made their way through the field other than Dries in the number 2 Drago. And it looks like we have another one we caught sleeping on the job.
Aw.
Nope, she's awake.
Just checking in here and there, napping, we'll say. But that looks really cozy. I'm not gonna lie. That it's got her blanket. It's even still in her play seat, but letting the teammates take over, still at the ready, just in case something happens. I know I've kind of been there. I haven't slept in my sim seat, but I know when I was competing, I would always kind of keep my phone right by me in case my teammates called me. We gave each other our phone numbers, and if need be, you could wake me up.
I have slept in my sim seat before. Not even for an endurance race, though. That's the sad thing.
I've met teammate members who have done the same thing where you go for full tests for a lot of big teams late at night, and you end up wondering, where did they go? Why is their car in the middle of the racetrack? Turns out they fell asleep in the middle of the test session, so it happens a lot, especially when you work through the nighttime oil.
Just don't let it happen in the race, because I believe there's no method of booting a racer out of the car still, correct?
That's a great question. I don't think there is.
I don't think so.
You can eject a spotter.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, if someone falls asleep at the wheel, if they're out of the way, then there's really no way unless you send someone to knock on their front door, I'm afraid. So, Maria still sitting nice and cozy, and she lets her fellow drivers take care of things, and still with the chat popping some icons across the stream as they are also entertaining themselves here as we check back in with Leo once again. And oh, he's cut this down. I think it was at 7 seconds, wasn't it? It's now down to 2.8. So I don't know if something happened to Dries, but now it's starting to look like we might have a battle.
I'm looking at the pit stop times, and it's about 3/10 of, or about, I'd say 3/10 of a second between the two of them in their last pit stops. And as we got to say, it's going to be interesting how that plays out.
And we understand, Alex Patsky is back in the car, I should say, and carrying on. So yes, this time, because last time we assumed that he was driving the car, but he was still watching from his VR. Now he is back in and racing proper. I'm kind of surprised at that, Taylor, that he kept the headset on. I would think after a certain amount of time, you kind of just need to let your eyes relax.
I mean, kudos to him for doing that, because, after my stint, I mean, I would have taken them off as quickly as possible. Honestly, I wouldn't even be doing an endurance race. Oh, well, he's in Colorado, too, so he is currently, I would have to say, 2 or 3 hours, at least behind me in Island Central Time Zone, for sure, and so it's not even... It's probably 10 o'clock, probably.
1 hour behind. He is there in Mountain Time. I used to live in Colorado, and I'm jealous. It's absolutely beautiful country. So
it is.
Great job to Alex. And yeah, we can see on his timing screen, they are still leading their class. And by, does that say 5 laps?
It looks like 5 laps.
Yeah, wow. That's a massive gap.
That's exactly the message I said before when he was spectating. Has to survive, and Corey achieved the mission. Keep the car in one piece when he drove.
Are we sure that the Hoosier didn't just wreck everybody?
That's a good chance. That's a good chance.
If that was the case, the car wouldn't be here.
I love you, Corey. I'm just teasing for those that think I'm being mean to him. So, But yeah, he's everybody on this team has done a good job. Kind of curious, maybe this goes to our production team that our audience can't hear. If they win their split, do they have to buy the office something, or does the office give them some sort of reward? I'm seeing a no, a head shaking.
I think the answer is no. There was a resounding no in our headsets.
It could be, oh, if you win, you have to get everybody donuts or something. I don't know. It's Boston, so they got to get Dunkin' for everybody.
I mean, I think you're trying to voluntold somebody into donuts. I don't think you could do that.
That was a very angry response from our crew.
Corey's now like challenge accepted, ladies and gentlemen, as Cisco is now going to pull the plug on this whole thing. And good night, everybody.
Cisco is not on their team, so he doesn't have to buy it for everybody. I'm saying there was the winning team that buys treats for everybody in the office. Anyways, back to being on track with this race. We're still following Team Redline. Yeah, now he's on board with it. Anyways, the number 3 is still at about 2.8 seconds back, so he's lost maybe a tenth or two since we last looked. That could be given up to any sort of traffic, so I don't think that really is anything to go on. We'll have to wait and see if we get any dramatic swings once again between themselves and one of our podium sitters. I know how driven Redline is, Justin, so I would think that if they can't get a win, they want to at least get themselves some champagne.
Yeah, get themselves at least a respectable finish here, and I think with what we're seeing from the 3 machine, it's respectable. Remember, before, the gap was around 1.3 seconds before the pit stop delta, to answer your question. That's how rapid the speed difference has been on the older tires here compared to Drago, who was building up the temperatures here. I think right now, Leto, long term, has the quicker car right now to be able to close up. Now, will they be able to keep that up? You see the pace has been near perfect on the 133 flats as of late.
Oh, wow. So there you go. They've cut down even more. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Can the BMW chase down the Ferrari and take away their stranglehold on the podium positions? They look motivated, as I said. Look at them slice right between the GTD cars, timing that one perfectly. And they did get cost a bit of time. So maybe this is what forced Drago Racing to give up a bit of it, Taylor, as they hit this traffic, and now the BMW is having to deal with it.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a tough one as he has to negotiate through all this as they work their way through the Western Horseshoe. And now we'll see what the BMW can do. Can he hunt down that Drago Racing machine Ferrari as they approach the high banks of Daytona?
And love this onboard because you can see the button dash off to the right-hand side, as well as all the things on the wheel. Now, obviously, you might not have a one-to-one wheel or button box, but one thing that I feel like iRacing does so well is recreating everything that you could do on the real car. And if you would like to try and tweak these cars to the nth degree, you can do so by heading over to iRacing.com, find out more information on how you can start your iRacing career, get yourself a subscription. Maybe you'll be racing in the Daytona 24 come 2027. But yeah, the setup changes, the in-car changes, Taylor, it's, especially in these prototypes, it gets complicated.
It really does. I mean, especially with the hybrid system alone that you have to learn about, figure out how to properly adjust it, plus the new tire model for these LMDH and hypercars. I mean, it's going to be incredible to try to just learn the basics to be able to how to go fast, let alone going out there to just drive it as normal. It's a fun car to drive, but so intricate to learn the ins and outs of how to make this car go fast.
More of a jet pilot these days. The way that you have to race some of these high downforce machines, prototypes, open wheelers on the high end, as they require a lot of knowledge, study, and understanding of what you're doing inside that cockpit. And the same applies here to iRacing, since they do try to make them one-to-one to the real car. Well, it's gone back up. It was down as low as about 1.7 seconds, but it's now back up to about 2.4 between the number 2 and the number 3 car. So we're not going to get that battle right now, but we could still have one in the future. The podium is up for grabs. Keep your eyes on that Red Bull liveried machine.
And keep in mind the driver that's being closed in on here with Drago's side, with Dries in particular. You're talking about a competitor that just recently is part of the F4 British Championship, one of the rising competitors in terms of the driving ranks for 2026. You're talking about also someone that's built up a good resume for the karting side. In the first place, has been able to get some experience built up very young. And a lot of these young drivers are going to still have to try and find a way to get up to grid and go if you're in LMP2 to turn the attention over there. Because they start up in front, they slip back over the course of the race. It's been for grid and go what you would expect from what we've seen in the past couple of years here, Taylor, on the pace to be able to manage this gap. They've had to work for it today, though.
They certainly have, but the thing is, they have been patient, and when they find that opportunity, they work their way up through the running order, hit their marks, and stay through, holding through the positioning here and negotiating traffic perfectly to stay ahead of the rest of the chaos that was what we saw in the back half of this LMP2 field, and doing a great job of just maintaining the gap. And that's the biggest thing you have to do when it comes to sports car and endurance racing, is just finding the way to get comfortable, to just maintain the gap. Not really pull away, but just slowly make that increment to help you stay ahead of the competition.
And I think worth noting that Effect Simulations with Harris behind the wheel currently has cut it down, or did cut it down to about 18 seconds. I think it's gone up again. We've seen some of that ebb and flow. It's now at 19. But we've come back over to our GTD leaders, Oriella and Bico. And they have just been running the same racing line with 2 cars practically as one for a long, long time. There's that 909 that I was talking about, now up to 20 seconds. Even still, this is definitely a lot closer than it was when we first started our coverage of the third quarter. I believe it was somewhere in the realm of about 35 to 40 seconds away from them. At this rate, I think they could potentially catch up to them. There is the lap comparisons. And it does look like Harris is consistently gaining. In fact, 9/10 of a second is a massive chunk.
That's actually just about a full second, just by 2/1000ths off that mark. Harris is absolutely flying, and it shouldn't be a full surprise because, again, one of the drivers in the 8K range, but also is one of those who crosses over from the open wheel side, who's been a multiple-time record holder on the service. So Harris, I think, is just going full hot lap, and it's similar to what I've noticed in some of the stints he's done over the course of the run, where the car seems to pick up for the short to midterm in these stints, and I think it's where Harris is really starting to thrive. The thing is, it's going to have to continue over the course of the next few hours to get back up to grid and go.
I don't think we can count this one over. Other than that, our close fights down in the LMP2s here sees P3 about 5 seconds apart. Thomas Imberg for Delatraz Automotive and Matt Performance with Aaron Vasquez, the two that are going to hopefully be fighting for that. And we've got some more streams that we can show off as well, with plenty of drivers all sharing their experience here in the 24. So we'll check in on a couple of those here in just a moment, show you how some things are happening with them. We'll hop over here in just a little bit. Just notice that fifth in the LMP2 is also quite close. 2 seconds between Jordan Johnson and Augustine Bernier. That's looking like that could shape up nicely. So Solpac Precision and Blue Mercure, number 32, as Grid and Go. No, Delatraz has just pitted. So has Grid and Go. So both those teams. As we step away from our split for just a moment, for one of my favorite names for a streamer, Grand Pooh Bear. And they are live on Twitch right now. Is that supposed to be on the bottom of their screen? Is that supposed to be a Excite Bike homage?
I don't think so.
Are you talking about the game that they're currently playing, the racing game? Wow,
Is it a game? I think it's just his chat. Sometimes Twitch streamers will have like little things that have the people watching the you can see the names above them.
But
I don't know.
Well, right in front of them, they had a Mustang spin around in front of them, but survived.
geez. Yeah, and you can see things behind them looking pretty crazy as well. So they're having plenty of action at this stage. We'll try and solve the mystery of that game at the bottom a little bit later, but that does intrigue me. In fact, trying to see on the right-hand side where we've got a little bit of our screen covering it. It looks like they almost have two cameras up with another streamer as well. As we come back to more of our LMP2s, Harris now pits. How far behind are they going to be? The Grid and Go car checking in on the Drago Racing of Ati Kauppinen, currently running in the lead as he has been since the start of our coverage. And he's now about 43 seconds ahead.
Everyone just making their scheduled service here as see the lights starting to really shine over the racetrack. The floodlight's going to stay on for a little bit more longer for the racetrack to help with the visibility here. But now it's going to be where those temps, as we said, will pick on up for drivers pretty soon here. Beautiful sights and sounds we're seeing already here for this January day here at Daytona.
So I can report that effect simulation seems to have come out maybe even a little closer, but then the cooler tires might put them back to where they were because it's showing at about maybe 15 seconds. Remember, it was at about 18 or 19 before. So again, that could be getting ever closer between them.
Yeah, but they also got to worry about the 21 machine right behind the Delatraz automotive machine with Thomas Imborg behind the wheel of that machine, as the map performance number 29 with Vicente Aparico will also get behind the wheel in fourth position.
Yeah, it's looking like another 15 seconds there to the 21 Delatraz. Map performance, though, that you mentioned with Aparicio is only 3.3 seconds behind, and that is for a podium spot. All of our LMP2s have now taken their recent stops, except for the 004 and the 11, but they are off cycle due to incidents a little bit earlier, and they're down in 9th and 10th. So everybody 1st through 8th have just been in and out and on their way. Watching the 21 of Imborg sitting in, I know it says 4th on the side of their car, but they are in 3rd currently. They're going to go by one of our Porsches, easily lapping that GTD car without too much hassle. The side of their number should update next time they cross the line.
We'll say it helps with the visibility for fans to have that number board. You know, that was a conversation point when they first came on, but it's really grown and become a staple of this type of racing to be able to track the various classes here. We'll say, though, Joe, the main question to me as we come up towards the top of the hour is going to be where a lot of these drivers stand with stints, because in particular, you're talking about some of the various teams really pushing a lot through the nighttime stint. Some of the drivers 4 or 5 hours. There's going to be some drivers you have to think kind of balance the fair share coming up to close out in these next few hours, because if you don't balance that out for certain, you're going to be in trouble.
Exactly. I think at this level, though, most of the teams probably have it planned out pretty well. If they've gone off of their plan, then probably have rebalanced it. I'm almost certain that most of them have spreadsheets and things, because I know even our team at the low level we were racing would have all kinds of Google Sheets that we had put together with the plan on who was racing when, the schedule, and and how many hours each driver would rack up. And as that went on, it was always adjusted and readjusted to try and reflect how things actually are. So hopefully shouldn't be an issue. If it is, somebody has really got to be reassessed at their job on the team.
Absolutely doing a great job of holding positioning here as we see them work their way through across the line, and more cars coming down on pit road here as we see our GTD leaders up in front of the number 21 as he tries to close the gap between himself and the 909.
Yeah, things getting a little congested out there through 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, and eventually going to find his way past the two leading Williams drivers and just slotting in front. And it's just a wonderful dance between them. You could see the experience and the knowledge of what the other cars do. And I think that's the big thing in terms of how you deal with traffic. The fact that he knew where he could place his car, and those other cars also knew, Taylor, that down through the International Horseshoe, they all got back in line, almost like there was nothing to it. But it can so easily go awry if you get that timing wrong.
It really can, and you have to be so careful with how you place that car, because the International Horseshoe, it looks like an easy corner, but honestly, it's probably, as far as the infield section, one of the most difficult ones because of how much speed you're still having to carry. You could carry a lot of speed and think you can maybe stretch that braking zone a little bit further or later, but in actuality, there's only like 1 or 2 spots that you have to get on the brakes quickly in order to make that corner, and then worry about tracking out a little too far wide.
Yeah, both the International and the Western Horseshoe are more difficult than you would imagine because they look like hairpins. But as we come back to Drago, I don't know why I keep saying Draga, but they are once again near each other, and the nerves of the fans of the team may be heightened a little bit, hoping that everything goes okay.
I mean, so far so good. We haven't had any major contact, and just as I say that, they're about to make contact here. Please keep it clean, gentlemen. We don't want another chaotic moment between the teams as they work their way across the tri-oval and see what will happen here.
Yeah, this is how they wrecked last time, so that's why I'm sure it's a little bit unnerving for some, but backs out before they get into the braking zone, so they're going to be fine this time by hopefully learn some lessons from the previous time through. And a little bit of a tidbit as well about this International Horseshoe. Do you know why it is called the International Horseshoe, Taylor?
Is it because of all the flags that are right there?
It is indeed. They put up all the flags of the various countries of the drivers who are competing. Oh, that got tight there coming through the kink.
I was like, oh no, here we go.
Yeah, so thankfully the Cure car is going to be able to get by. But yeah, I have heard of situations where there are at times the wrong flag up due to human error. So keep your eyes peeled for that. I'm sure they check it each year a little bit more closely now, but there have been times where they mistook one country for another. As we take a look at Johan Harth and the difference between himself and Kunzer, and that is the driver that they are chasing in second position.
Just full charge at this point for that push, but I'm not surprised that we're seeing the drawing machines do this again. Hearing there was a mistake though involving the 6 machine, one of the Williams cars. Well, gonna have to take a look here as once again these Williams machines have been in control much of the way. What did they do? Well, it's the bus stop in Le Mans specifically that went illegal, had to take the slowdown. And I think they still remain in the tow, but that's going to cost them both time.
It's about a second apart. It looks like it is coming down somewhat on my time in scoring. So I suspect that Vita is allowing Kunzer to get back in here. And yeah, well, no, they are separated still by that Mercedes, it looks like. So that might complicate things slightly. Although I imagine, Taylor, that helps in a way because that's almost like a stepping stone, slipstream-wise.
It really is. It's kind of helped kind of compress and cushion a little bit of these drivers here. It gives them a little bit of more breathing room, especially going into the braking zone as we see the sun beginning to rise just over the horizon here, and we get set to see how this will all play out. The gap between your top two and Johan Harth is about 24 seconds, so didn't really gain a whole lot of time, but those mistakes could add up if you're not too careful.
Yeah, it seemed like not long ago that it was pitch black out here, and it has certainly come up in a hurry. It's starting to see, or at least get visual on what that cloud cover actually looks like as well. And we're just past 7 hours to go now, so this is truly getting towards the end, especially for us here in the booth. We got a little bit left, and then we'll hand over back to Race Spot in a little bit. Looking forward to seeing the last few bits, although I probably am going to get a rest before we get to the checkered flag myself. In the meantime, I do believe that we're going to check on, and things a little screwed up, unfortunately, at our time it's going. We do see a 3/1000ths gain on the most recent lap, but I guess we won't be able to get to see the rest of them for the time beings. And I believe we've got an update on the rest of the field, though, in the meantime. So as we get everybody up to speed, excuse me, we're going to head off to a few announcements first. First of all, if you weren't tuned in earlier, we're going to mention once again that coming up soon is the iRacing Arcade. That's going to be released on Steam, and that should be a fun one. As I think we're checking in. There we go. Now we've got the iRacing Arcade on our screen. All kinds of fantastic circuits. You see Lime Rock is going to be on there. We saw Mexico City in there, Imola, all kinds of fantastic stuff. And then, of course, great cars that you can release. This is for those that do enjoy sim racing, but might want something maybe a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more cozy, as they like to call these games these days. And you can see they've gone to a great degree to give this a lot of character. The style to this game is extremely charming.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great opportunity for those who want to just have fun, not really worry about the high stakes, high pressure, like what we're used to when it comes to racing here on iRacing, like here at the Daytona 24, but just give a chance to have fun with your friends, race some iconic cars and tracks, and look forward to seeing this coming out later on in 2026.
Exactly. And if you can't wait to try it, the good news is there is a free demo that you can try with the Porsche Cup car as well as Tsukuba Raceway. It is a fun little demo. Give it a try. It'll give you a taste of what this game is going to be like. Worth checking into. Now we're going to get to the results. I was a little bit ahead. Drago Racing still leading, now up to 46 seconds over Coanda, and then their fellow Drago cars still in the top three, but it's tightened up a little bit for those three positions as BMW and Team Redline have cut it down pretty close. So will they manage to take one of those spots? Meanwhile, down on the LMP2s, Grid and Go also finding themselves being caught. It is now down to 13 seconds over FX Simulations 909. Keep an eye on those two. It has been trending towards this way for a long time now, and I suspect that they are going to meet each other before this race is over. And then down, of course, in our GTD class, it's the same as it ever was. Williams F1 team and Williams F1 team with the 1 and the 6 car. They've been swapping back and forth now with the 1 in the lead. Drago Racing at about 13 seconds, trying their darndest to run them down. Johan Harth in that number 68 car for the time being. Unfortunately, though we have a lot of them on the screen here, only 16 of our GTD cars are still on the track of the 32 that began here in the top split. Well, as the sun starts to rise, the drivers now have a little bit more visual. We also have to remember that we're, at least in the real world, getting deep, deep into the night over in Europe. Here in the States, it is getting, well, at least over here, it's past midnight on the East Coast, getting close to 1 a.m. So even many of the American drivers and North Americans are finding themselves maybe getting a little bit sleepier.
Yeah, I would have to say this is the time where, for our West Coast drivers, they should be hopefully putting in some hours for some of our competitors here, and then those who are in either Europe or Australia or even in Asia, really helping out with those who are still dealing with the early morning hours of the race day here for some of our competitors, as we pick up our Grid and Go LMP2 class leader as he looks to try to see if he can maintain that one lap advantage.
Yeah, and we saw as well some of the positions gained of the various classes. Now, as we move over here, look at the number 48 car. 20 spots improved. And again, some of that probably due to the attrition, but a lot of it is still going to be some passes made out on track as well. Another little situation that we witnessed there with the Williams cars having to let one of our prototypes down through the international horseshoe, and that can always give away some of that time. So this is not over. We're going to hop on board another of our LMP2s, showing what it's like having to slice through this traffic, Justin.
And it's about making sure you're aware with the traffic management. I think for everybody, it's done well. Keep in mind, this is for position, though, in this battle on the racetrack, because you also have conversation with Solpec Precision Racing. Remember, starting off with League Racing, actually, for their team routes, before essentially growing the Solpec Precision brand or their own team efforts that's really gone into top split competition. While their league efforts are no longer in operation, Joe, the team itself has been really establishing itself as a top split contender here.
Definitely. Garrett Berry currently in that car, being chased by David Adam, about half a second between the pair of them. And yeah, the Precision team, I remember covering their league for a long, long time. And it was a little sad when they had to close up shop on it for a little bit, but I can tell you there's some incredible drivers that came out of that series, as evidenced by their team being in the top split of the Daytona 24, one of the most difficult to get into the top split.
One of the first races I've ever called with you, Joe, back when I started off with commentating with the Precision Racing League. But it is incredible to see how even leagues create some of these dynamic teams to showcase the talent of multiple drivers through multiple different disciplines and levels.
Yeah, they had a lot of different series that they ran, so you saw drivers really test their skills in a variety of cars. But watching that 32 still hanging on, Garrett Berry is not giving up quite yet. In fact, doesn't seem like David has been able to get any closer since we picked this one up. Still just stuck at about half a second behind, which really tells you the fine margins these drivers are working at. That even with the traffic that we're seeing, even at how much they're pushing these cars, they still can't seem to manage to find much more than hundredths of a second at times to try and gain on those ahead of them, as we get some pit stops as well in our GTPs.
On schedule yet again, if you're Dummett Kaufman, going straight to the 28 at this point. Interestingly enough, some of the drivers have been really starting to extend some of these windows, noticing over the course of this run. So a few of the teams probing a little bit on the fuel economy as the run goes on into the daytime here. I almost wonder, though, what the virtual pit crews that are in that lane are probably talking about, that we have with the animations there. Always going back and forth whenever the crew wants to try and get a stop in, you know? You just want them to be able to get on the jacks.
not very, not very well trained, right? They've lost focus every time you're supposed to have a pit stop done. So,
But you know what? You'll never catch them sleeping.
true, yeah. Way too many energy drinks apparently that iRacing has given them, but they'll need to try and maybe get a little bit more attentive to the car itself. In the meantime, back to this battle for sixth in the LMP2s. Looks like Adam has lost touch. It's up to 1.8 seconds. So something must have happened in that traffic that time has slipped away from the number 32 machine.
I think it's just going to rhythm here. I think you were saying, Joe?
Yeah, and we are just a couple minutes away from official sunrise. So early bird gets the worm. Get your breakfast ready. Time to enjoy the final 6 hours and 40-some minutes here at the high banks of Daytona. And so far, we've been treated to a pretty good fight here in this 2026 edition. Mostly in that LMP2 class that we've been watching for much of the race, which has given us battles throughout the night. But now that we've reached the morning, a lot of them have dissipated. You kind of tend to expect that, though, when you get to very late in endurance races. It's more about what you've done in the hours before than it is here at the hours at the end, even though they're still as important.
Absolutely, Joe. And I got to say, this is the time where drivers need to start thinking about what different strategies they could try out in these next few stops that they have up ahead in order to leapfrog their competition. As we take a look at the weather conditions, still about the same. Wind picked up just a little bit as the mostly cloudy conditions continue to showcase here at the World Center of Racing.
Yep, so we're not seeing the effects of it quite yet, but then we don't have the sun immediately barreling down on the track. Once that starts to get in the sky, then we'll start to see some changing in those surface conditions. Meanwhile, if you want some more temptation as to what it would look like if you were actually at the race, another thing that's beautiful about iRacing is you can actually send the cameras to various spots that you would actually sit at and view from. And this is definitely one of those good spots. This is down in the Western Horseshoe. Do love going to watch from this stand. A lot of action happens down here. And more than anything, you can see from this perspective, you can see pretty much the exit of turn one all the way down into the International Horseshoe. And so effectively, pretty much all the infield here from these seats.
So when I went to the Daytona 24 my last time back in 2020, this is one of the areas I would go to park, and I would just sit there and watch the race, especially if it was really cold, turn the heater up in your car a little bit and just watch all the action, have the radio going on, playing the event. And it was really just a nice angle to see all the action because of the cars coming right at you out of the kink, and then all of the action you would see in the Western Horseshoe, because there was times where it got a little bit crazy for some of the competitors trying to negotiate through lap traffic.
Yeah, you have to remember when they come out of the kink, if they do wind up in the grass, they're effectively coming directly at you there. So yeah, it's a thrilling spot to watch from. And look at this. If you get up on the high spots of that little grandstand, you can also see the banking and see them going out. You know that the other thing that stood out to me when I was finally able to go in person was that the steepness of the banking and the height of the banking really doesn't get across here in the sim and on TV when you watch. When you're standing by the guardrails and looking up at that banking, you kind of realize just how huge they are.
So here's a good angle right here as you see how steep the angle of the banking is. I had the privilege of actually driving
on the banking here at Daytona, and my friend of mine was driving the truck, and as we climb the banking, I'm having to hold on to the armrest that's next to me to keep me from just sliding further down and into his lap because of just how steep the banking here at Daytona is.
Cars zipping by, of course, and the sounds too. That's the other thing. If you ever get a chance, go and watch by the tri-oval. You can get relatively close. They don't like you standing too close because obviously it's a dangerous spot to get right up by the fencing. So the drivers or the people that are watching out there, the safety folks, will kind of shoo you away if you stand for too long. But you can see these cars zooming along at 170, 180 miles an hour and mere feet away from you.
Yeah, this track, I was here when I was a kid, for example, for NASCAR competition. It's just, when you're thinking about the vastness of this facility here, the grandstands themselves, you're talking about 20 stories tall in terms of the amount of seating that you have packed in here. And the closer you get to the action, you absolutely hear the shake and feel that shaking and get covered in marbles. Actually, if you sit down in those first few rows on the grandstands, that just end up when you leave the racetrack and go in the shower, you find yourself covered in lug nuts or in various parts or various debris. So it's really an experience to be able to feel this racetrack and the reverberations in general. There's nothing that beats being at a real-world racetrack as a whole. In the course of your time, you have to find a way to at least go once.
It is incredibly visceral, I think is the only way to describe it. It's something that you have to be there in person to get to experience. So I know we've been singing the praises of it, but you know, there's little more that we could do than just kind of talking about it. If you get a chance, just give it a shot and go see the real race in person. I think these special events that iRacing put on are some of the best advertisements for these events that they could possibly have. There's definitely been a few that have swayed me to go and check it out just because I've become so intrigued and interested based on my experience. As we come back to the number 32 car, now about 2 seconds behind Garrett Berry, so has made up a little bit of the time. It was up about 3 seconds a little earlier, but I believe we're going to step away since we don't have too many close battles here in our top split at the moment through the orange haze of the sunrise. So let's check in on split number 29. Strength of field, 1950. This is probably about what I'd wind up in, as I only have about a 2700 I rating. But somewhere stuck smack in the middle, being led by Grigor Georgiev from Bulgaria. His GTP number 6 car for Cronus Racing Team, ahead by a full lap over the next nearest car. And then, of course, they're being followed by the next leader down, the 57 of Adre White, with Adrian Fernandez currently in that car. I feel like that was the name of an IndyCar driver. Am I remembering wrong? I must be remembering wrong. I don't think it's the actual driver that I'm thinking of, but that name does feel like he might share it with someone. But regardless, the 57 ahead by 3 full laps, while Ben Woods for KBJ Motorsports and the number 40 Porsche leading also by 3 laps. This also, since it's on the same timing, is getting the same beautiful orange haze of the sunrise starting to creep its way over the high banks and up. And speaking of something that looks good in orange, how about Josh Pearson for the We Like This Paint Award given by our production team each time we hop to another split. Another one, Taylor, that I'd say is a very classy look.
It really is a very classy look indeed. Love how they do the blue and orange, of course, representing some interesting colors. You know, if you are a fan of Florida Gators with those colors. The Sim Party Racing Orange team, though, got a little bit of work to do. Not in the top 7, but still trying to put on a good effort to finish out this race as strong as possible in this Porsche-dominated split. I have to say, another one as they continue to hold charge here in the GTD category.
Yeah, we'll get a look at how many of them there are. But first, we'll take a look at the GTPs. Actually, interesting that while we have Ferraris, Cronus and a few other Porsches are the ones that are leading up in the GTPs for their class in split number 29. It's not a different make competition over in the LMP2s, as they are all the Dallara. So Adre White leading ahead of Bront, with Goodfellas Racing sitting in third. Crikey Esports, I'm going to take a guess that they are maybe hailing from down under. In the meantime, there you go. You called it, Taylor. Porsche, McLaren, Porsche.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's a couple of Ferraris. There's an Aston Martin's that with the lizards go vroom. So let's have the lizard memes commence now.
Wait. 9 Muppets, 1 car. My vote goes for that one.
That's a good one. Now the question is, are there actually 9 Muppets racing that car, and how long?
Good question.
That's going to be a good one, I have to say. Go back and check on those. The Sim Party Racing Orange, they got quite a bit of work to do. They're 28 laps down, but great paint schemes. They win an award at least sometime for this race, and Mom Spaghetti Motorsports involved, and unfortunately out of the race.
I do like Mom Spaghetti Motorsports. Hopefully their palms are no longer sweaty if they're out of this race, but Alex Goodwin, there's the 9 Muppets. That is not a paint scheme I was expecting for the team name. It still looks good.
It does. A nice throwback paint scheme to the Group C era days with Porsche racing over in Japan. And there's the lizard goes vroom in the Aston. And there is a lizard on the hood of that Aston Martin.
Simple and understated. Give them credit. And they're doing a driver change just now as we go to them. So we'll disappear for a little bit, and that gives us a good out. I love that. Look at this shot, though. This is cool. There is the sun just over the horizon and peeking in, and view from the stands. One of the best spots that you can watch from at Daytona. The entry to turn 1, go up as high as you can. If you would look left from here, you can see the entire track. About the only thing you can't see is just maybe a little bit of the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, just a little bit. I would have to say you can't see it, but I will warn you, if it gets a little bit too windy, that's when you might need to drop down a little bit, because the breeze is kind of okay during this time. When that nighttime era that we just got done with, those early morning hours, that's when the breeze really kicks it up a notch, because normally Daytona 24, Joe, every time I've went, it was always the coldest weekend on record from whenever it was down in Florida during that time. It was always the coldest weekend.
It has gotten surprisingly cold for being that part of Florida a few of the years. But I have to say, as a Midwesterner, Floridians just don't look cold. I'm sorry.
Okay, you got to remember how often or what temperature we normally are on the regular in Florida. But when it gets below 20,
it's just come up to the Midwest and experience some cold. It's just as humid, and it gets freezing, and it's not pretty because it doesn't snow that much, at least where I am.
Trust me, I agree. I've been up to the Midwest during that time. It's not fun. Same thing out west, like Las Vegas in November, is not fun at all.
True, yeah. Anyways, back to the racing on screen. Sonnen here for Coanda, back into P2. They're about 4 seconds ahead, but they're about 10 laps earlier on their pit stop compared to Dries in that Drago racing car. Yeah, we get another shot of the beautiful fair rides that they have every year, including the famous Ferris wheel. If you go up in the Ferris wheel, I would recommend doing it at night.
Yes.
As, it just, again, you see all the track, and you get just incredible views that you'll want to hold on to for forever. So the cars continue to zip around them. The virtual fans entranced by our competitors, including Grid and Go Esports 003, ahead now by only 8 seconds. So at this rate, it's seeming, Taylor, like they might catch them before our hour is done. We might get to see a battle for the lead.
Possibility could come into play here. I mean, Nathan Olson right now, looking at his lap times, has been running significantly faster than your race leader. I'll get it updated on lap times last time by for him. Yeah, 137.7 to a 138.1. So it's going to be pretty close to see how much time he is able to gain on Balazs Remenek before this is all said and done, before we switch over to race spot.
And they'll pick up those final 6 hours of this race, so about a half an hour for us to go. Letting another of our Ferrari GTPs zoom on by our leader, with Remenek just ticking them off. But maybe, or at least hopefully, his team has let him know what's happening behind him. Will we see maybe a driver change in response to this, Justin? Could they maybe switch the script and see if they could find some pace with somebody else in the car?
And remember, I was talking about a little bit earlier the fair share side of things. This is one of the 3 cars I was kind of alluding to in our discussions that was marked with yellow for potential drive share. So really, they have to make the swap if they want to be able to keep up with the fair share in general. It's the question on when exactly that cut comes on through from Remenek. I think it just is stick to the plan. Don't change the plan now, Joe. Your plan's already been set in stone since before the race. But it's the matter of, will that plan work out? Because remember, Olsen, in a lot of cases, gone back and forth on the interval too whenever we've seen that effect simulations machine have him on the wheel.
That's a good point. It is not Harris like we were watching for so many laps. So will they suddenly maybe lose a little bit? Will it fluctuate more, as we heard Justin suggest? Or is he going to continue to drop it down? It is down to 7.5 seconds. So we'll get overtaken now, our leader, by another GTP coming up and on to the oval. Down in the GTDs, Strago Racing at about 19 seconds behind this pair, with Benedek Vida, and it's still Matteo Kunzer, it looks like, who is behind the wheel of the number 6 car.
Incredible run right now that they have. It's 19-second gap between themselves and the Drago team, but they're just keeping the pace going on, not pushing the envelope here. Hopefully not many more mistakes will come out of the Williams drivers before this is all said and done.
And apologies, I made a noise because I just noticed that the Porsche Coanda car just pitted, but guess who's hopped in? Josh Rogers. That is a fast name. I'm wondering if he'll start to maybe make up a bit of ground, but he's got a lot to make up to get to Diogo Pinto in the team red line number 3. So I don't think he's going to run him down completely, but there is Josh now out of the pits and on the track already. He's run in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and I believe former champion as well.
Yeah, he's been a very successful driver a lot. You're talking about 3-time iRacing world champion in the first place, who's been able to power his way. He actually was a part of those that, on the Coanda side, made specific videos about the curbing, warning people, you better back in and have less speed because the curbs would destroy you in this section right here. So he's got a lot into the content side as well to help a lot of people learn about the car and how they're supposed to get those setups really dialed in to be fast and help competitors and community. Building that persona on top of, you know, being one of the fastest drivers on the planet in sim racing.
I do love when drivers are willing to do that, take their knowledge, their skill, and say, you know what, anybody can do this. It is a skill, it can be learned, and I'm going to help teach you to do it. And, you know, I've seen that in some communities where fast drivers will not only help coach and do things like that, they'll put their setups out. Kind of one of those, it's almost a taunt in a way, Taylor. It's saying, you know what, I'm so confident. If you think you're fast enough, take this and see if you can, match my times.
Yep, but the thing is, I will have to say, when it comes to that stuff, as our LMP2 race leader will come down into his pit box, you may have a great setup and you have the speed, but also you got to throw in the factor that setup is based off of your driving style. So of course you could give a setup like that where you're so confident. That other driver may not have the same driving style issues. So it's kind of a mixed bag of emotions of how it'll play out here as we watch the Drago drivers work their way through the Le Mans chicane and continue on their way through.
And we switch over to our new leader in the LMP2s because of that pit stop from Grid and Go. They'll give us one shortly. Interesting comment from Sean Campbell. Says, I will say from experience, it's not easy to get into, but I'd say it's definitely worth it for the experience of the stuff. Not easy to get into like I got into it over 10 years ago. And I think that's a fair comment, is that we had talked about this, Taylor. It is a different sim from how it is 10 years ago. And it probably does feel a lot more complex than when you and I first got into it. So I'm sure it can be a little bit overwhelming, but I think that goes back to the community. If you find the right group of people, you'd be amazed how much help people are willing to heap upon you if you're new to the sim.
I have to agree with you. I mean, I have to say also, Joe, compared to what it was 10 years ago for me and you when we first came on board, it was competitive, but I feel like the competitive levels have increased by 100-fold since we've been on it 10 years ago. And all the new technology, I mean, we talked about it with the Cosworth deal, utilizing the telemetry tools that they have for us that we can use on iRacing. Ooh. Also, as we watch this close little fight here, with the BMW being very antsy trying to negotiate through some lap traffic, but is able to recover as we go back through and now tries to dive to the inside of another LMP2. Very dicey, I have to say, for that BMW here. I'm looking to see if he's trying to close, possibly some beef going on, and I will say this is the battle for position. He is trying to catch up to Joshua Rogers in the 5th spot.
So while you were talking, they went 3 wide, and it looked like maybe there was a bit of a sketchy moment as they were trying to come onto the banking out of turn 6. So I wonder if that's what we were seeing, is the sort of that waggle of the GTP was maybe, hey, you should have given me a little bit more room there. You risk both our races. So with that, the moment is over and gone just as soon as it happens. So hopefully the two of them can put it behind and focus on the track ahead.
Absolutely. Hopefully that's the case. But right quickly back on that point we were talking about with all the tools, I mean, think of just utilizing not just the telemetry, but AI as well. I mean, I've seen a lot of people utilizing that to help improve upon how to get around these tracks or even how to work on adjusting their cars.
Yeah, that's something that was definitely added to iRacing after you and I joined the iRacing, that it gives you a chance, maybe the cars that you want to run, the split that is typically populated, you might not have a time schedule that works with that. Then you can populate an AI race, get out there. It might not be perfectly the same as racing against other human beings, but it gives you that chance to get that practice, that experience in the car of your choice. It is very cool. And iRacing has all kinds of neat rosters for certain cars that you can apply.
Not only that, but build your own roster as well.
Yeah, that's true. name it however you please, but just remember, if it is insulting, you'll have to remember that there are people out there. They might see that someday, so be kind. But in the meantime, we see our Drago cars in the GTDs off of pit lane. This is Johan Harth still in the 68. That is not for position. Johan in the white and red car is being towed along, though, it seems, being helped by his fellow Lambo.
Yeah, I know this was a hot button topic earlier on for those watching at lawn, so it's really the thought of, do you want this to be the case? But the one thing I will say is, if you're a team, you're looking for an advantage in any way to be able to get the assistance. And we know that they have been committed whenever their cars are on track to stay together here. So it shouldn't be a surprise to see how much they're trying to help out here. At least if you are Daniel into this, for example, for the 69 machine, trying to assist them what they can. The problem is, toe's not working like it was before. Yes, they're slowly bouncing back on the interval now that we're in the daytime to the Williams machines, but it's going to take monumental effort over the next 6 hours to really get back up there and have a true shot at the 1 and the 6, because they played the same game and broke away with better fuel mileage.
Yeah, they just were more effective on it seems. And if I'm honest, I felt like they generally did seem to have a bit better pace too. So I don't think it is strictly down to the fact that they were working together. And I think we're going to be checking in on one more split before we take off, because we're getting closer to us handing over to the wonderful folks over at Race Spot. But I think we're going to be checking out split number 16 shortly. And this is another tie-in with our team here at iRacing. Lorenzo Bonder, who's been helping out with the broadcast. His team is in the number 33 LMP2, and he'll be getting back into the car in a few minutes. But up at the front of that split is Nick Terrell in the Olmec SR Black GTP car.
Really nice idea of how to utilize what the official factory Porsche GTPs look like as we go to the ATR Argentinos MPDV Sim Park. That's a mouthful, with Walter Geparduzzi, who is the Argentinian driver who's liberating his way through in that position. Got about a 33-second lead over his second-place competitor, and doing what he needs to do as he holds on in these final 6 hours.
Yes, of course, that takes us to the GTDs with Gilles Simoy and the Broken Bones Sim Racing. I like that name. That is cool. The Belgian currently has about 1 minute and 17 over Afric Typhoon, the 107 car behind them. And
another Porsche leading the charge.
So it's becoming
I think we only
quite
seen one
the trend.
Mercedes.
Yeah, we've seen a Mercedes leading one. I do remember that. I can't recall if we saw any other makes that have been leading. So this is the team that we were talking about. Cameraman Lorenzo, the Tobias Rohner out of Germany, currently in the car. Do like this paint scheme. This is cool. The black and yellow, very harsh clash against the two of them, but set up well across it. And the 33 car. Where are they sitting right now? Do we have position?
7th position.
Okay. Talking Door Racing.
Our cameraman, Mr. Lorenzo Bonder, is going to be getting behind the wheel here as soon as we get off the air.
That's dedication.
It is.
Because even working the cameras can be pretty tiring. So here's the overall. As we mentioned, the Olmec SR Black 07 leading the way up in our GTPs. Again, Porsche's looking very good also over in the GTP class, as it's been that way in a couple of these other splits that we're jumping in, even though the Ferraris are the quickest over here in top split that we've covered. ATR Argentos MP DV Sim Parts. Again, got to work on that branding, guys. The 290 leads by about half a minute currently over there. And Talking Door, as we mentioned, sitting in the 7th position right now of our 12 cars racing in split number 16 here for the Daytona 24. Meanwhile, down in the GTDs, Broken Bones Sim Racing up at the top by a full lap ahead of their next competitor. Haven't seen any teams with something too crazy on the list. We're always kind of keeping an eye out for something fun in the team names. And yeah, nothing that really stands out to me so far.
Yeah, nothing either here as we go through the rest of the field. Wet tires for the win.
Old dudes in cars, also that I like that one.
Yeah, unfortunate for the wet tires for the win. They didn't get the win, unfortunately, today. Their strategy of hoping for the rain didn't work out at all.
No, it did not, unfortunately. But for the 07, things have worked out quite wonderfully as they lead the way there in split 16. Strength of field 27:46. 6 hours and 19 minutes left to go as we come back to Drago Racing once more. We're going to wrap up pretty soon, so I want to go to each of you guys and kind of get your thoughts about how this quarter of the race went. Justin, we'll start with you. I know I enjoyed it, and I hope you did too, because they've put on a show for us.
Yes, indeed. We've seen a lot of good battling with the LMP2s in the first couple hours of this part of the coverage. But outside of that, it's been calm, but this is kind of the stepping stone to set up for that final stretch to get yourself a win or a podium finish. And we were expecting some of these big teams, if they were going to execute, to make sure they maintained on the warpath to get to the final 6 hours back to the daytime for the checkered flag in a few hours' time. And the best of the best teams like Drago Racing, we've seen in particular in GTP and Hypercar, have really solidified that they are going to right now be in a great spot to make sure they maintain. LMP2, I think, is still up for grabs. GTD, it depends really on if Drago can find a little bit of pace. But the LMP2s in particular is going to become the question. Will Effect Simulations make the recovery from dropping out of the top 5 in the first 6 hours and be able to make the resurgence back in the daytime to be able to pass behind Peter Suba, who completes his fair share, by the way, to have a chance for this win?
Taylor, what's our 6 hours really struck you with this time?
I mean, I have to say with this, I mean, the LMP2 race has been phenomenal throughout the time we've been on the air here tonight, and as we go into the early morning hours. Incredible racing, hard, dramatic entries that we've seen here. Some big names trying to do what they can. The prototypes, I mean, the Ferraris have been the absolute class of the field here, and putting on an incredible drive. And then, of course, the two Williams F1 Porsches. It's all about the strategy of working together as a team. It's what helped them, and I'm pretty sure for the Drago GT3 team, they are going to probably go back to the drawing board to see what they could have done to be better prepared for the next time we have a endurance race in the coming months, as we get set for more excitement here in these final 6 hours. And I gotta say, if you want to have a chance to do it, you got more opportunities this year, but try to set yourself up to do it again in 2027 for the Daytona 24. You will not regret it.
It's a fun one. And if you're wanting to continue watching after we close up here in just a little bit, it'll be on YouTube. We will pick up with the next stream in a little bit. So it will be a new broadcast on the YouTube channel, but it'll just pick up exactly where this left off. And we will leave you in the capable hands of the wonderful Jake Sperry and Dara Thacker. No doubt they'll give you a good finish to this one. And of course, I want to thank everybody behind the scenes for our 6 hours of coverage here. We'll have a little bit of full throttle before we switch over to help the transition. In the meantime, on behalf of Justin Prince and Taylor Burris, I'm Joe Peak. Race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.
see the Brazilian-based team out there. Live Sim Racing Arnage and Burusud plus Turner retirees, and then the final two being Fiercely Forward Pink and Team PGZ would be officially classified as a retiree as well from racing action here today and yesterday over at the Daytona International Speedway. Well, we are going to get the chance then to talk to some of our class winners out there overall. And I think first and foremost, when we look around, I believe that Dara Thacker has wandered down the paddock. And I don't actually have the permissions to move in, but let's get the Grid and Go 3 team in of Aleix Nahuay, Balazs Remenyik, Jesse Telkala, and Petr Zuba into broadcast for us, because if we can manage that, then we'll have a great chance to chat. But Dara, what an incredible race we have had.
Yep, 24 hours of real intense racing action up and down the field. You know, we had all 3 classes up for grabs a lot of the time, and you know, it only really became apparent in the last hour or so when we were able to see who could pull that little bit further in front and secure themselves at the front of the fields. And you know, it was such a prestigious win to have the Daytona 24-hour under your belt, and for all of these guys, really big step in their sim racing careers. And you know, some more well-known names that of course won this race, some that are winning it for the first time as well. It's been a really good event.
It absolutely has. We'll get you 2 interviews as soon as that becomes available for us. But in terms of how we're setting up on a day like today or on a race like today, I think you're looking at what has made each team happy and successful for it. It's that Williams needed that win to prove that they were still on top. Grid and Go needed it to justify how much number they put into each of these events. And Drago needed it to ascend to the next level.
Yeah, they really did, and Drago have absolutely nailed this over the course of the race. You know, that they staved off a real fight back from the likes of Redline, from the likes of Coanda, some of the most established teams, and have been the most established teams for such a long time here in the world of sim racing. Drago, of course, you know, not a nobody by any means at all, but of course being able to outrace those 2 establishments really is going to be a good bow in their cap going into 2026. And of course, with it comes that free pass to the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, it's a wonderful pass to go through, and the racing action that's going to go on by. There'll be a lot more news as and when that comes along, because I know there's a lot of big talks that are going on about what they want to do with it over the course of this next season and how that is going to go about. But as it starts on a season race like this one here, Dara, the big question will be, what next for all of these drivers? Because they'll be looking over at Sebring, they'll be looking at Bathurst, they'll be looking at Nürburgring and going, that's where the next rounds of special events are going to be, and the next big bragging right endurance races.
Yeah, and of course it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop there. Of course, we've got the iRacing special events calendar to look forward to, and so many events on that we can, you know, point out as really exciting prospects. Sebring coming up. Of course, we've got Spa and the Nürburgring in terms of those long endurance races coming later in the year. But so much to look forward to, not just in the sports car racing, but dirt racing in terms of single-seater racing as well. It really has been a great year in the last 12 months, and it looks like it's going to get better over the next 12. And the Daytona 24 every single year sets us up perfectly, which will hopefully be a fantastic year's worth of racing.
It certainly should do. We are just having a couple of issues on our iron, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get over to interviews as quickly as we can. If it means that we might have to jump into their channel to go and have a chat with it, it might just have to be that. But Dara, as it goes, Daytona again proves why it is the first big race of the year. And the reason why is it brings all of the best drivers together. It brings an opportunity to test, and it tests the cars in a various way. It tests the high speed, it tests the handling, and pretty much it forms the first big endurance test of the year.
Yeah, it does. And there's so many to look forward to, as we've talked about. Sebring, Spa, the Nürburgring as well. And every single year, Bathurst another one. Every single year, teams and the top end sim racing teams really do put a circle around these endurance events as the big ones they are targeting to win. They are the biggest sim races of the year. They are the most competitive races of the year. The best drivers are in them. The best teams are in them. To be able to come away with a victory really is another feather in the cap. Some of these teams have enough, but they want more. Of course you want more. You want to win every single race that you take part in. And so it's great that every single year we have these many options of different races that we are able to do, and that there's so many drivers that will take part. And of course in this race as well, we've had over 100 splits of drivers getting involved, not necessarily on top split, but that doesn't really matter. We've had so many drivers take part with a iRating of 11k or 200 people have been able to participate, and that's exactly what these events are really about.
Yeah, so if we can find that sort of level that's growing year on year, time and time again, you start realizing that sim racing is more and more becoming that global tour de force, and we're seeing more of these big events that are going on, and that the next level is going to be, well, when's there going to be even more to fight for in terms of these championships that continue on, because we're seeing that transition from sim to reality, but the legitimacy of sim and the level of having a sim racing career has never been brighter.
Yeah, it's not, and I think it's been a really good start to the year, and we've got so many different opportunities upcoming. And yeah, again, as we said with the iRacing special events calendar that we've got to look forward to, so much in January, February, all the way through the year until December, and it refreshes, and we always look forward to that calendar coming out from iRacing themselves. Daytona kicks off the year with a bang, and we work our way all the way into December. You know, we've got the Martinsville MX500 that we had a couple of years ago, and we continue to have. We've got 4-hour races at new tracks every single year, races at Road America, and again, oval events, road events, dirt events, anything you can think of that you can get on the iRacing network, we can do in the sim. And yeah, it's fantastic to see everyone getting involved.
Okie dokie then. So we see how important it has been for all of these drivers to go and get those results. But what about that final lap there? They started throwing everything at it for the Williams drivers. And honestly, you just waited for that one moment, that powder keg to go through. And there could have been 3 separate moments heading onto and through the opening corners where one car would have been off and the other car would have won.
Yeah, and that's kind of the dilemma that we faced in that final lap. You know, Williams particularly at the end there. Either car could have won. In the end, it was the number 6, and I think they'll be pleased to bring home that 1-2. Thankfully, nothing bad happened between them, because this is it would have been a horrendous way to lose the race, quite frankly, after fighting for so long to be there and be at the front of the field and get themselves involved at the front. It really has been a long day for them, and it would have been devastating for them to have lost it in that manner. And thankfully for them, they did not. Really, the same. You could say the same for Drago and for Grid and Go, because the winning margins weren't that big. No one had that kind of lap's worth of an advantage when they could cruise home to the end.
No, and that's what has made this so brilliant. We talk about, if you got a lap, you're safe. If you don't have a lap, you're not. And so ultimately today, on a day where there wasn't any rain in this split to go and work with, but there was rain everywhere else to sort of have that little bit of worry about, this was a pure endurance race. And often you look at races like these and rain is a gimmick sometimes, and this was just a pure all-out slugfest for it. We'll take a little look as they were heading to the line. This was how close it was, right down in. Look, Jeff Beckham just here went to the grass trying to get that move and just didn't have enough top end to do it.
No, didn't at all. And yeah, I mean, really dramatic moments towards the end of that race. And to you know, go into the 24th hour, to go into the final 10 minutes with a race on the line, really goes to show how close it has been over the course of the day. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if we get some more of the same over the course of the year. Hopefully it's going to be as good as this next year, right?
Yeah, hopefully so. And this is going to be as critical as it possibly can to go and say, look, the next races are big, but you're not moving too far. It's only a couple of hours away over to Sebring and the next racing that is going to be going on. So when you've got that Sebring International Raceway and what is set up, what is brilliant about it, I would sit down, get that opportunity and say, look, Daytona's your benchmark, but Sebring, it's a completely different challenge because you've got that transfer over from asphalt to concrete.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a huge difference. Of course, Sebring, as you said, not a long way away. And the characteristics of the circuit, of the infield here and of Sebring, are the same. And, you know, it's going to be a really interesting race.
I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. And my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Keep the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength as I keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength as I keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple. Make it authentic. The stories. And there's a fight using lessons learned from his father. The fans. The rivalries.
Got into the side of the truck.
That feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway. All there's left to do is fire it up.
Today on Countdown to Green, the crew recaps the class split from Long Beach and VIR. We preview the championship scenarios. And we draw some wild cards presented by Michelin. All of that and more coming up on Countdown to Green.
It's been an electric 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. It's time to wrap it up at the World Center of Racing. Welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Michelin. Our Junior Kengi party on hand here on the IMSA YouTube channel, live on the iRacing Esports Network. And once more joined alongside by Reese Gardner and by Joey Atterbury. And Reese, where better to close the season out in the virtual world, where the real world will pick things up in January in full steam. The Daytona International Speedway, a track these drivers have done thousands of laps around.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most used circuits on iRacing, hosting the virtual Daytona 24 every year, and many league and hosted races besides. It's an incredible circuit, one with plenty of history, and one where the slipstream is going to be incredibly important, not to mention the updated curbs at the bus stop chicane.
Track limits has been a hot button topic, but Joey, let's talk about one unique element today, which is going to be racing through the sunrise, and therefore for drivers transitioning from night into day.
It's a pretty cool facet that we've got here, especially with the real-world endurance stuff. Reese mentioned the 24 hours Daytona, seeing both the sunrise and the sunset. Well, you're right, starting here in the nighttime and then driving into the day. We had some mixed weather earlier in the season. Well, a little bit of a time zone change, if you will.
Fortunately, no rain, given what we saw last time out. And speaking of, let's dive into some of the highlights. Our first ever split event in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. The GTDs would take to the Virginia International Raceway, and with a sprinkle of moisture to open up the race. But given the forecast that saw for heavy rain, these drivers were more than a match for the conditions, and they tiptoed their way up through where the oak tree used to be. Trouble down through the roller coaster for our defending champions, and also for championship contenders, Coanda Esports. Reese, VIR seeing a big shakeup in the points.
Yeah, it ultimately resulted in the 118 and 181 swapping places at the top of the standings, and there were plenty of issues besides. Lots of contact coming into roller coaster as drivers tried to fight over their various positions. Plenty of off-track excursions to speak of, but plenty of great passes as well. The Aston Martin of Drago pulling that one off, and the sister car also going side by side through a very twisty section of a circuit where it's difficult to pass on. These two cars were the main protagonists, and the Coanda Corvette, they're pulling off our move of the race, a brilliant 3-wide maneuver. It ultimately was the Veloce Thrustmaster machine of Daniel Antunes and Cody Deeth that took the win there ahead of Apex Racing Team's Mustang. But these are the championship standings as they are at the moment. Coanda Esports still running 1 and 2, only 8 points separating the 118 and the 181, only 30 points back for the Marla Racing Team BMW. They are worth watching and are going to be in contention for sure. Plenty of scenarios that will have to take place for our eventual champions. It's going to be winner takes all between the 118 and 181 Coandas and also the 110 Marla BMW. As I mentioned, 8 points between those Corvettes there, and the BMW another 30 points behind. Teams that need some help, the 199 Apex Racing Team and the 168 Drago Racing Machine. That 199 Apex Mustang managed to finish second at VIR, battling all race along with that Veloce car, but unfortunately falling by the wayside on the dying minutes after a slowdown. And of course, there's plenty of other teams to consider as well. We have an incredible amount of teams that are mathematically in contention for this championship. All listed down there on the bottom of your screen. They need a perfect race, pole position and win, with everyone else falling by the wayside and getting basically no points at all. So it's the first 3 cars I was speaking out before that we need to think about, Arjuna.
Yeah, one thing to remember though, with the IMSA points format, if teams start the race and don't get disqualified, they secure points no matter what. And so if our top contenders don't have that much trouble, there will reach a point where we find ourselves with not much to talk about except those up front. One thing to talk about is our Michelin wildcard. Let's quickly talk though about the class itself and the range of manufacturers that we are going to see. Aston Martin, one of the newest additions to the iRacing catalog of GT3 cars, joining the ranks of BMW, Chevrolet, Ferrari, Ford, Lamborghini, Mercedes, and Porsche. Let's not forget a whole handful of these manufacturers. We'll see new cars launched in 2026, but all variations of some of their cars already in sim. Been great to see some of the liveries, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team battling with the Aston Martin Aramco Esports team. That's been a fight between F1 megastars. But speaking of, we've got a megastar from the world of football or soccer, depending on which side of the continent you're on, joining us. It's Thibaut Courtois Esports, goalkeeper for Real Madrid and for the Belgian national team. He's become a fast fan of racing, quite literally. Has a Formula 4 and Formula 3 team competing in Spain, and their esports outfit represented by David Sobrero, Abel Torres. In the Michelin wildcard entry, it should be a treat to see them campaign in their Lamborghini Huracan screaming V10 engine. Let's talk though about GTP, because sports cars in numbers, well, prototypes didn't have to fight their way through them on the streets of Long Beach. And while it started dry, a little bit of a check-up through the fountain as Channel 199 ran into the back of the CrowdStrike Acura. As we unwound through the final corner on the opening lap, the rain began to sprinkle, and Joey, what was to follow was one of the most enthralling 75 minutes of racing that I have ever seen. Drivers trying to hold on, stay on track, but the element of strategy and drive time proving pivotal as well.
It was an absolute chaos, slippery racetrack. Turn number 1 down here was a huge action zone. Then also at the other end of the back straightaway, saw lots of cars getting into the tire wall, but it was tricky, slippery conditions throughout. And you mentioned the drive time also playing a factor. Team Redline getting caught out late in the race with that strategy call. Had to fall back quite a bit. And of course, it was that Porsche Coanda team claiming the victory at the slippery streets of Long Beach. A heavy head-on impact, had several large accidents, but there is your winner. the number 91 car. Pretty much been a perfect season outside of our initial opening round. And when we talk about the points championship, here we are, BMW M Team Redline tied with the other Team Redline car up front. You see Porsche Coanda only 75 points back. A little bit of a drop-off back there to BMW MBS Plus competition, but the GTPs have a lot to fight for out here, Arjuna.
Yeah, that's for sure. BS Plus competition won this race last year, so 172 points back. They might be on the outside, but still do have a chance. And so, Joey, let's quickly talk championship scenarios. It's pretty simple. If BMW M Team Redline and Team Redline stay out of trouble, it's winner takes all between the two of them. Where it gets more interesting, in my opinion, is Porsche Coanda. 75 odd points back. If either of the Redline cars finish outside of the top 5, Coanda find themselves with a route to the title.
And you got to remember, they've really been the fastest GTP car throughout the season, so do not count out that number 91 and also that number 89. Just needs a little bit of help, as well as that Drago Racing number 69 car. But trust me, these aren't the only ones that are in the championship contention. There's others that are out there that need a little bit more of a perfect race and a Hail Mary for others to have some problems, and primarily that is the number 7 GridandGo.com esports machine. They are still mathematically in the championship.
But just, and I think after qualifying, it might be as simple as mathematically counting them out. Remember, you score points as long as you're not disqualified from the event, and so BMW M Team Redline, the sister car, in control of their destiny, perhaps. This, of course, is such a vital and sparkling GTP class that we have now, a mix of V6 and V8 engines that all put out about 670 horsepower, including then a hybrid unit to recover some energy, spool it out as well. 4 of the manufacturers represented here on iRacing: the Acura ARX, the BMW M Hybrid V8, the Cadillac V-Series R, and the Porsche 963, all of which have shown us plenty of speed through the season, built on relatively standard chassis and then made to look like the manufacturer's road cars that they represent. And what a wild card we have representing the factory Porsche Motorsport. Number 6 in those Porsche Penske colors. It's newly announced Porsche Juniors for 2026. They were tested on the sim and they'll be challenged here today. It's Marcus Amond and Flint Schuring that join us. I had the privilege of commentating on Marcus in a handful of Porsche Carrera Cup Asia races last year. He won 2 of the 3 races, beating our eventual season champion by a healthy margin, which will stand him in very strong suit. And we'll see how they can run in what should be a very fascinating Michelin wildcard. Reese, what a fascinating track, though. I love the Daytona International Speedway. High speed, high thrills.
Yes, and a mere stone's throw away from the birthplace of NASCAR at Daytona Beach. 12 turns, all of them incredibly important. This is a track of basically 2 halves. You've got the infield and you've got the oval. You need to trim out the downforce for maximum speed down those straights, but the cars will be very skaty in the infield, especially on cold tires at the start of a stint. The 4th variation of this layout. There's been a few changes over the years, the addition of the Le Mans chicane at the back straight and various other alterations to the infield besides Arjuna. It's a great track. Looking forward to it playing host.
And who better to take us around than Robbie Foley, Turner Motorsports featured in the F1 movie. Let's ride around in our AMD pole lap.
Hey everyone, my name is Robbie Foley. I'm a BMW M Motorsport Works driver and driver the number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 Evo in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. I'm back here again to take you guys on a lap of the famous Daytona International Speedway, so yeah, come with me. Headed into turn 1, we're right up against the wall here, trying to maximize our late braking hard and late. A couple different lines here in turn 1. I'm kind of taking a hybrid line. Tricky on exit here with traction, putting the power down. Headed into the famous International Horseshoe turn 3. Braking as late as we can. Bit of a V-style corner here, where we try to maximize braking, rotate the car in the center, and then get a good exit. Now headed down to turn 4, which is a flat-out kink here. And our GT3 car is just about flat out, or always flat out unless in traffic. Into turn 5, looking for a late apex. A little bit tricky through the bumps on braking, and then equally tricky on exit with the bump on the curb, trying to put the power down. Headed into turn 6. Very tricky corner here. Again, bumpy in the brake zone, and probably the most important corner on the track as you try to get a good exit. Getting right up against the wall, the rear is always challenging me with traction. Now here we are in the famous banking, NASCAR turns 1 and 2. And the GT cars were always on the yellow line here, staying low. Prototypes passing us on the right. Trying to minimize your distance now, headed to the bus stop. The famous bus stop here, new curbing and iRacing to mimic what we have in real life. Braking just after the light and just before the 1. Down to 3rd gear. Trying to carry in a lot of speed, rotate the car in the center, and try to get a good exit and not destroy the floor like I just did over the last curb there. Again, staying nice and low here, right up against the yellow line. Minimizing our distance, watching our mirrors and rear view camera for prototype traffic. And yeah, this part seems quite simple as you just flat out, but in the race it gets very hectic with traffic. And yeah, that's a lap with me around Daytona. I hope you guys enjoyed.
A big thank you to Robbie for his time in walking us through those AMD hot laps through the season. Missed him in round 3, but Bruno Spengler and Jaden Conwright deputizing very adequately. Reese, I mean, what a championship fight, and I think we talked about the scenarios. It's on a precipice, and Daytona, always with the traffic management and those high speeds we've talked about, bring some excitement.
Absolutely they do. I'm looking forward to the race, honestly. We've got our GTP Championship leaders tied coming into this round, and plenty of cars in contention in GTD. They will need to master the banking, they'll need to master the slipstream, and take caution where needed. We have 2 hours and 40 minutes ahead of us.
I think that I'm really looking forward to kind of the multi-class traffic. We had a little bit of a break last week, right, with the split races at VIR and then also at Long Beach. Daytona is the king of multi-class. I can't wait to see it. Plus, what we just heard out of Robbie, alternate lines into turn number 1. It's going to be a busy place.
Busy track, that is for sure. Countdown to Green presented by Michelin is in the books. All that remains is the Michelin 240 to close out the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to come here on IMSA TV on the iRacing Esports Network.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. Confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Trumpets blowing in the distance. Been broken, couldn't keep me down. I'm back better than ever now. These are the moments that define us. Do it wrong, do it right. We're taking everything we're feeling, blowing through the ceiling. This is the story that remember. No.
Under the night lights, it's time to bring the action in the final round of the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. This is the Michelin 240. Just a handful of teams are left in mathematical contention, and so as we rise our way in through that sunrise, there is so much up for grabs. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Reese Gardner, by Joey Atterbury here on the IMSA TV and iRacing Esports Network channels. And Reese, countdown to green, we talked about championship scenarios. Let's start with GTP. 3 teams realistically in contention. You think Redline versus Porsche Coanda. What a battle we've seen this season.
We certainly have, and if it weren't for the result out of round 1, we probably would see the Porsche Coanda 963 in super hard contention for the championship, but that unfortunate result means that they are going to need a few things to go their way if they want to take it here.
Joey, GTD, Coanda have been steady in their pair of Corvettes, although trouble for one of them at VIR saw the points lead swap around, but very much they have everything to play for. It's the Mahler BMW putting the pressure on them.
It's so hard to execute an absolutely perfect season, but Coanda Esports is pretty much doing exactly that. They are in the prime contention, the prime position to claim that championship, but you're right, do not count out that Mahler BMW. They have been fast all season long.
And what a season we have seen with the split round a couple of weeks ago. Long Beach, VIR, as we sent the classes to either side of the U.S. coast. Sebring and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, of course, building up to this, our traditional season showdown at the World Center of Racing, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic place to conclude this championship after we visited the gamut of sports car racing circuits in America. This is how things are looking in the balance of performance in both of our classes. We have quite a bit of extra weight for most of our GTD cars, and the BMW and Porsche in GTP having a bit of extra weight added as well. Most cars having their power reduced ever so slightly. It should result in a highly competitive race. Let's see who gets the best of it.
And obviously this fuel capacity numbers particularly important here, Joey, given that fuel mileage at Daytona, such a high throttle usage track, is going to be important. Let's quickly touch though on the AMD Pole Award, the final time this season that we will talk about it. Well, there's been a bit of drama from the qualifying session, and the provisional pole sitter has found their lap struck from the record, and so for the first time in IMSA Esports history, it's Fiercely Forward and the number 11 that will lead us to green. In the GTD class, well, Coanda Esports, the 181, have put themselves in prime position, Joey, although going back to that fuel mileage, they'll be towing the field around on the run down into turn number 1.
But the best place to start the race is in front of everybody else. That's exactly what Coanda Esports and the number 181 Corvette are going to be doing out here. The best position to try to grab the championship.
Don't forget, there is a great opportunity for you to give the gift of sim racing. If you've got a friend, a family member who maybe wants to be a part of this IMSA Esports Global Championship in 2026, well, iRacing.com/holiday-sale, 50% off all new memberships through January the 6th if you need a slightly late Christmas present as well. Let's dive into the AMD starting grid, where it's going to be Alexei Noguet that technically leads us to green after Jere Lehtinen flags for a violation in qualifying. Through the rest of the field, Porsche Coanda, Eduardo Leo for Team Redline, great for them in their championship hopes, while Marcus Amon, the Flying Finn representing Porsche Motorsports, is up there in contention with Marcus Hamilton in the CrowdStrike Acura as well. Down to 7th provisionally to find Jordan Johnson in the Solprec Precision Racing number 60 that led laps in the first hour of the season. The Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car piloted by Jaden Munoz, our outgoing defending champions. Watchers Chris Lollam and BMW M Team Redline have some work to do. Loic Rabier for CrowdStrike Racing will be just inside of the top 10, as will the Grid and Go machine for Jesse Tekela, while Robin Schwank for the second of the Solpec machines. The Virtual Mindset number 62 is provisionally 12th on the board. Culture Team and Ivan Machado Perez and Aaron Vasquez split the duties alongside of Jake Denahan for Grid and Go second Cadillac. Maniti in the Cadillac, the 15th place qualifier, with Owen Carroll, Casey Kerwin splitting responsibilities for Channel 199 Sim Racing. Defending race winners Dominic Hoffman and BMW M Team BS Plus Competition have a lot of work to do, as do Alexander Spets and Ate Kauppinen for Drago Racing. Apex Racing Team, Miniti Racing and Sheza Esports, the rest of the 21-car GTP grid, that gets ready to do battle in the Michelin 240. A stacked field of 33 GTD machines as well, and so it's Kawanda and their Corvettes in championship contention, but don't count out Daniel Lafuente, who's out for some revenge after feeling slightly wrong from a penalty on the start at VIR last time out. Tristan Iglesias behind his teammate Alejandro Sanchez. They've got to try and push the pace as they fight for the title. EMM Esports Lamborghini is then on the outside of row 2 with Williams Sim Racing just inside of the third row. Plenty of strong contenders inside of the top 10. Marla just have a lot of work to do, though, to pick their way past Veloce, Thrustmaster, Apex Racing, their Ford Mustang as well. Fiercely Forward and Drago Racing 11th and 12th positions. 13th, you'll find Fiercely Forward's Porsche. They've got Isaac Price and Visceral Esports in their Lamborghini for company. Sheza Additus Racing by WSR. Virtus Pro and Sheza Esports, the front 9 rows, top 20 starting positions as we continue to cycle our way down to Damon Woods in the door 4 and Matteo Victorino in the Team PGZ BMW. WSR, Team Redline, Grid and Go, EMM. Plenty more cars to work our way through, but Reese, I'm going to breathe and give you a chance to talk about some of the things that our drivers will be thinking as we get ready to get racing for the final time this season.
Yep, not too long until the green flag, and plenty of keys to the race that we'll have to be thinking about as we go through the last few rows of our incredibly stacked GTD grid. End-of-line penalty, by the way, for the Williams Gaming Club car that would have started on pole position here. That track limits violation in qualifying, putting them all the way down there, but it looks like the GTPs are going to be getting ready for their start, and it's going to be Alex Noguet who leads us on the way down to turn 1, and the Porsche Coanda machine now starting on the front row.
Well, we'll talk about our Michelin keys to the race once we jump past the green flag into the start zone. These drivers will filter, and for the first time, it's Fiercely Forward that get us underway, and championship battle will roll off the banking and down into turn 1. Mitchell de Jong challenged by Eduardo Leo. Watch behind for Marcus Amond, who's got Jordan Johnson shuffling to the right-hand side. Now, still with cold tires potentially as they single file up towards the International Horseshoe. Crucially, Eduardo Leo picks the pocket of Mitchell de Jong as look at the aggression from Chris Lullen further behind. He recognizes the importance of finding his moves early in proceedings. Alejandro Sanchez, not for the first time this season, gets us underway. His teammate Tristan Iglesias already alongside of Daniel Lafuente in that Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports machine, who might also be challenged by Beckham Desir for Williams Sim Racing Placey. Relatively tidy start. A couple of GTP cars drop off the track as now the GTD cars tangle up through turn 1, but Reese, our leaders, scramble through safely.
They certainly do, and well, it's going to be difficult to get your eye in for the race here on the opening lap. Spin in the middle of the GTD field. Who's that who's falling down the order? Unfortunately, it looked like one of the Drago Aston Martins involved in that, so drama's already for the GTDs. GTP, meanwhile, making their way through the chicane on the back stretch. The curbs are brutal through there. They're effectively walls. Hopefully, you get the pace out, because you're going to lose the slipstream otherwise.
Lap 1 about to be complete. Traffic with the split start probably going to start to be a factor inside of the opening 3 laps. Look at Mitchell de Jong and the speed that he's got as they break the timing line. About 325 kilometers an hour, but it will be a bold pass around the outside. Keep your tires within the white line, and the young Italian holds off for the time being. Eduardo Leo continuing to frustrate, but Joey, crucially, that gap is starting to grow in front, and he's looking increasingly in the rearview mirror, and the queue of Porsche starting to queue up.
Look at that draft line. It's exactly what you don't want to see in the rearview mirror, especially when you hit the high banks here at Daytona. And like you said, Fiercely Forward, Teal out front, trying to stretch their legs a little bit. The slipstream here in the sim, it reaches about 1 second, but I feel like you got to be, call it within 0.3 of a second, really, in order to gain the momentum down these long straightaways and put yourself in a position to actually make a move into the brake zone. So right now, you see the GTPs go all the way down to that yellow line, the shortest distance around, while they don't have GT cars in the way.
Couple of drivers heading down to pit lane with damage. Drago Racing's 169, Visceral Esports 144. So Hugh Barter and Isaac Price, tough start for them. Just inside of the top 10, one of our championship players. the Mahler Racing BMW, which has got plenty of work to do to claw up the gap to the pair of Coanders at the, well, front of the field now, and effectively able to work together. Now, they can't lock bumpers, they can't bump draft each other, Reese, but when you've got teammates able to help each other out, it's always more comfortable, especially if they're doing some fuel saving. No fuel saving at the front of the field. De Jong to the outside once again. Leo firm on the defense.
Yeah, turn one is incredibly easy to defend into. All you got to do is just stick to the left side of the track and you're usually good, but you need to make sure you don't run too deep, and it looks like De Jong is trying his best to maximize the braking capability of that Porsche as they make their way through the infield. It's flat out through this left-hand kink here for the GTPs, but a little bit of aero disturbance combined with cold tires is not a good recipe, especially in these opening stages. But it looks like they're just keeping the limits just within their margins here in the opening laps. Now it's time for the slipstream again. Passing is difficult into the chicane. Can De Jong pull it off?
Where if some of these teams have elected for unique setup compromises, that could also be a factor. You're trying to balance out needing some grip in the infield, albeit limited, versus maximizing your top end speed. No real grandstand at which you can now sit and watch the cars fly into this Le Mans chicane with those curves on either side, where you do have to be very, very mindful. Hit those curves slightly awkwardly, it can jettison the car, Joey, into the air and off to the right-hand side where there's a wall very eager to greet you.
Let me tell you, the bus stop chicane, the Le Mans chicane, whatever you want to call it nowadays, it was already tricky before they put in those new curves. And yeah, when they put in that, call it speed bumps down there, especially at apex number 3 and apex number 4 of that bus stop section, it really kind of threw the drivers for a loop. There is a learning curve of how you got to drive it. You got to enter it a little bit differently than how you were able to really race the chicane before. But I think the biggest change is definitely on the exit, the final 2 apexes. We heard in that Robbie Foley lap around, you got to stay off of those curves and check out these GTP points right now. Redline still holds that with an 86-point lead over their teammates, the other Redline car, and then Porsche Coanda 93 points back. But folks, this is still early days. The first 5 minutes of this race, no strategy has yet to play out.
And we saw strategy really impact things at Long Beach. The early sprinkle of rain meant that Porsche Coanda timed their pit stop 1 lap later than Team Redline. And what that meant was they fulfilled the minimum drive time. Team Redline did not. Redline required to do an extra pit stop, and how that changed proceedings. The lights flashed, by the way, from the Apex Racing Ford Mustang. Johan Harth giving the universal sign to Raphael Renhofer that please continue at your pace. You're not holding me up at all currently, but you can see crucially a little bit of battling further down through the field. That's edge of the top 15 or so, but traffic hasn't quite interrupted this group yet, Reese. When it does, there will be a lot more separation up and down through the pack as big drama in terms of our championship, because BMW Team Redline have seen some drama in front of them. We've got 2 cars, Solpec Precision Racing and Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, Reese, headed back to pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like there's been some issue somewhere along the line for those guys. We'll likely see that in a few moments, but that is huge for those 2 teams falling all the way to the back. In the GTD points, meanwhile, it looks like the Coanda Esports duo are still leading the way. The Mahler BMW still 30 points behind as things stand coming into this round. So we'll see what they can do. You pointed out behind the scenes a little earlier on, Arjuna, after that GTD incident on the opening lap. Actually, it was Joey that pointed it out. The Mahler BMW barely snuck through that incident. So the race is still alive for them, but we've still got a long way to go.
Yeah, and we've seen 3-4 wide on occasion here through traffic, and it's not always ended well, going back, I think, to our first season where we had a combination of GTD cars and touring car machines, as they were known back then. Are we going to see any moves? You would expect not, given how coordinated the Coanda Corvettes were through the race at the Sebring International Raceway, where Joey, squabbled a little bit at the front, but it wasn't until the last lap when they really tried to settle the fight at the front of the field. And I went back and I watched that replay a little bit, and if the lead car had gone in a slightly better exit out onto the Ulmann Straight, I really do think we could have seen a better fight. Them getting a bad exit actually checked the teammate up behind.
Well, and just look at what we've got here. I was watching the cars down into the tri-oval section. I was expecting Tristan to maybe do a little bit more fuel save, given that it's his teammate out in front. So if you're not trying to threaten the pass, it's obviously best to fuel save. It puts you in a better position when that pit stop comes. But the problem, he can't. Look in the rear view mirror. You got that Williams Sim Racing plate seat car, that Lamborghini right in the rear view mirror, and it is a train all the way back to about 8th or 9th place. So I just think that these Coanda Esports Corvettes are in a position to lead the field, but they can't fuel save. They have to go all out right now.
A couple of things just to note in terms of car sitting in pit lane. I mentioned Drago and Visceral. Well, Drago have headed back out there. Visceral have not. This was what I was mentioning with GTPs. And, well, BMW M Team Redline just in front of them. Solpec Precision Racing, Williams Sim Racing, Chill Blast. They lock wheels. They slide each other up into the wall, and a hard bit of contact. That's 2 Porsche 963s, Reese, surely done for the season.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Of course, no fast repairs in this championship, so it's not just a matter of ticking a box and getting back out there. They will need to hopefully, just hope to high heaven, really, that the damage is repairable, but looking unlikely with how intense that contact was. When you make contact at such high speeds in those GTP cars, they're pretty fragile as well. So you've got to hope that the angle of the crash is just right, and you don't have to worry about spending the rest of the race in pit lane.
Not even 10 minutes complete. We are into the first cycle of traffic, and it's causing a couple of gaps to open up through the GTP field. About a second apiece between each of the front 6 right now, as you can see the sight. Looks like a busy time headed through the kink. GT cars always want to track out, but a prototype goes to the outside. That's Chris Lullum, remember? Championship contender, tied coming into the night, but given the relatively poor effort in qualifying, there are qualifying points paid out as well. That very much shifts the way that the championship is shaken up, and sister car has got a slight advantage as they chop and change and dice their way through. And Joey, if you're a GTD, you stick on that yellow line, you force the prototypes to go around you.
Correct. The shortest distance, keep the GT cars all the way down low, but these prototype drivers are proving to be extremely aggressive. They want the inside line going down here into that Le Mans chicane, so that way they can carve through Apex 2, 3, and 4 and really nail the gas to get the exit out onto this long tri-oval straightaway here. Watching this fight for what is 4th place. Chris Lullum chasing down that Porsche Motorsport number 6 car, that wild card entry, and you see both GTPs move to the bottom side of the racetrack, try to pull a little bit more draft on those GT cars directly in front of him. Deep move on the brakes from Lullum into turn number 1, gets the car side by side, clear at Apex, give him 4th place.
And I think he recognized he could not afford to wait. Marcus Amond, who, let's be clear, flying thin in the real world, having to now adjust to the sim world where the margins and the level is so tight. But as part of the Porsche Junior selection process in 2025, Porsche sent their crop of young talent to the Porsche Esports Center, and they got put through their paces. And both Flint Schuring, who's paired up with Marcus Amond, and Marcus showed great potential, and that's why they have been put in this position. And I tell you what, 5th for the time being. They qualified well. They started this race decently, but give credit to BMW M Team Redline after maybe conservatively in qualifying, trying to avoid any risk with track limits. Well, silly lolly, nothing silly about this opening stint, and only 5 seconds off of the race lead. Problem is, Reese, the race leader is checked out now, 2.5 seconds clear, fiercely forward, fiercely flying right now.
Yeah, Alex is putting in some fantastic laps at the moment, and it's really crucial, that now 2.6 second gap. Usually around a track like this, when you're at your highest speeds, the draft will start kicking in when you're about 1.5 seconds back from the car ahead, and it really intensifies when you get within a second of the car in front. So Eduardo Leo is in a bit of a bind at the moment. Does he push, or does he try to focus on his own race? Meanwhile, the Jeze Esports car number 90, contact with the 99, the Apex Racing Team car with Maxence Godino at the wheel. Drive-through penalty for them. Hopefully they nailed pit entry. Very difficult to nail here.
A bit easier at least than in a stock car where no ABS, no traction control, no anything. So yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, Reese. It's just like, I always marvel at watching the Daytona 500 and how skillfully they enter pit lane, and sometimes how clumsily they do so as well. One unique rule as part of this IMSA Esports Global Championship with the live race control is that teams have been given specific track limits at various points in the track. And we're 15 minutes into this race, and Joey, someone has already gone off track 4 times and apparently picked up a drive-through penalty.
I think that's our wild card entry, that TC Esports Lamborghini machine out there. So it just, I think, getting used to the rule set out here with this IMSA Global Championship. I know that, Arjuna, you really keep a tight ship with it all, and I think that's the reason why the competition is always so good. However, if you're a newbie to the competition out here, you do have a little bit of a learning curve. You got to learn everything as you're getting up to speed.
Yes, and for the opening stint of this race, David Sobrero has taken the wheel. He is a very quick driver. We've seen him as part of the Williams Sim Racing Academy in the past, but now representing Thibaut Courtois Esports, there is Marcus Amond. It's one of the few times, Reese, for a real-world driver, we get a chance to see what they look like behind the helmet, all the facial expressions that they make as they go through the corner, the tongue sticking out and all of that. I tell you what, Marcus has settled right into the rhythm right now, though, and yes, dropping back slightly from Chris Lullen, but again, I'm very impressed at how he is stacking up against this top level of sim racing competition.
Yeah, there's a huge pedigree in this GTP field, and it's really impressive to see the form that he's displaying at the moment. He's under a lot of pressure, though, from Jake Dennehan just behind him in the Grid and Go Cadillac. We'll have Sean Campbell taking over that car soon. One of the things that I always enjoy when watching those driver cams, it's something that I'm obsessed with, is the way a driver's vision changes as they go around the circuit. You know, you're looking ahead to the next apex, the next braking zone, the next track out point. Just watching his eyes dart around as he focuses on the information available to him is incredible. This race for 9th, and GTD meanwhile is really starting to heat up. Nicolas Rubiat making his way through. He's chased by Ryan Barneveld, who's at the wheel of the 3rd place in the championship, Marla Racing Team BMW. It looks like a bit of slipstream here for Barneveld. Not going to be able to get by into the chicane, though. It's a very tight passing opportunity there. You're better off going for it at turn 1, if you even go for it at all. This pack has a bit of a gap to the cars in front, so maybe Barneveld will focus on fuel saving for now.
And this is where BOP sometimes becomes difficult, because there's top speed and there's acceleration, how quickly it takes you to get to the top speed. Through that Le Mans chicane, tidy through the first 2 bits, but then the Calcitine, oh, the rear end, the left rear lifted into the air as it pivots around that anti-cut curb. Unfortunately, Joey brings it back under control and not into the wall.
Lucky, right? Usually when you have a problem at that, call it Apex 3 and 4 over there, it kind of whiplashes the car over to drivers right into that hard concrete wall. So I think they got away with one there, just having a little bit of a half spin and then getting back going. But Ryan Barneveld in this number 110 BMW has been stuck behind this Drago racing machine, that Aston Martin you see. But to Reese's point, I actually think that this might be a little bit of a game changer for that BMW, allowing them to fuel save a little bit. You do see the gap that he was talking about. However, it is not huge amounts of time. It's not like they're 15 seconds back. They're only maybe 1.5, 2.5 seconds back from this lead pack. I don't think it's in threat in anytime soon.
You say that, but just as you did, the gap between Mag Performance and Fiercely Forward 7th and 8th positions has grown to about 2 seconds, which is officially, I think we can say, out of drafting range, and so some work to be done at this point. Nicholas Rubilar, some work to close as well. Great aerial shot, different lines on display. I think, by the way, keep an eye out for that Apex Racing Team machine. That's the 5th car in line, because Johan Hart, if he can save some fuel, find a way past Williams Sim Racing and Scuderia Ferrari. If the Mahler Racing Team BMW stuck down there in 10th position, Apex could find themselves 3rd in points. It's 22 between them for the time being, so maybe looking for those 2 positions, like I said, and Scuderia Ferrari having to go defensive, covering the inside, and Hart not able to open up the steering and arc it around the outside. He's got plenty of aggression on his side, though, because one thing was announced earlier this week, Reese. Smash those 2 words together. But this is going to be the last race for Johan Hart, and indeed for many of the Apex Racing Team, a swan song to a team that's been a staple of iRacing special events and top-level sim racing series for so many years.
Yeah, and there's a measure of sadness to that, honestly, because you know, I've really enjoyed seeing Apex Racing Team strut their stuff in these high-level competitions over the years, but you know what? I think that that team's loss is going to be a lot of other teams' gain as well. Those drivers will certainly be continuing on and going to the various other teams present in this series and in multiple high-level championships around the globe. So I guess it's a stepping stone to a new way forward as well.
Stepping stone into a new year, right? Because silly season, it exists in the virtual world too now. This is where championship business starts to get silly. All 3 contenders right on top of one another. In towards the kink, it's BMW M Team Redline slicing in front of Eduardo Leo, and Mitchell de Jong, the American from Temecula, California. He's left himself in a precarious situation, squeezed to the outside as they head out towards the run onto the banking. It gives him the inside once again, and decisively done. Oh, almost gets driven into and has to leave a door open. Great racing on display, but Joey, the drive from Chris Lullum has taken him up to 2nd, and he is on a charge as the 2 behind him squeeze up to the chicane.
Gotta be careful here. Remember what we saw from those GTPs earlier, and you see the number 34, that's Leo on the inside. He's going to go ahead, outbrake Mitchell going into that Le Mans chicane. But just look at what that fighting has happened behind, right? It was just 2 GTPs, and then it became 3 GTPs, and now we've got 5 of these prototypes lined up nose to tail on the banking, all within slipstream range of each other, threatening for position.
I think we are seeing a bit of the gamesmanship between the teams going on, and this is where Marcus Amond, how does he join the fun? He's not technically part of Coanda Esports, neither is Flint Schuring. They could influence the championship, to say the very least. 20 minutes complete here in the Michelin 240, and it's a full sequence setup initially into the international horseshoe. So this is where, or rather into turn 1, this is where they start to fight, and then into the international horseshoe race. This is where Chris Lullum joins the party.
Yeah, what an impressive move, and the cars actually box the Porsche in on the way through. Speed arrested on the inside with the car in front, while the other BMW manages to get it done, but there was more exchanges to be made through the rest of the infield. Unfortunately, Porsche Coanda stuck on the outside at the 2nd of our horseshoes here. Wasn't quite enough to get the move done back, so they will keep going for now, and we'll see how long that battle continues. Race for the lead in GTD still hotly in pursuit. The Apex Mustang looks to be doing quite well at the moment, making their way past the Williams Sim Racing Play Seat machine.
Up to 3rd, Johan Hart's picked the pocket of both Daniel Lafuente and Beckham Desir. And if you look at championship points-wise, well, trying to do the mental math in my head, and I don't have my IMSA radio abacus in front of me like I sometimes would do on pit lane, but I think they will now be in front. Now, Eduardo Leo is really starting to cost Mitchell de Jong time here, and around the outside, continuing to frustrate the American. They're going to be thrust into some traffic once again. Marcus Amon, Jake Dennehan, Marcus Hamilton, and Jari Lehtinen. That's the rest of the GTP train that's beginning to dice its way to the inside of the Lamborghini for Thibaut Courtois Esports, and then a bit of clean air. And Joey, this is exactly what Chris Lallam was hoping for, but again, this is gamesmanship between the teams right now, and Porsche Coanda being held up slightly by Eduardo Leo.
You're right, the 91 may be feeling a little bit frustrated inside that cockpit right now, and I think when it comes to the multi-class racing and when you have people stacked up in the rearview mirror, you just have to be very deliberate on where you're going to place the car, especially when it comes to the traffic. If you're going 2 wide or 3 wide through some of these corners, you better pick your line early and stick to it, because sometimes things can change very rapidly when you have so many cars around you.
So factor in the qualifying points, which are actually the same as race points, just divided by 10. BMW M Team Redline provisionally find themselves 14 points clear. I do say provisionally because our point system is going to be giving the pole sitter that was stripped of the pole the 35 qualifying points. So that's something that will be reflected in our final points tally, which keep an eye on IMSA social media, the iRacing social media channels as well. Final points tally to be published. Once more down to turn 1. I mean, last time by, Eduardo Leo was only 4/10 off his fastest lap, but it cost Marcus Amon slightly, bullied by Jake Dennehan, the Irishman. Door not quite left open then for Marcus Hamilton in the Acura to follow suit. But look how the traffic's going to compress them once again back towards the kink. This is where things start to tighten up, Reese.
Yeah, and speaking of tightening up, just look at how narrow the track is in this section. You can barely fit 2 cars side by side in between the kink and the second horseshoe. It's crazy seeing these cars go through at speed, especially in traffic. When I was looking through the field on lap 1, I noticed one of the cars going 3 wide with 2 GTDs, and it's amazing they got out of that. Unfortunately, it looks like the efforts of the Porsche Motorsport machine have been frustrated again, as Drago Racing have gotten themselves a drive-through penalty for contact with car 188. So that's going to be rather unfortunate for them.
That's a car that was involved in the incident on lap 1 and is already 2 laps down. So they've gone out and got tangled up with a car that was inside of the front 5, I think, at one point. So definitely not the ideal thing to be seeing as we close in on 30 minutes complete. We're not far away from the first pit stop sequence for the GTP machines. They'll pit somewhere around the 40-45 minute ballpark. Expect the GTDs to be closer to the hour. Still Mitchell de Jong trying. And all that experience in rallycross and X Games over the years, well, you can't put a Porsche 963, unfortunately, into the grass and expect any traction. And so narrow track, as Reese had mentioned before, and back into the thick of the traffic. A bit of a gap in front of them now. That's the margin between 7th and 8th positions. Will they be able to clear it, heading off in towards the second of the horseshoes and putting the power down as they squeeze around the outside? And it's actually easier, I think, to manage multi-class traffic through some of the slower corners, Joey, than it is when you get to the Le Mans chicane, where everyone's coming in full steam and those speed discrepancies between the classes are even higher.
For sure. I think that you got to judge those closing rates. And when the GTD cars are doing about 170 miles an hour top speed, maybe 175 miles an hour, these GTP machines are doing 200 plus by the time they get into the brake zone. So you really have to judge, all right, can I get it to the inside of a GT car? You got to remember, a slower top speed means about the same braking point. So it's not like the prototypes can just throw it into the brake zones and go crazy deep in comparison to a GT car. It really is up to that driver judging the closing rate. And I will say one of the more aggressive drivers we've got on the track right now, Jake Dennehan, in that Cadillac, that gridandgo.com esports machine. He's been making his way up through this prototype field, and now he finds himself on the back of that number 91.
And a quick look at our Michelin keys to the race. Did you bring your jackets and sunglasses? Well, don't forget just how cold Daytona can be in January. Yes, it's the Sunshine State. It does not mean that it's the war shine state. Be on your best behavior while our championship contenders have got to avoid any sort of race control intervention, as we've seen a couple of different penalties here and there. And as we talked about, those speed differentials, the speed limits on pit lane in particular, the treachery of leaving the racing surface onto a bumpy apron and hitting that pit limiter with precise timing. Jake Dennehan, I tell you what, he's going to be able to put the power down nicely here, although left on the outside as he finally clears the Mahler BMW. And then one way then the other, GTD cars wanting to get to the yellow line, but in the flurry of activity just proving to be a little bit more difficult than they were hoping to see. The Williams Gaming Club machine slots to the outside, and then everyone else will try and get to the inside. Watch those anti-cut curves on either side. And for the most part, the drivers, Reese, have been able to watch their lines. One slight moment for the Counter team inside of the opening 30 minutes of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's quite a brutal layout here, and plenty of pitfalls. It looks like a simple enough circuit from the air, but it's far from that once you actually get behind the wheel. Here comes traffic now for our GTD leaders. Up the inside of the Apex Mustang goes Eduardo Leo, and it looks like that'll be a clean pass there, but there's a whole line of GTPs behind them looking to take advantage. Past our Coanda 1-2 in GTD. Gently does it on your way out. Very slippery, especially in conditions like this. You mentioned track temperature before, Arjuna, and well, it's looking like about 22 Celsius on track, about 71, 72 Fahrenheit, which is certainly a bit frosty.
Well, it's still warmer than it was this year for the 2025 Rolex 24. I distinctly remember being on a golf cart with the responsible adult at IMSA Radio on the infield, ready to go to the broadcast booth for a little bit, and just sitting there and shivering. I felt like it was freezing. It might actually have been freezing, and that's why Michelin bring a soft compound of tire specifically for the Rolex 24. And we've got some new compound of tires to be thinking about for the 24 in just under 50 days time. Now that has really closed up the traffic. Scared Joey slightly as it blitzed past Johan Haag, but he's got a big smile on his face, and I don't blame him right now, because Joey, after starting down in 7th position, the Mustang has been picking its way through the pieces. There's a wrecked race car for Marcus Hamilton, and it will head straight back down to pit lane as the fight between De Jong and Leo continues. Oh, a lot more commitment from the American this time around. And I tell you what, Joey, he might finally have got alongside enough, headed through the flip-flop into the international horseshoe. Porsche Coanda on the inside.
And maybe a little bit of elbow to the ribs there at the apex of turn number 3. Mitchell de Jong finally grabbing that 3rd place position back. And look at Dennehan, now he's getting really aggressive. Here's the replay on the bottom part of the screen. Going into the Le Mans chicane, the number 4 car. It looked like it just got loose on entry, and once it got yawed out, he was on the brakes trying to stop the thing, but you are carrying a tremendous amount of speed into that section of the racetrack, and unfortunately along for the ride was Marcus Hamilton.
Yeah, there was a lot of concern about the exit curb at the bus stop, while the entry curb has grabbed one victim at the very least, as now officially half an hour complete. The lead is down to 4.5 seconds. Chris Lollam's pushing Alex Noguet in the fiercely forward Acura. Let's listen on board, though, here in the Acura for CrowdStrike. Bash straight over the curb and into the wall.
Yeah, that's crazy. Honestly, you mentioned the speed you carry into that corner. If you lose grip even slightly, if the car gets slightly unsettled, there's very little you can do to recover it at those speeds. You could see that Marcus was on the brakes. He was trying his best to correct the car, but there just wasn't enough space for him to recover, and into the tire barrier he went. So that's unfortunately likely another GTP that's fallen by the wayside is Jezza Esports. Well, they had problems in GTP with penalties. Now it's their GTD car's turn. 4 track limit strikes at turn 1 and turn 11. Looks like it's going to be far from the last, Arjuna, that we're going to see those kinds of penalties.
Apparently not. Jake Dennehan, big send up the inside of the International Horseshoe, and the Irishman's made it stick as well. Excuse me, that's the Western Horseshoe, so they're about to head back onto the banking, and Mitchell de Jong, now that he's finally clear of the Italian Minister of Defense, Eduardo Leo, as we are going to officially appoint him today, he has got the sole task of closing the 6-second deficit to Chris Lullum, because there's a championship up for grabs here. Lullum within 4 seconds of the race leader, Joey. Eduardo's played the team game. Now it's up to his sister car to get the championship done and dusted.
That's a perfect picture of what the strategy is going on right now. So Mitchell's got his work cut out for him, like you said, about 10 seconds all the way up to the lead. The problem, though, is that both of those cars in front of him, the fiercely forward car, as well as the BMW M-Team Redline car, are the two fastest cars on the track. A 132.9 out of our leader, a 133.3 out of Mitchell the last time by. Let's see if he picks it up this time by the stripe. No, once again, a 33.3 is some action going down into turn number 1. Some heavy over-unders, hard on that brake pedal pressure.
And that's where Marcus Amon's getting into the action as our Michelin wildcard, a newly announced Porsche Junior. To learn more about the series, iRacing.com/IMSA-esports. Oh, what a season it has been as well. And the Michelin 240, not even 35 minutes complete, has delivered so much. Leo finally tucks back into line, down to 6 now eventually. Although he thought about a sniff back up the inside at the Western Horseshoe, and Jari Lehtinen in that purple Williams Gaming Club Porsche 963 is going to try and now send it deep around the outside. I almost wonder if Leo is nursing a little bit of damage or something here, because comparing the pace of the two BMW M hybrids representing Team Redline here today, Joey, there is a marked difference that we're seeing right now.
I agree with you. I'm taking my cameras and looking around the car. I don't see any front end damage. They're side by side, wheel to wheel, going into the chicane, but this time Leo backs out a little bit early. But just because I can't see any damage on the front or the back of the car doesn't mean that it's not there. It could be on the underside of the car too. Remember, Robbie Foley, this is the 3rd time I've brought him up already this broadcast, but if you jump those curves going through that Le Mans chicane, it can certainly do damage on the underside of the car. Maybe that's where this number 34 is struggling.
And you can see it on the points. They are in danger of dropping behind Porsche Coanda as things run. And a long way to go. I've just got confirmation. I shot a message off and Luke McEwen has answered. They do have damage. They are nursing it. But we're not far away from the pit stop window. So we're about to get a sense for, well, A, how much longer they're going to need to sit and repair the car. But also what their pace is going to be like once they start to get those wrenches out, or if you're in the Jeremy Clarkson, Arjuna Kankipati School of Engineering, break the hammer out and get to work with the gaffer tape. Gap is starting to open up slightly between the GTDs. Johan Hart, his swan song with the Apex Racing team, to the outside of Tristan Iglesias. The Corvette gets the drive off the corner, but the Frenchman looking feisty, Reese.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic defensive from the Coanda car. Johan's really bringing the pace up, isn't he? That Mustang looks switched on. Don't forget, it wasn't too long ago that we saw him behind the rest of the top 4. Next penalty up for grabs here for the Adidas Racing by WSR car. Contact with the 120, granting them a drive-through penalty. That was with the Door Esports Mustang, currently driven by Damon Woods. Meanwhile, this is the view from the 4th place car. Beckham Jasir in the Lamborghini. Listen to that V10 sing. One of a few naturally aspirated cars in this GTD field, the other being the Mustang, I believe. And well, you can see that the Coanda cars are playing it very nicely up the front, not much between them.
We'll get one final chance to listen to this V10 Lamborghini roar as plenty of fuel saving, but let's listen in. Yes, the Lamborghini Temerario joins the IMSA paddock from the 12 Hours of Sebring in March. One final blast for the Huracan here in the virtual world. Let's go on board, powered by Michelin. A V10 screen that we can enjoy courtesy of our Michelin onboard. A great drone shot, the world's fastest drone, as we chase the GTPs off to turn 1. Eduardo Leo continuing to bleed time. Jesse Telkula, Dominic Hoffman, the defending race winner, is going to be able to get alongside, takes advantage of that, and they do make a bit of contact, some argy-bargy, and the Grid and Go Cadillac has to give up the ghost. Robin Schwanka in the Solpec Virtual Mindset 62 is sat there and waiting. Which way is he going to go, left or right? Meanwhile, bottom of the screen, big drama involving a championship contender. The Mahler Racing team came into the night third and, well, tangled up with a Corvette, and then bang, smash as they run down the track. Will Chadwick in the EMM Porsche makes contact, and Joey, that's an ugly and clumsy scene.
Yeah, that was rather unfortunate, especially for that Mahler Racing team, BMW. They were really in the thick of the championship, so unfortunate to see contenders kind of taken out like that. But hey, sometimes racing isn't always friendly, and there's a lot more lows than there are highs. But check out the action, getting squeezed into the back of a GT car going into the Le Mans chicane as we jump back up to our GTD leaders.
It is still 7 at the front as we close on 40 minutes complete. 2 final hours of this 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship to go, and did you see that from Tristan Iglesias as he wiggles the rear end? Swap around with the Coanda teammates as maybe some fuel mileage numbers.
Shadows rise, but you stand tall. Rivers flow, mountains fall. Beneath the storms, you find your
qualifies well.
Right.
That's really, really important because the team strategy early on, keeping close to each other, slipstreaming, saving fuel,
Bump drafting,
playing the long game, bump drafting, etc. That's so critical in the I think it's one of those ones where I almost like want to hold back on any like major predictions until after qualifying, because you just never know where it's going to go.
And I think that's probably the right way to look at it. I think the other thing that sometimes is difficult for us to judge is, well, which car are these teams going to be in? Because you talk about BOP, we've got a choice between Acura, Aston Martin, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford Mustang, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche. That's 10 GT3 cars that all these teams have had to try out to figure out which one's the fastest.
Do you remember when I remember, this is one of the ones. It's one of those ones that this is one of the things in iRacing that changes, and you never. You don't really realise, and a lot of people that jump onto the service now take for granted. I remember when I started on iRacing and it was 4 cars. You couldn't have more than 4 cars in the game at one time.
And now we're at 13 or something?
Yeah, basically you've got so much open there. You can basically, you know, the GT categories exploded courtesy of it, and I think that's great. It's great to have new cars on and then not have to take cars out for that car to come in, which did have to happen, unfortunately, back in the day, but now we don't have to worry about that quite as much. And I like me a Mustang. I think that car looks great.
No bias as part of the Mustang Challenge commentary crew in the US. I think it sounds great as well. I don't want to ask you for a prediction because again, this is a class with.
I'll go for it.
Okay, go for it.
I think Redline. I think Redline are going to do it again.
3 in a row.
I think so. I think they've got the team, they've got the confidence, they've got a great group of drivers that they keep adding to. I mean, you know, we're in silly season. They've just added James Baldwin, not a name I ever thought I'd see in Team Redline. Obviously, congrats to James. I don't know if he is racing, but great to see him. He has obviously done the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour a couple of times for effect simulations, but I think they've got the team and the power to do it again.
So 3 in a row, and if they did win in GTP, they would be the 3rd team to win 2 classes in the same year. So keep an eye out for them. if you're going to say red line, I feel like I'm obligated to pick a pick.
Yeah.
The problem is I am conflicted here. Coanda Esports were the best in GTD in last year's IMSA Esports Global Championship. I'll go with them.
Fair.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about my pick, though. I'll be completely honest.
Fair, he's unconvinced.
Final topic, Lewis, before we wrap up this pre-show, and we'll dive into the qualifying and racing action to come. 24 hours of great racing, you'd hope. Track changes to mirror the real-world Rolex 24, and specifically Le Mans chicane. Bus stop chicane for some, Le Mans chicane officially. There is no margin for error now when we talk about curbs damaging the underside of the car, but maybe most worryingly, take a bad bump and you're straight into what is effectively a concrete wall of tires.
Yes, it is brutally difficult. I mean, even in IMSA Esports Global Championship, there was some struggles going through there. You took the very, very best in sim racing there, and we've got so many drivers. I want to see afterwards on social media the tally for the amount of cars that hit that tyre bump.
Across all splits.
Across every single split, across all of the drivers. I mean, it's tremendously difficult. Even Josh Rogers put out a video on Porsche's, Porsche Coanda's social media about the struggles and difficulties of that chicane. It is brutal. And where before, if you went a little bit wide, you get a slowdown, which obviously is not great. Well, now if you go wide, your race is over, and the margin for error, despite there being tarmac everywhere now, when it was all grass,
it looks better, but
it's brutal through there, and those curbs are nasty. So, do you know what? I think it's entertaining. I'm up for it. It polices itself. Good track limits. That
self-policing track limits, the best.
From me, that gets a Mac back and thumbs up. Go for it. Why not?
To commentate on the Final Four in the Esports Racing League here at Sim Formula Europe. But our teams at iRacing and RaceSpot TV will bring you through the 24 hours of Daytona powered by VCO. Let's hand you over for a great day of racing to come.
This is iRacing.
Well, it is that time of year once again where we start off with the most anticipated special event here on iRacing. It is the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO, the first major endurance race of the year. Hello everybody, my name is Paul Smith and I'm joined today by Jake Sperry and Justin Prince. And Jake, I mean, this is the one that always seems to get the biggest anticipation and also the biggest participation as well.
Well, it's the first real chance in 2026 to make your statement claim. And so if you are going to go out there and say, I am the team to beat this year, I'm the one who's got the form book in my hand, everyone come beat me, Daytona is the perfect place to set the marker in the highest level of esports. This is where new teams want to announce themselves. This is where teams that are part of the lineage and legacy woven in want to say that their thread will continue for a very long time. This isn't an easy race to win, but my goodness, have we made it harder this year.
We certainly have that. And Justin, Daytona, it's the World Center of Racing here in Florida. And these drivers and everyone watching will be getting very familiar with this place over the next month, won't they?
Yes, indeed. Whether it's here when it comes to the Daytona 24, whether it's with the Daytona 500 coming up as well, many of these drivers know you better be willing to learn what it takes to be able to take to the high banks and build up speed around here. But for today here, especially with the infield section, these drivers will have a lot of challenges to make sure they survive over the course of 24 hours and be able to thrive on strategy.
Well, we'll take a look at that list of special events that are coming up across the, as I say, this started off with the Raw last week. Daytona 24 hours kicking us off with our first 24-hour event. Myself, I'm looking forward to the 4 hours of Thruxton in May. Justin, what about you? What are you looking forward to?
In terms of this year, trying to think a little bit out of the box here, one of the races very curious about is going to be later in the schedule when it comes to Brick Car, because that's been a big one for the special event side for the league scene. Can't wait to see how it is, though, for the iRacing special event version.
And Jake, what about yourself? Because we've had a couple of endurance races there. Are you going to throw a curveball in here?
I am, but I'm also going to stay in May because my biggest soft spot are for those two Indy 500 races that come along in the month of May. I think that iRacing, in terms of where it's stacked up, what it's done over the lineage, it is one of the most amazing series to go and look at and watch and say who will kiss those bricks at the end of 200 hard-fought laps.
You just look at how stacked that special events calendar is across multiple categories of racing. Well, Justin, you're the man with all the knowledge here. Daytona International Raceway in Florida. What are the drivers looking forward to here?
Well, specifically International Speedway, the World Serve Racing, they're looking forward to a 3.56-mile racetrack, first of all. That's about 5.7 kilometers here. 12 total turns to be able to tackle. Lots of speed going to be built up, especially on the front straightaway, but you have to keep in mind the International Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe, some of the harder braking sections that will set your pattern up for the rest of the lap. From then on out, once you get to the in and out, you're going to have to be careful there, because for that section to set up the infield, that was adjusted for the track limits coming into this year to make sure people take the actual line and not cut it wide. But also, the launch chicane, as said during the pre-race earlier on with Lewis and Arjuna, going to be very risky for the curvature for some of the drivers that ran some of the league races for the 124 prep. A lot of people, if you take that lane wrong today, will have a lot of spins before they head to NASCAR 3 and 4.
But it's such a crucial place to carry the speed out of is the Le Mans chicane as well. It is such a unique challenge in the world of motorsport is the Daytona International Speedway. And Jake, we've got 3 types of cars here competing today.
Absolutely. This is GTP Hypercar first and foremost, with that Porsche 963 wonderfully being shown in front of us. It is heavy in terms of being anywhere between 1,000 and 1,200 kilograms, but regulating to up of 700 brake horsepower. This is where the big challenge is going to be. You've got 5 different manufacturers to go out and choose from. The Acura, the BMW hybrid, the Cadillac V-Series.R, the Ferrari 499P, which is a little bit different in terms of what will be running here in a couple of weeks' time. And then, of course, that Porsche 963 on screen. And look at that beautiful brand new Michelin tyre that is put on it, that wet tyre, looking absolutely brilliant on it. When you go down into LMP2, you've got a simple choice. It's Dallara P217 or Dallara P217. You can't really say much more about it, but it's a 4.2 litre Gibson V8 that produces 600 brake horsepower, 6-speed transmission. You've got 930 kilos, and you take away some of the tools available to you. It is what we would call a purer car to drive than the GTP hypercars out there. It is a true challenge, and I think those who love it are those who stay with it out there in terms of a challenge, which you can find over on the LMP2 challenge. And you've got to love that Mustang. This is the car class that has so much to choose from. GTD out there today between 500 and 600 brake horsepower, between 1,200 and 1,300 kilograms, and 10 different manufacturers to go and pick from, which you can find in the GT3 Regional Tour and in the IMSA Tours on iRacing with the GT3 Challenge Fix and the GT Sprint and Endurance. But today it's going to be about who says they want to get that sorted, because that is the biggest class of today.
Yes, indeed. For these drivers, though, the big thing about the analysis to talk about is going to be quite simply. For these drivers, remember, for those watching along, These splits decided by iRating. The SOF for reference around 8,000 to 9,000 for the competitors here today. 60 total drivers are part of each of the splits, and there are plenty of them to feature along. Dynamic weather also to keep an eye on. Expected to be pretty dry as we get ready for a 1 p.m. in-session start. But the big thing about today also to factor in will be how drivers potentially handle pit road, because those drivers today will have a lot of stops, whether it's to put those 2 min drivers to the max 16 or whether it's about how they approach. Take a look at this, for example. You're talking about a 70-second pit delta expected today, but the windows are going to be different per class. In the GTP and the Hypercar, you're talking about 48 to 52 minutes. Much shorter for LMP2, around 39 to 42. You go nearly on the hour for the GTDs, 57 to 65 minutes over the course of the run.
So yeah, we have got not just this one race that we're going to be focusing on here, but there are multiple races taking place at this very time. The action actually started last night for some, with some of the earlier races. There was an early 7 a.m. start as well for some here. We've got this main race happening here today across multiple servers, and then there's another start time a little bit later on this afternoon. So it gives, this is what I love about it, Jake, it gives everybody an opportunity to take part in one of these massive events.
Well, let's put it into perspective, right? There are currently 85 Daytona 24-hour races which are going on right now this second, and we've got one more split to come along. For anyone who has bad luck and hasn't managed to get their first 3 right, they can jump in and go for the final split and say that they are going to be the ones that win at Daytona. Everyone gets the chance to win, everyone gets the chance to say they are on top, and from what I have seen over the communities, from those who do charity events solo, from those who look to try and go and get 16 drivers in a team and get as much of a run as they can on the train, this is all about getting together with your community, start of the year, and saying, this is what we're all about. This is Daytona, and Daytona's for everyone.
And Justin, that leads nicely into my next point here, which is, it's a community as iRacing. So many people have made friendships, not just us here in the commentary box, but right across the service, people that you race against, people that you team up with. It is such a community. It's a great spirit into this first event.
Absolutely. When keeping an eye on social media, there's so much excitement, for example, from a lot of the drivers, because it's a huge opportunity to be able to connect and be able to perform at a high scale. And it doesn't matter what type of experience level you have. Many drivers will say, it's a great chance to work with my friends and say, we can go and win at Daytona. We want to win a 24-hour race. Let's do it. This is one of those racetracks you want to be able to battle at and win at, and just about thousands of drivers have been working for weeks for this day to say, let's work as a group.
We will be looking later on throughout our 24-hour coverage at some of the other splits out there in this event. So it's not just all about the top drivers, it's also about the rest of the community as well. So we're getting ourselves set then for the grid of this opening 24-hour race of the iRacing special events calendar. And we're starting with GTP Hypercar. And I can tell you that on the front row of the grid, it's Drago Racing and Team Redline, separated by 6 1,000ths of a second. Drago Racing and Grid and Go on row number 2, with the third row of Grid and Go and BMW M Team Redline. Mivana Rosa and Porsche Coanda then on row number 4, with the fifth row of Coanda Esports and Mivana Rosso. Rest of your GTP field, WSR Esports, SCK Racing and Fiercely Forward Red. Let's move to your LMP2s. It's Zess Esports who are on pole position by a huge margin compared to Grid and Go Esports. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and Effect Simulation row number 2 with MapPerformance.com, Blue Mercure Esports, GridandGo.com Esports, Solpec, WSR Esports and Blue Mercure, they're number 33. Rest of them, 13 cars here on the grid. Blue Mercure with WSR Esport and Betmaster TC Esports. Then finally it is the GTDs. Big grid here. Drago and Blue Mercure round out the front row with WSR Esports and Williams F1 Team Gaming. With their sister car on the third row alongside them is Drago Racing. Aero Esport and Blue Mercure with Team Alta and Zess Esport rounding out the top 10. And the rest of them going through the rest of the grid. Some key ones to point out there. Maniti Racing just outside the top 10. Falcon Sim Racing together on the grid. Dirt Esports down in 19th with Marla Racing in front of them. BS Turner in 21st with the Williams F1 Team Gaming alongside them. A big grid. 14 started in the GTP Hypercar, 13 for LMP2, and get this, 32 GTD cars is going to be starting this race. So very quick final thoughts here. One line, Jake, who's your money on in GTP Hypercar?
Well, GTP Hypercar looks like it's going to be where all the big guns are going out there to play. Really impressed with what Drago have done and with Redline, but here's the shock I'm going to say. It's going to be Grid and Go who wins it.
Justin as well, GTP Hypercar.
Well, Jake, that was actually my pick, to say the very least, but I wouldn't be surprised with the conversation we had earlier. I think Team Redline in particular has a good lineup. We'll see if Team Redline can get it done today.
Well, the drivers are all set then. Everybody getting themselves ready for 24 hours of action. It's myself, Paul Smith, Jake Sperry and Justin Prince bringing you the opening of this race. It's the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, powered by VCO. All drivers looking to that pace car to pull in onto pit road, getting any ounce of heat into those tyres. That's going to be a big talking point after pit stops, is tyre temperatures from those GTP hypercars. But the pedal's been pushed to the Axminster. We're going green flag racing here at Daytona, down towards turn number 1. A good start then from Drago Racing. They've got themselves 1 and 2. They've got the jump on Team Redline in third. A little look from the Grid and Go Esports car of the 00 as they come through. LMP2 and GTD, they're making their starts now. LMP2 through turn number 1. Zess Esports are leading that one right now with GTD led by Drago Racing. So Drago Racing going well in both GTP Hypercar and GTD, Jake.
Yeah, they've got a really nice start of Drago. They know how critical this race is going to be to set up their season. They've got a lot of new drivers that have jumped in from Apex to get them up to that next level, and they have just been on that cusp as the third best team. The fact that they are 1 and 2 at the moment in GTP Hypercar, that they've got the lead in the Lamborghini in GTD, they're going to be really happy with what they've got. But I'm interested to see in the LMP2 category what Sesha are going to do, with Balazs Pilar behind the wheel at the moment, chased by Yesit Alcala then for Grid and Go, and then Nathan Olsen for Effect Simulations. This is going to be an interesting field side by side on the banking then for the first time as they run aggressive over towards then the chicane and coming out of it. So this is going to be all about who holds their nerve as they go into this fantastically tough chicane for the first time. Look at those anti-cut curves. They stare daggers into all drivers.
Yeah, those anti-cut curbs are absolutely brutal. GTP Hypercar coming across the line then to end their first lap of the race. Drago 1-2 right now. Team Redline are fighting away though, trying to keep with them with that Grid and Go and the BMW M Team Redline car in 5th place. But Commander Esports were putting the pressure on that BMW M Team Redline car for 5th place overall. But Justin, so far, a relatively clean start.
A very clean start. In fact, don't think too many things going on involving contact at all for the field, which is normally a little bit of an outlier. But for the most part, I think this field is making it simple. Try and sort things out of the draft. Make sure you don't lose that lead group, because as this day goes on and as this race goes tonight in particular, if you fall out of that top 5 and out of that top 30, it's so difficult. These trains seem to be hooking up pretty well here as these competitors stay all grouped together to start this off in a perfect start. I think for a lot of these drivers, it'd be a perfect start for Drago to build a buffer in the 1-2.
Yeah, it's only a quarter of a second between the two teammates, and then a further 0.3 back to Team Redline in 3rd place in GTP hypercar as we go through the banking once again. NASCAR turns 3 and 4, heading towards the tri-oval and the front stretch once again to end yet another lap in this race. As we mentioned, Zessa Esports are leading LMP2 just ahead of the Grid and Go 003 car. Effect Simulations up 1 place from where they started, in 3rd place in LMP2. So we're getting some movers in that field, and I've said it time and again, Jake, with this race, it always seems to be that LMP2, as there's a move around the outside and the BMW M Team Redline car holding on to 5th place for now. But yeah, certainly, Jake, that LMP2, as you pointed out, always seems to give us some great action.
This is the 005 gridandgo.com car at the moment, piloted by Christian Steenberg, and just in the middle, has to hit the brakes because the Bursa plus Turner car ends up turned around at the International Horseshoe on the opening lap, so just about avoids the trouble. But yes, I think you always get big action when it comes out to GTP Hypercar. I look around there as they went through the S's. Coanda and Redline will fight against each other pretty much like hammer and stone every single time you go out there and see it. Diogo Pinto desperately defending against Elvis Rankin because he doesn't want to lose the back of Jake Dennehan. We'll look over in and see Porsche versus Lamborghini out there, two of the biggest hits for both of those cars out there over the course of the balance of performance. Between them, the Porsche and the Lamborghini have a combined 33 kilograms of ballast.
But it is Lamborghini that leads from Porsche, from Acura. So a good mix of manufacturers at the front of GTD. Drago Racing ahead of the Blue Mercure, and then it's WSR Esports White who are in 3rd place right now in GTD. Plenty of time before we start getting some lapped action going on. We should be getting the GTP hypercars beating the back of the GTDs in the next 4 or 5 laps or so, Justin.
Yeah, especially since to start things off, remember, 133s are the pace being set by the GTPs and the hypercars. For reference, the GTDs you see on screen, they're more so around the 144s, 145s. You're talking about a 7 to 8 second difference between those two cars alone on raw speed. And when we reach that traffic, that management going to be critical on where you reach them, because there's a lot of slopes. Look at all the packs, though, and how they form down here on this approach to the racetrack. You talk about, for example, the infield for the LP2s down at the bottom in the lower left corner. A lot of these competitors are going to have to be careful on the brakes today. Make sure there's too many slow-ups, no major checkups, because when you're in that infield section and you reach traffic, it's going to be where a lot of these packs get split up. Compare that to the GTDs. They'll stay pretty much marched on together here and have to maintain the racing line to be able to keep up in their packs here. You see everyone starting to stack up, still behind Drago, all lined up like they're, well, a caterpillar trying to wiggle their way around a racetrack.
Johan Half for Drago Racing in the GTD categories in 4th place right now, gained 2 places in the early stages of this race, getting ahead of both Parker White and Beckham Jasiah for the Williams F1 Team Gaming. I mean, Jake, there you see 3 World Championship caliber drivers all fighting it out in GTD. It's not just in the hypercars where the big boys play, is it?
No, and it's a very strong field. You've got Lesse back, for example, Team Alta currently piloting just behind them, and you've got Andrea Bristow, and then Thomas Ronha for Aero Esport. He's an incredible driver out there. I saw him a year and a half ago in the Fuji 6 hour, and he absolutely dominated. And behind both of those is the Sesha Esport 26 with the 6-time FIA European Truck Racing champion, Norby Kish.
You can see on the left-hand timing tower just how close this GTD field is. You're talking 6 seconds covering the front 20 of this field, fanning out into turn number 1, but no moves being made through that turn number 1 onto the infield here. So they're staying line astern, although a little bit defensive from that second Williams F1 Team Gaming car over the Team Alta Porsche behind. we were looking at things and we were worried it was going to be an all Porsche race, but Justin, we've got quite the mix of GTDs.
Yeah, so far today, in fact, it's been a good balance in terms of them. We've seen drivers like Parker White, for example, you're on board with the Porsches, yes, but the Lamborghinis have shown good speed throughout the entire day so far in the practice. There are some of the top times, in fact, a part of this car. We have a few Mercedes amongst the mid-pack as well. In fact, we have an Acura up at the top 4, one of the Drago Racing entries with Hart, as you were referring to. So, for the most part, the BOP seems to be on point here with the balance. Keep in mind, we were talking about with the Porsches, they had the 15 kilograms of weight along with about a 1.5% power adjustment, had one of the biggest BOPs in the first place in terms of the expectations today, in terms of that performance. We're still seeing a lot of these cars all being relatively even on pace here. A part of this train, no one's really losing ground in the GTD.
Yeah, as we take a look at your LMP2 field then, everybody's staying close together. The entire field covered by 6.5 seconds right now. And it's going to stay pretty much that way until the first run through of traffic here, Jake, because with these cars, they've not got quite as much aerodynamic grip as the GTP hypercars, but at the same front, as you mentioned, they're much more of a raw car, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a car that suits a certain style of driver. It doesn't drive yourself as you go through, as modern cars typically have all the, trinkets that are out there. But mind you, it's not one where it's going to rip your head off. It's a fine balance of both. So you've got to muscle it around. There'll be a little bit of something to help you. But this is a certain type of car that it takes a certain type of driver to love. Darius Andre and Dullatra Automotive. Dullatra absolutely love this car. This is what makes them successful as a team. And you see them time and again, always challenging up there. What I can also confirm, though, we've had our first issue out there for a driver. It's the 114 of PGZ who have thrown it in the Le Mans chicane.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get a look at that in a few moments' time. The Effect Simulation team, they have been somebody who has been there in and about in LMP2 and look to really be on point here today. But as was mentioned in the pre-show from Arjuna and Lewis, losing James Baldwin, how much of effect does it have to lose such an experienced driver, Justin?
Well, to me, it's a big change because you're talking about a lot of competitors losing that expertise. But the big thing right now on the racetrack, the GTPs, the hypercars are reaching that traffic, and this is where you have to get your slalom skills now focused up. You see, though, the big thing, see how they're trying to go in and out, try and take a little bit of the draft from the GTDs and then get the merge. Gonna be a problem when those drivers try and take that outside, you see, to open up the corner to get the arc like this that's gonna hold up one of the red line machines.
And this is when your GTD drivers suddenly get woken up. Hopefully they've got teammates spotting for them and saying, right, you've got hypercars, GTP hypercars coming along, get ready for this. Because if you've not got somebody working with you, it can really catch you unawares, and that's when the two classes do have issues from time to time. I mean, look at this line of GTDs coming through the field, and your leader, Drago Racing, trying to just dive to the inside through turn 6 and 7 onto the banking once again. And this is where, Jake, that those GTPs can now just stretch their legs and feel a bit more comfortable out of the infield.
Well, not only did they accelerate a lot quicker, they also hit a higher top speed. So they were doing about 280 into turn number 1, the GT3s. The hypercars, the GTP hypercars, were up at 330 kilometers an hour. So that's a 50 kilometer an hour difference. And this, for the hypercars, the GTP hypercars, is critical because this is the first time in the race there are picks and checks to get you through. If you go on board with the Coanda eSport 08 of Elvis Rankin, he will be looking at this as they pass the two Falcon Australian cars of Cody Death and Damon Woods. He'll be looking at Diogo Pinto going, I can get by you. I know I can get by you. And if I want to do it, I'll do it now. But he's deciding, look, we're losing too much time already. I'm going to push you through the tri-oval because we need to stay with that group in front and we're having no luck. Look, that's 6 cars already in between them and the Grid and Go 001 piloted by the Irishman Jake Dennehan.
As they go through past the leaders of GTD. So your leaders in GTP Hypercar finally jumping that hurdle. They'll get that hurdle again in for sort of 10 or 15 minutes time. So the action's going to come thick and fast for them here as they go through the dogleg in towards the West Horseshoe. And this is when opportunities can come for the GTDs as well, can't they, Justin? Because a door can be opened by a GTP car.
Exactly. Almost seen it there with the undercut opportunity taken by Lou McCure Esport with Olivier there to try and cut to the inside. Just didn't get the opportunity because there was a GTP hypercar right to the inside. So for the most part, you'll see those chances where you have the chance for overlap. It's about being smart though, because if you don't be smart with it and you aren't aware of, say, the traffic coming in behind, it can cause an air bottleneck, cause a stack up, cause a potential incident. So it's about, while it opens the doors here, Paul, making sure you choose the right door, because it's like the guessing game with multiple of them. If you pick door number 1 and it's actually door number 3 you should have chose, guess what? You end up having a bad situation where you'll end up falling down the pylon potentially and losing some time.
As we go through, that's the LMP2, as you can see highlighted on that left-hand timing tower, that middle group on the timing tower. LMP2 right now, it's still led by Zessa Esports with Grid and Go Esports 003 in second place. The 909 of Effect Simulations, third ahead of Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. And then it's the rest of the field coming through. They're all still stuck together in that front 6 or so, Jake, but they have started gapping out of that front group, haven't they?
They have. So it's the 2 blue Mercure cars who are on the wrong side of the divide here. So Maxime Briand and Olivier Piatek are the 2 who are trying to work together. They've also got Lucas Prada, the Czech driver, there on the back for WSR Esports Red. So they're on the wrong side of it. Top 6 are going to be happy at where they are at the moment. You want to be in that front group. By the time you reach that first pit stop, I'd call that job well done. But there are some great teams in here. Solpec, for example, I think a team that you sleep on a little bit here. You've got Dulatra, who are great. Effect Simulation's always great. But then, here's the interesting thing. The driver who left the team of Grid and Go just a couple months ago, they're in 5th position for mapperformance.com 29, the 129 of Aaron Vasquez.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that in the social media world, and yeah, that got quite a few people talking. Did that whole situation there? I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later on, but right now at GTP, we've got a breakaway at the front, which means that the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, they're all together. Well, 5th, 6th and 7th in particular are together, but Commander Esports and Porsche Commander have both made their way past the BMW M Team Redline car here, Justin, in the last lap or so. So Diogo Pinto not able to hold on for now.
Yeah, starting to really fall back, noticing a little bit on the pace. Last time through was in the 133.7s. Everybody else in that group was in the 133 flats as well. So was able to pick up the tempo, but I think at this point for Pinto, it might be a little bit of a panic earlier on, because, to me at least, you don't keep yourself within that 1-2 seconds within the leaders of that main pack. You put yourself in a completely dire situation for the long haul, because you're basically relegating yourself to the mid-pack. There's got to be a way to get a pick-me-up. Will say, though, good charge for the Porsche Commando machine. Joshua K. Rogers doing well in that pack as we see some of the others zip through. 9, 10, 11.
As we go through then, Patrick Wolf then, Fiercely Forward Red, we're on board with right now, looking forward here in front. I can tell you that SDR Sim Racing and GTD, they are on pit road for an unscheduled pit stop, so something's happened to them out there. Cars in front fighting it out but not able to make some moves, and when you start fighting each other in front of somebody you've got a bit of a gap over, Jake, Patrick Wolf could just focus on his line and get right onto the tail of those two cars that are scrapping.
You can, and this is where you're going to have two different philosophies about how you want to go about business. This is either going to be a case of I'll save some fuel early and try and play long game, or you can see it as, well, I can jump up, get the track position, but I'll have to pay it back in the stop. So I think it's going to be really critical as and when they go about. And I'm just looking over at what has happened with SDR Sim Racing. They were missing the rear out of their car. They've been able to get it repaired and back out on circuit, but they have dropped a big amount of time then to go through. They had themselves a lane transit time of about 1 minute 52, 1:53 out there. So they're back out and going again. They'll be behind altitude frame and right in the picture of being lapped by the GTDs out there. But now comes the time for LMP2s to now make their call, because you can just see there on the other side coming out the West Horseshoe, there are GTDs that they're going to want to lap, and it's a lot tougher to lap when you've got less power to work with.
Less power, not quite as much top speed as the GTP hypercars, and yeah, when you're talking about an average lap time of 1 minute 38 for your LMP2 leaders, they'll be looking forward and thinking, right, I hope those GTPs woke up those drivers enough that they're paying attention when we're coming along. And also GTP Hypercar, they are catching up to the back of your LMP2, so we could have that situation, the classic situation that we get here at Daytona, Justin. In the first 25 minutes or so, GTP Hypercar and LMP2 all fighting together as they're working their way through GTD.
Yeah, exactly. And with some of the action seen over the course of the past couple of weeks, when you had class overlap with the two different types of prototypes, there was a lot of comparisons in the cornering speed to me. It was down again in the straight line. A little bit of a small differences. We'll say I've noticed this a lot in the LP2s, though, to turn the conversation what you've seen there. A lot of bump drafting taken by these drivers instead of just taking the immediate pass, just trying to maintain and force that energy while saving fuel, try and think big picture, and wait for a bit more cautiousness than you would see compared to later on today, especially at this level, with these drivers just wanting to maximize the pit deltas, help themselves later on, so they take shorter fuel stops for later on when it comes to a final stop or final couple stops to save themselves time there.
Effect Simulation, they have actually moved themselves up into second place in LMP2 in these last few laps, so that's why they're onto the back of the race leading LMP2s. And now, speaking of onto the back, they're onto the back of the GTD traffic, and well, it's Effect Simulation having to go the long way round through the NASCAR's turns 1 and 2, officially turns 8 and 9 on this track here, as I go through into the Le Mans chicane, and it's that point there where Effect Simulation have got the jump over Grid and Go, Jake.
Altitude frame's just been turned by Grid and Go, and that's going to be really awkward for them to get back up to speed. So just as they were coming through that chicane pool, it is there, that car that finds itself turned around, the 28 with Zane Khan behind the wheel, and that was just the desperation of Grid and Go to try and stay with the top two.
Yeah, Altitude Esports then in their Ferrari, all the way down to the rear of GTD as we're coming through to start another lap. Your leaders are overall, they're stayed as they are so far, and you're not going to see much of a fight between these two because it's both teammates. Yes, they're in a white car and a red car, but they're teammates. It's Drago Racing 1-2 right now at the top of GTP Hypercar, and they'll work their way through together. They want to try and work together to do this. Right, let's have a look at some replays, and my end has completely frozen. So, here we go. Right, so down towards the Le Mans chicane, onto the brakes. Oh, the Falcon car gets checked up, and bang, bang, bang. It's a big concertina effect, Justin.
So easy to have happen if you have that big of a checker, because you're talking about with hypercar just trying to slow up. But this is what you were just talking about previously. Watch the grab and go machine. Carries a little bit more speed on the apex, tries to cut to the outside, but the curbing slows up the Ferrari, and as a result, a little bit of a small checkup leads to the bit of contact there. Just that small bit of difference of speed in the first place sets up a big concertina for Le Mans.
As we're coming through towards the end of the lap for GTD, and it's still absolutely nose to tail, literally nose to tail for the top three here in GTD. Drago from Blue Mercure from, round the outside goes one of your Lamborghinis, and that's Drago Racing. And what teamwork then from the leader of GTD. Hold up the pack there, Jake, and allow your teammates to come around the outside.
Look, Johan Hart was always going to try and get himself up there. Manuel Troncoso playing the game perfectly. Now they're 1-2 in GTP Hypercar and GTD. So Blue Mercure and Emanuele Olivieri, the likes of WSR Esports, Martin Kadlachik, Parker White sitting there with Beckham Jashida, two Williams F1 Team Gaming cars. I would look at those teams and go, right, if they're going to play that game, you're going to just have to jump on it and try and do something. They know how critical it is with the likes of the LMP2s coming, so get the position now before it breaks up.
It's not just the LMP2s coming as well, because your GTP hypercars are getting to the back of your GTD field. We're going to have that mixed up situation here, Justin, that I was fearing that we were going to have. It's something that can always cause issues out there when you get into class mingling. But certainly, here we go. Look at this. Your LMP2s, they're working their way through the GTDs in towards the Le Mans chicane.
Going to have to be very careful here for the braking zones. This time the leader's getting big separations, but look at the pack differences building up here. Already losing a couple seconds, some of these LMP2s, as a result of some of the checkups here. That's where you'll see a lot of splintering.
It's a big one. It's caught up. Live Sim Racing Arnage are in it. One of BS plus Turner are caught up. Felix Kirnbach's in it. There's been about 4 or 5 cars on the exit, right on the top of the banking of Daytona, and that's what we feared.
Grid and Go and BS Turner both with mechanical meatball warning flags. Here's Alexander Spex then working his way top side, switching to the bottom side in towards turn number 1. And that's just what it's like to be on board one of those hypercars, GTP hypercars, as you're working your way through both classes into the International Horseshoe 3 wide. We were going in, and amazingly, everybody's made their way out of that one, Justin.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a tough situation, and shows some of the aggressiveness some of the GTDs will take for some of these spots here. But that's exactly what it's referring to with the potential overlap here, right here, where you'll have a lot of chances for drivers to cut alongside one another to the outside, forcing some of the prototypes out of the preferred groove. Going to have to run almost to the marbles and then make the car stick as they power their way on through. Look at this, though. There's that triple overlap really coming into play, though. We'll see how things can play out with the chaos about to reign.
Mahler Racing Team had issues through the turn back onto the oval, so they've had a drop down the field in GTD. Here, though, Drago Racing having to work their way through both classes of cars in your GTP hypercars, and your overall race leader doing a good job of it. But look at that, it just shows you all 3 classes of car all interacting here together, and this is the most exciting part of the race for me, apart from the start, Jake.
Yeah, it's a lovely dance the first time they go through traffic, all 3 together, because you just got to pick a lane and hope that when you stick it on the brakes, it's all going to pay off. And everyone knows this is what happens. This is the rush hour that you get when you're going through Orlando, when you're going through Miami, when you're going through Jacksonville, from wherever you are in Florida to get to this place, Daytona Beach. This is a very, very tough moment of the race, and everyone's just got to pick a lane and stick to it. It's so tough. This is where you're going to have cars left, cars right, and the worst place to be is a GTD, just not knowing where to place it because everyone's just trying to swan on and get away through. This is so tough, and this is where races most likely find themselves in trouble. 4 cars then down in the pits. Live Sim Racing, Arnage, Fiercely Forward Pink, Grid and Go 005, and Burusset plus Turner all got caught out.
Yeah, so we see those mixes of cars coming through onto the oval once again, and away they go. So the 2 Drago cars have stayed together, but they've been able to separate themselves away from Team Redline. Ends up Benito in 3rd place. 4th place is Elvis Rankin now, right on the back of that Team Redline car. So those 2 are going to be fighting it out. I mean, talk about 2 fierce old rivals here, Justin, of Team Redline and Coanda.
Yeah, for a long time, you're talking about on the platform, going back and forth with wins in the first place. Coanda has been well established for many years with a lot of the lineups that they've had with drivers like Rogers in recent years, just with so many of the competitors. But you're talking about with Redline comparison, in the past few years, you're talking about in, say, around 2022, where they were trading special event win after special event win. Those 2 teams, it seems, just all the time have had that friction back and forth because they've been well connected in their histories. But when it comes to some of the chaos we've seen pop up here, one of the live sim racing machines, you see what the circle popped up here. Watch some of the traffic management that happened on the racetrack up in this group. We just talked about some of the chaos. That's not a passing section. They've seen a gap, and if gap, don't fit the car there, and that's why we had 4 drivers with meatball flags.
Yeah, that's trying to take advantage at the wrong spot on the track. We're getting a little bit of paint rubbing there between classes LMP2 with GTP Hypercar, and it's Coanda Esports that have come off on top of the Team Redline car through all of that shenanigans, through NASCAR's 1 and 2 into the Le Mans chicane. But don't think that that Team Redline car, Enzo Benito, will give that up without a fight. But right now, it looks to me, Jake, that the race pace just seems to be that little bit more in the favour of Coanda Esports out of these 2.
Yeah, Enzo Benito's no slouch. He's been a great sim racer for well over 15 years now. He's got Florian Labigra, Sam Keiter and Mark Elkerman to go to over the course of this. He'll use the toe now to get a run. If he's clever, he could maybe find a way to box in Coanda through this section with Elvis Rankin, because they've got Nathan Olsen and Balazs Palada, leaders in LMP2 that they come along with. But Elvis has got better drive there out to the exit, and that's going to give just enough of a run then to say, look, I can get away. But look, they're a great team as well. Here's replay though on the bottom of your screen. Look at the way you dance into turn 1 and what is there in front. Oh, easily done, a locker there of the rear axle. That's how quickly you can spin it.
It certainly, and once these prototypes go, they go. There's so much inertia there that once it just snaps, that's it. You're not really saving that car in that situation. So around they go, and they carry on to the Movano Rosa car. Marcus Hamilton it was who had that half spin. We're back to live pictures though, and things are going well for Drago Racing. They've got nearly 5-second lead over Coanda Esports at the front of GTP Hypercar. So that's your top 3. It's Drago 1-2 and Coanda Esports in 3rd. In LMP2, it's Zessa Esports who are still leading that one. That's only a third of a second though between them and Effect Simulations, and those 2 have actually made a bit of a break away from the gridandgo.com Esports 003 car. In GTD, Drago Racing, it's a 1-2 for them. We saw the move happen on live pictures to get them together, and then WSR Esports White rounding out the top 3 in those classes. Paul Smith, Justin Prince and Jake Sperry bringing you all the action here for the first 6 hours of this event. Glad to have you all along here for the iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO. And well, plenty of action out there in the early going. And now, if you're drivers out there, Justin, you're starting to think, getting into that rhythm, getting into the flow of the race, and starting to think about strategy as well, aren't you?
you're starting to think about how am I going to make sure to execute the plan on my spreadsheet. And let me tell you, the top teams have at least a few of them. So for that, it's how well am I saving fuel? How well am I positioning myself for later in the race? Where am I position-wise in the first place to be able to execute track position? How can I then get myself to the next pack? There's so many different thoughts if you're a strategist and or team manager here to try and encourage your competitors, especially since we mentioned the GTDs all being connected earlier. They're starting to separate out. If you're in the second pack, part of the thought process if you're many of these teams is, if you're like Falcon or some of the others, is can I get myself to the next pack or to another grouping when they start to splinter? There's so many different things you're talking about to make sure you're in the right rhythm, to then make sure you're in position to win this race later on today.
Certainly. It's certainly something to think about. Even at this early stage, you're thinking about it, and you're taking stock of where you are in the field, where you are compared to where you thought you were going to be, and trying to work out what is going to work for you. So we're keeping an eye on that Falcon Esports car. The Mercedes running behind the Porsche of M Esports, so it's Raphael Renhofer and Damon Woods rounding out those two positions down in 10th and 11th in GTD. Here we have a look at LMP2. They're battling away still in LMP2, whilst we also look at those key strategic things. And Jake, it's, for me, that big talking point is just how long the pit road is here, and you're doing 55 miles an hour all the way.
Look, you're normally on that straight doing anywhere between 280 and 330 clicks. To go 55 miles an hour, 72 clicks down that, you're going to feel like time is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour by you as you hear vroom, 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 straight by you. There's not much you can do about that except just execute on your strategy. Hit your marks as you go into the transfer lane and make that pit stop and go and make this race happen. And this is where it's really important. LMP2 are about 3 minutes away from their first pit stop. So this is where I'd expect some LMP2s to go and actually make a move into turn one, get the track position for where they want to be pitting.
Diogo Pinto has just got ahead, not Drago, BMW M Team Redline has got ahead of the Porsche Coanda car of Joshua Rogers. That's two Porsche Esports Super Cup champions fighting it out there from the past. They've been murking their way through, and they've now got themselves ahead of that Porsche Coanda car of BMW M Team Redline. Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz at the front of the field though, has now got a 1.1 second lead over his teammate, has been averaging about 1.5 tenths of a second per lap quicker each lap. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how Drago are doing in 1-2 in GTP Hypercar, but also in GTD as well. They're 1-2 at the front, but a bit closer for those two out there, Justin, because at GTD a lot tighter.
Yeah, especially with the lead group still well connected for the most part, as you see some of the fellow traffic moving out of the way for GTDs. We'll say this is a part of the plan. We talked about that aggressive move by Hart around the outside. As a team, you want to control the pack. You want to set the tone. You want to be able to make sure you're well focused and connected as a group. You can see how well they're staying together, though, to try and break away, and that is the big advantage of having a teammate in this class with the way it is aerodynamically here today. You're able to match up setup to setup and be able to match up car to car. They make this a 4-car breakaway just with this teamwork and coordination so far, and are outpowering the Acura and in particular the Porsche that's been talked about so much with the suspension, with how it approaches the curvature in the hard braking zones. For the most part, though, they are doing a really good job, especially straight line speed, to be able to keep advantage. And I'm noticing the Acura behind from WSR is having a hard time being able to chew the gap away, with both of them working so well up in front of the Lamborghinis.
can guarantee that the ivory car on the track has been trimmed out as much as possible to maximise that top speed. But it's all the run out of corners that gives you that initial burst of speed out there on track, and having a stable car underneath you just gives you that little bit more confidence to get on the power a little bit earlier and carry that speed through mid-corner and out of the corner, doesn't it, Jake?
It does, and so if you've got the ability to jump into a corner and you've got a lot of confidence on the brakes, you're hoping that you carry that momentum through the middle of the corner and then you can attack on the exit. The quicker you stamp your foot on the throttle out of the exit of the corner, that's perfect. That's what you want as a driver, to be able to get on the power as early as you can. That's where you gain all the time. But you want to carry that mid-speed corner out there, and so when drivers look at trying to make a move, you sacrifice the corner exit to get all the move done at corner entry. You can't make a move in the middle of the corner. You can't make it at the exit. As we say that, leader in LMP2's just come in.
Here we go. So the start of a pit cycle then. That seems pretty much on target, doesn't it? Does that one. So leader onto pit road, and this, Justin, is the effect of you being the one forging the path. You're creating that hole in the air for everyone else following you, making life easier for them.
Exactly. You're burning more fuel as a result, because the others, as you would expect in this, for example, you're talking about the Drago machines, the GTD even, this is going to be comparison in for that. You're having the ability to lift a little bit, maybe go three-quarter throttle, maybe half throttle, let the draft carry you instead of just going straight up full throttle. And you'll see this in all the classes today, with all the drivers making sure to, in this pole, be able to take the energy somewhere, then just draft in, let that suction forward. It's about a couple tenths of a gallon difference per lap leading up at the front of the field compared to being in the pack here, for example. It's a big difference that'll add up later on, especially in, say, the prototypes, as you'll see today.
As we go through then into the Western Horseshoe, and it's one of those big points. What have you seen there, Jake?
I've seen Tom Katsadonis, WSR Esports Blue, go over the anti-cut curbs right in front of the LMP2 leader, Nathan Olsen, and spin the car out. So his hypercar in trouble. Nathan Olsen unaffected as he hits pit lane, but that would have been a scare. Look at the race right now to hit the brakes.
You see, if that was a couple of months ago in the IMSA Esports Global Challenge, you would have seen that they weren't allowed to cut across that white line onto pit road in that series, but not in effect here today. So drivers using every single bit of advantage that they can to cut as much as possible. So we've got a veritable pit party out there on track for LMP2. 11 of your 13 entrants onto pit road. It's going to be a busy old place down there. And Justin, it's now a case of what's Zessa Esports going to do? Where are they going to come out in comparison to those on pit road?
Yeah, that's the huge question right now. For reference, they're 10 seconds over the Blue Mercury Esport machine that also came down at the same lap as them. So it's going to be down to where that delta pops up. For reference, 41-second pit stops for these drivers in the lane so far. There goes effect on their exit. Where it's going to be Sessa, you see some of the drivers going to be battling very aggressive on the access road, as you can see, just being careful to make sure there isn't too much overlap. But to answer your question, it's effect that actually got the jump by a couple seconds over the 90.
So even though they had that little bit of a scare coming out of the Le Mans chicane on their in-lap, they've still been able to get a really big gap.
They have done, but here's the key. Cold tyres. It's going to take a couple laps of those tyres to get up to temperature, and you can lose anywhere up to 2 seconds a lap on that first lap out, then 1 second, half a second, and then you're up to pace. So I think 2 seconds, absolutely perfect wheelhouse. Going longer is better than shorter. But Paul, I think you're going to see that the difference of traffic and the issue that you got there are going to make a huge issue.
We're going to have a look then at what happened to the WSR Esports Blue car. There it is, the white car. I know I've just said it's blue, but it's white, trust me. As they go through into the Daytona chicane then, this is where they're going to get caught out. This is what Jake saw a little bit earlier off camera on the timing, and look at how it's bouncing over the curbs, hit that anti-cut curb, also hit the flash of the headlights in a panic on the way out there. So that was how that went about. Here's the number 91, 091 car. Ooh. Contact between the two of them, and well, that's the Porsche Commander car of Josh Rogers getting nerfed unceremoniously.
Wow, it's not often that you see that, but this is what you get, Paul, every time you jump in. You look at what you've got as into the pits then comes the other Porsche Commander car, I do believe that is. Sorry, no, that will be the 091 that's out there. So it's the other Porsche car that will be down in the lane, which will be the 08 Commander Esports machine. Sorry, so that's them in the Ferrari. But the key is, when you've got braking properties, the GT3 has mechanical grip similar to that of the GTP hypercar. So GTD will be looking at this going, right, we're even when we actually turn into the corner. So it's so easy for a GTD just to casually run up to the back of a GTP hypercar and go, I've just tagged your rear.
Yeah, it's and the GTP hypercar driver is there shaking his fist, and well, maybe not a fist, there may be a different gesture going on there, but certainly Josh Rogers will not be happy with what happened there. He's got an extra lap though compared to his teammate who has just come out of pit road right now. So Commander Esports in that Ferrari very early onto the, well no, actually they're at the early end of the pit window, aren't they, for the GTPs, Justin?
Yeah, remember it was around 47, 48 to 52-ish, give or take, but it looks like they are going to come on in this time through, go an extra lap or two on the mark. That's even with the big margin as well picked up. But with the extra speed, as you can see, they're approaching it like a stock car for the most part. I was going to say that comparison to the Daytona 500 on the pit lane. Just try and get on the brakes on the apron, be able to make sure you get down to speed by the yellow cone, then smoothly take the pit limiter and roll your way down the lane. And that's what everyone seems to be doing once again on their approach, as everyone except for Grid and Go 002 with Matt Farrell came in that time through for their stop.
Well, Justin, I can tell you, both me and Jake were busy waving at each other, going, oh, me, I've spotted something. And then Justin goes and says, well, exactly what we both spotted, and that's that the Grid and Go car has gone that extra lap there. So, yeah, how important is that going to be, though, come towards the final hour of the race for Grid and Go 002, Jake?
Huge, because you're talking about a difference of 2 laps on the early pitters and 1 lap on the majority of the field. Now, that seems like nothing at the moment, but you add up the fact that they've got to pit about 27 times over the course of the race, and they are doing currently 28 to 30 laps on a stint of fuel. That's an entire pit stop.
Well, this is lap 29 right now. For that Grid and Go 002 car, so it's going to be a long old game. Is this one? You want to keep it locked right here on our coverage of this, the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, powered by VCO. Pleasure to have you all watching this one, because it's going to be a long shift. I hope you've got your beverage of choice. It is a Saturday afternoon, after all. You can treat yourself to a nice, tasty beverage. And if you are watching this, by the way, and wondering, do you know what? I quite fancy having a go at this. Well, get yourselves over to iRacing.com. Start your iRacing career, and who knows, in a few months' time, few years, maybe even next year, you might be racing in this Daytona 24 hours or one of the many other special events that iRacing hosts throughout the year. Big gaggle of lap traffic working their way through the International Horseshoe. LMP2s, they're working their way through, along with a couple of GTP hypercars. We're currently looking at cars further down the field in LMP2. That's the number 11 there. Blue Mercure of the 32 and the 11 together out there on track. Grid and Go, Matt Farrell makes it onto pit road after 29 laps there, Justin. So 29 laps of fuel saving all the way through there.
Yeah, able to get in sync. Look at all the Blue Mercure machines, though, staying in line, working together to make sure they're in sync together on their strategy. And Blue Mercure has really risen up when it comes to the lineup, we'll say, for this year, because you're talking drivers like Vivian Pietek, you're talking about Maxime Brennan amongst this grouping of drivers, for example. You also have Pedro Valencia in the cars here. They've really come together, it seems, for this year. It brought drivers that have popped up, especially for Pietek, who have been with a lot of different teams over the years, and say, let's all group together, bring some good funding together, and build this roster, because they've really popped up in droves this event, haven't we? We were talking about them a little bit earlier on with their rise coming into the Daytona 24.
Yeah, certainly. It's been great to see. And I'm showing my age now. I've been around the block quite a bit in terms of the old broadcast game here on these special events. I mean, my first Daytona 24 hours, we still had permanent... it would have been night, wouldn't it? Or was it day? Permanent day in those run-ins of the Daytona 24 hours. Before we had the day-night transition. Jake, you'll probably remember. Yeah, it was day, yes. You see, when you get over your 40, into your 40s, Jake, you'll trust me, you'll find out that you start forgetting things. But,
just the 12 years to wait then.
Yeah. Oh, you make me feel old now. But I remember those early days of those races, and it's interesting to see how teams have sort of come and gone by the way, how they've evolved. There's been a few big teams that have been just there all the time. And then you see these teams that you see, oh, this is a new team into top split. Oh, that's good for them that they've made it in. And then the next year, there's a few more of that team there, and then suddenly a few years down the line, they're one of the big players. It's great to see that development, Jake, over the years of these drivers and teams.
You'll get teams like Drago. Drago's a brilliant example of a team that pretty much came out of the woodwork, said we're a Polish-based team, we've got some brilliant drivers like Nika Wisniewski, Jakub Widerka, you jump in, Przemysław Lemonek, and you can jump in and you've got a really good core, and then all the big drivers notice and go, look, we want to join, we want to join, we want to join. Suddenly, Drago right now are proving they are an incredible team with some incredible drivers. But it doesn't just happen overnight. The one thing I will say, Blue Mercure, this was one of those teams that goes, it happens overnight. Because I looked for a website, I can't find one. I looked at their Facebook page, they have 6 likes.
Yeah, you see how... I mean, I will say as well that the general usership of Facebook has changed over the years. So it's everybody's mothers and aunts now that's on there rather than the younger people. But Justin, you know, you've been around in this whole sim racing community as well. You've been witness to those teams coming together and really growing, and for me, it just adds that interesting story of a small, lesser-known team working their way through and taking it to the bigger boys.
Exactly, and it feels good when you have that development, because it shows you're on the right path, in particular here, as some more Blue Mercure machines dip on through the LMP2s alongside their teammates in amongst the GTDs. It really, overall, though, is about, if you want to get to that spot, get the right group of people, get the right backing in terms of whether it's from the ownership side or whether it's from the partnership side. For example, Blue Mercure, in terms of the real estate side, big in terms of asset management in France, but also is one of those that's big in cycling and running in motorsport now to get that presence. You have that right chemistry, as well as someone that knows how to build a good setup and be able to do it consistently track to track and build a good base for everyone else to learn from, and you can thrive. And I think right now, Blue Mercure has got a decent base, for example, in terms of their come up with what we're looking at right now. It's going to be interesting who else is doing what in terms of those rising, not just in top split, but also in the higher split.
Yeah, so we'll have a quick look at something that our team behind the scenes here have spotted here, and we're looking from the number 9, and it's WSR Esports car we're keeping an eye on in front. It's the car right there, getting the grid and go-kart into the side of them through turn one. A little bit of a hip check, and that just slowed up the WSR Esports car, and it's the Blue Mercure car in GTD that was trying to work their way around them. Couldn't take advantage of that, but Jake, it just goes to show that that grid and go-kart wasn't hanging around, and it was just a slight of touches, but it has such a big effect then on the GTD.
Well, it does, because you unsettle the balance of the car as you go into the corner. These drivers are driving at 9.5 tenths at the moment at the start of this race, and they are really trying to make sure that the car just works its way into the corner and has that natural drive into turn one at the point where it's got its coldest brakes and its coldest tyres over the whole lap. So as you're running in, any tag to the side and you've got the car fully loaded unloads the car, so you then have to do a lot of work to try and gather back up, reapply the load of the car and get all the weight transferred back how you need it to without it deciding it wants to go sailing off down into the tyres there on the right hand side of turn one and saying, look, we're out of this race because we've had a tiny tag.
Now, we saw on the keys to the race in terms of the strategy side of things on the graphic that we saw earlier on, as we pay attention to the lead in GTD, they're still fighting it out, and we've got that battle for 7th place as well in LMP2 on the bottom of your screen. GTD have yet to pit. Now we're coming up to 7 minutes, well, we're just past 7 minutes to the top of the hour in this race here. We're starting to fall into that pit stop cycle for GTDs, aren't we, Justin?
Just about at this point. But here's the main thing to consider. For a lot of the top teams, the goal is try and get yourself as close to that 63 for the estimations as possible, because the big thing we've seen over the years is trying to get to a position where you underfield for the last stop, or better yet, almost, if not get to a spot where you can cut out a pit stop. We've seen that in past years where that was a huge difference for a lot of drivers to win in this class, was to be able to cut that extra pit delta of an extra minute or so that you have. It's about making sure you get the saving down to do that, Paul, and we're going to see who's got a good job done to start that process here by the end of the first hour.
As we go back onto the front stretch once again, getting closer to that hour mark then. It's still Drago Racing 1-2 in GTD, but WSR Esports, they're looking to make some moves here, but this is a thing that can work in Drago's favour. They've got two of them. They can just spread out into turn number one, Jake. They can block that WSR Esports car, and then lo and behold, some GTP hypercars come through to get involved in matters.
Well, that was actually really clever by Johan Hart. Realised, I don't want this group to break up. I'll defend into turn number 3, the International Horseshoe, not against the GTDs, against the hypercars there, the GTP hypercars. I want them to pass in a place that is easy for my class to deal with. It's cheeky to do that because blocking like that doesn't help in terms of facilitating an easy pass as by the blue flag rules that iRacing implement. But for Enzo Benito and Jake Dennehan, what do you do in that situation? You're boxed into a corner, you just got to wait your turn to get out. That's what Drago's trying to do, make this race as predictable as possible. If we have to block hypercars, we need to.
Yeah, you're almost dictating to that prototype and saying, I'm not wanting you down the inside here, mate. Do it on corner exit. That's where you're quicker on the acceleration, and away you go. That Acura, it just doesn't seem to look like it has maybe the overall top speed, or maybe that's the WSR Esports car just backing off throttle going towards the end of this front stretch to try and do that bit more aggressive fuel saving. Speaking of fuel, they're heading onto pit road. GTD, we're almost got 3 wide going onto pit road here. Well, GTD have decided now's the time to head to the pumps, Justin.
Not even getting to the top of the hour. Take a look at the pit exit though for the 13 machine, for example, though, on how hard these exits can get. Well, oopsie daisy, a little bit of clip to the grass, a little bit of loop around, and a bad spot. That exit is so tough. As a result, SDR was that team going around. But now, that wave, going to be busy, obviously, take out of the equation shortening the pit stop or cutting the pit stop for most of the field.
So you've got 9 cars in GTD on pit road. They had done 32 laps on their opening stint here, so you're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. 32, keep that in mind, folks. That's what GTD leaders have been doing, whereas the rest of GTD were 31 laps or so. So keep an eye on strategy play. Out of pit exit they go. Drago Racing are to the head of the field of GTD. I can see on my timing tower, but WSR Esports have got the jump over the 68 car there, Justin.
Able to break up the teammates a little bit there. Be able to get themselves a good time, but keep in mind, things are getting argy-bargy with the traffic. Look at this with the 90, trying to force it on through. Sensei trying to find their way to make the pass at LMP2, trying to go back and forth with effect in the heart of this traffic, secure this class.
Yeah, and of course, remember that it was Effect Simulation that got the jump in the LMP2 pit stops of Zessa Esports right here. So they've been able to catch up that gap, and they're wanting, they need that first place to Zessa. They're not backing off. They're not getting out of this one. They want to get to the head of the field there, Jake.
They do, because they want to dictate pace and dictate the tempo. If Nathan Olsen and Effect Simulations are doing that tempo dictation, then you're going to find it a lot tougher to follow than you do to lead. And some drivers have a certain skill set that says, I'm better at leading than following. And I'm looking around at Balazs Pilar. I think he's better when he's on his own out in front than he is following a car around. So that's why the desperation's there against Nathan Olsen, because they want to say, this is how the race is going to go, not Effect Simulations. It's all about who controls the narrative, and at the moment, narrative is with Effect. They clear the leaders then in GTD, so it's currently 3 and 5, the groups at the moment, your top 8, as they all made their stops. But now you see the posture as they are battling out there, and half goes to the inside, also Pilar to the inside, so change then for the lead in LMP2. In GTD, you've now got the reassuming Drago 1-2.
Yeah, so change back to position for Drago Racing, and as you say, Zessa Esports moving themselves front of the LMP2 class as we head towards that 1 hour mark here in this race. The action has come aplenty in this race, it really has, and certainly plenty more action to come for you today. Let's take a look at something that's happened out there out on track. This is the pit entry then for GTD, and just look at how much they're stamping on the brakes and how much almost into the back goes the Williams F1 Gaming. So they almost made contact then. Williams F1 Team Gaming car almost made contact onto pit road, but kept it out of the back there, Justin.
As we take a look at Ethan GTP Hypercar, the big thing about those brake entries, though, remember, with that driver you're on, Parker White, one of the drivers with eNASCAR experience that knows the best approach at a super speedway, for example, with the 500, with the stock car, is go as deep as you can on the brakes. You gain at least a couple seconds. You make or break at least 2 or 3 seconds in a stock car on your pit entry and or pit exit. And I think that was kind of the approach in that sequence on that entry. Already, though, the top 2 making it clear they're willing to now work together a little bit and save in LMP2 to try and make sure they keep a win for the 129, who's already gained 3/10 this lap in the in and out.
Yeah, Aaron Vasquez in that mapperformance.com car moving closer. I could tell you an average lap time. I've got a little bit of a different timing screen here. I could tell you an average lap time, 5 lap average, and Aaron Vasquez is going 1/10 of a second per lap on average faster than Nathan Olsen in that Effect Simulation car in second place. So he's just ever so slightly just creeping closer and closer and closer to that league battle, Jake.
Yeah, and that's going to be big in terms of what Matt's Performance want to do with today, because they want to be up with those front 2, but they're going to have to burn the fuel to get there. So what they will do to get up to that front group is going to be big, but the issue you're going to start finding is if you start holding back, there's going to be trouble. Something else I want to point out as well, Dries van Langendonk is unable to hold the same pace of Alexander Spets at the front. The gap has clawed up to 4 seconds last time they crossed the line, and Coanda Esports and Elvis Rankin, they are chasing down in.
They certainly are. This is absolutely sensational stuff here from the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, powered by VCO. Let's give you a bit of the sights and sounds and go full throttle. There we go. That is a bit of iRacing Full Throttle. And speaking of Full Throttle action, why don't you check out the demo right now of the iRacing Arcade game that's going to be coming out later on this year for PC on Steam. It's a tremendous amount of fun. I've given it a go, and it's officially supported by IMSA and the FIA as well. So go check that out. iRacing Arcade. The demo is available right now for you to give it a go, and it's fun for everyone on Steam. So check that out there. Jake, Justin, have you guys played the demo at all yet?
I'm going to say I haven't, because I'm waiting for the full game release. I think it's going to be really fun to really sink your teeth into, and with all of what that brings, I think it's the sort of game that you can just say to your friends if they've not even been racers before, right, jump in and have a really good go.
Well, here is your top 10s as things go. We've just had a look there at GTP Hypercar onto LMP2, and things really starting to, I would have said calm down, Justin, but that's far from it, is it?
Especially since we've seen after the pit stops a lot of aggression to close the gaps pretty quickly and make some of the passes. LMP2 is a good example of that, what we just seen. But GTD, for example, though, WSR, for example, going to have to sort out a way to break up the Drago cars because they've been working in town perfectly this entire window. All the Porsches lined up about 4th, all back to 11. A lot of Porsches in the top of the field, but not able to get to the very tippy top yet.
Less than 10 seconds covering the top 16 cars in GTD. That just shows the level of intensity in that particular field here on track. So that is your Hour 1 update here for the 2026 iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO. It's Paul Smith, it's Jake Sperry, and it's Justin Prince on the broadcast here for the opening of this race. And right now we are having a look at the overall race leader, Alexander Spetz, in that Drago Racing car. He is now, what, 3 and 3/4 seconds ahead of his teammate. But the interesting one for me here, Jake, is Commander Esports. They've quietly been going about things, and they have gained, look at that, 6 places in the first hour of this race. And I don't know if Jake's got his mic muted.
We didn't have the best qualifying there to see from Commander Esports 08. I think it was a very tough qualifying that they had to deal with. They did a 32.5. So by comparison, let's put this into perspective. They were a 1/4 second slower than Drago Racing number 5 in qualifying. That was 8 places on the grid. That's how strong the field is today. A 1/4 second is 8 places. But what they've done is they've worked hard through the group. They've looked to try and pick up places where they can, and they've gained quite a bit actually in the stop too. So they've left Team Redline by 6 seconds. They've left Grid and Go Esports by a big amount. So they've got a lot of work to do. Speaking of which, you look at Effect Simulations 909, they came for a fight with Sesha Esports, these two demanding yearly pace.
Yeah, Effect Simulation acting like a nasty rash that you just can't get rid of there. They're all over the back of Zesha Esports then at the front of LMP2. These two are both desperate to try and get to the front of LMP2 and show assert their dominance on this race. The problem for them now is that the number 30 Mivano Rosso car has just split the two of them for the momentarily. That GTP Hypercar working its way through, and Effect Simulation dropping back. The race lead in GTD on the bottom of your screen there. 5 cars all together. For a while before the pit stops, Justin, it was just the top 3 that had made that break. But now, you look at it, you've got Grid and Go there, and you've got Delatraz Automotive involved in that fight as well.
Yeah, able to close up a little bit more to join into the fight. Make it a bit more packed together here. Noticing, though, in the midst of all of this, at the same time, the major thing has still been that boost you were talking about off the corner. The good exit speed by the Lamborghinis seems to be all the major difference, because that little extra bit of acceleration has just mitigated and negated any sort of the draft effect in the straightaways and through the super speedway part of the racetrack here. So Drago has just worked this perfectly, a part of the group here. Eventually, somebody's going to have to come up with strategy or a good pit exit to make sure they break up the Drago cars, to break the rhythm and change this equation here.
We talked about the balanced performance at the start of this race in GTD, and we've touched on it. Lamborghini, 18 kilogram weight penalty, a 1% power reduction, and a 3% fuel cell capacity reduction as well. That's been one of the bigger hit cars, along with the Porsche as well. That Acura, though, 13 kilo weight penalty, so 5 kilos less than the Lamborghini. That same 1% power reduction, and that same 3% fuel cell reduction as well. So in terms of that Acura, it's not quite carrying as much of a weight penalty, which in theory doesn't really have much of effect as 5 kilograms, but over the life of a tyre, it does have a slight effect in terms of tyre life, in terms of braking and accelerating into and out of corners, Jake.
Yeah, so you're looking around and you're thinking, right, what do you look at here in terms of 5 kilograms right now and what you're trying to deal with? It's like having, say, for example, a compact vacuum cleaner in the back of your car's difference in terms of its comparison, about 5 kilograms. It's not much, but you think you're trying to shed as much weight as you can on a car. It makes a huge difference as you go out there over the course of a stint. So imagine that you got to try and keep something like that going. It's difficult. Enzo Benito really being hounded at the moment here in this race by Jake Dennehan and the GridandGo.com Esports 001, who are really trying to make it work, and a lot in the GTP hypercar, seeing that Ferrari 499s are the way to go. They've got no weight penalty, they've got no fuel penalty, all they've got is a throttle reduction of 1.75%, which is, as it stands, the second biggest power reduction over the course of racing.
Certainly is, but it is the favoured car here, and it's showing. That is for sure. Top of GTP hypercar is Ferrari. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all together up there. But Enzo Benito and Jake Dennehan, both drivers of both teams, have lost positions in the opening of this race. So they're trying to just stabilise things, stem the bleeding a little bit and try and move back forward. The problem is they're just not meeting the lap times of those cars in front of Drago Racing, of Quander Esports there, Justin.
Yeah, they're about a tenth or two over the past 5 laps off compared to what the race leaders are doing. And over time, those 1 to 2 tenths averages just stack up significantly. That's why the gap's gone to already 11 seconds here with how the margin's gone. So there's not much they can really do here at this point of the race, except quite simply just race it out and see where strategy takes them and hope for a bit of attrition to close up some of the gaps. But for here, it seems as though Benito and for Dennehan, they seem to have top 5 cars, but it's not top of the echelon cars with those small bits of differences that they have on the setups compared to what the Drago cars and what Coanda's Elvis Rankin have done for their setup.
It's worth noting as well, if you're losing a tenth of a second a lap, so across 10 laps, that is going to be a full second. We expect there to be around about, what, 860 or so laps in this race, Jake? That is a lot of time to be losing across that length of race.
It doesn't seem like much, and this is why we look at 24-hour races and we say, well, if you're within a lap by the time you reach 2 hours to go, you're still in the race. It's because that you're not actually losing that much time over the course of a lap. It does sound like a lot when you say, oh, I've lost a lap. But you've got to remember, you can have issues out there that cost you 2, 3, 4, 5 laps if you just lapse that concentration for 2 seconds out of 24 hours worth of racing. So I wouldn't say it's too big of a concern right now. I think it's a concern when they jump over 30 seconds behind and go, well, now we're really going to have to dig with our next drivers to go and make it happen. Brilliant racing action going on here between Garrett Berry here at Solpec Precision Racing 112 and the 004 Grid and Go car of Sven Haase, who is now looking to try and really jump up, get back to Jesse Telkala, who is there, the other Grid and Go car in front. I think once those two Grid and Go cars get together, they can start working on their strategy and thinking, right, how do we tackle then heading towards 1/4 of the race distance?
We've seen the effect of having teammates out there at the front of the field has really had out there on the grid. You look at GTP, how the GTP hypercars are led by 2 Drago cars. Look at the top of GTD, Drago Racing, once again, 2 teammates at the front of the field. Justin, it gives you so much of a comfort blanket, doesn't it? Having that teammate to work with you and to try and keep up and keep at the front of the field.
It's why the Drago Racing situations worked out there in that situation. Just notice, though, that's broken up in GTD with WSR. That's now gone to the front all of a sudden there, and a plummeting 8/10, 9/10 difference for the 68. So that's broken up. So to get to the point of the question, it's very important as a team to make sure if you want to win this race, you've got to stay in sync. And right now, the in-syncness has broken up here for the first time today. You see things have splintered here as the 69 has plummeted far back in the order behind the Porsches.
I've just seen what's happened with it, and it has been a poorly timed bump into turn one. The Drago teammates got it wrong.
So there we go. So issues for GTD. WSR Esports then to the head of your GTD field with Drago in second now, 1 second back from them. Here we go. Here's a replay of exactly what happened. So Jake called it. Bit of planning to bump draft, and bang, gets a bit too much into the back of it. WSR Esports take advantage of it as a massive off track. Questionable rejoin, but only just clean. But Justin, that's huge in terms of GTD.
That absolutely changed the complexion of things and opens up the can of worms for everyone else to go for it. Already, the pressure is on to try and close up the gaps again because that splintered the pack by a sizable margin with Hart having things gap out for his group. But for the 69, you're talking about needing to gain back the full second. Was about to say the one thing. That's the worst thing that can happen if you're in teammates in sync. If you get your signals crossed at all, Paul, like a braking zone, like a strategy difference, it can end up spelling disaster, and we just seen that early on in this one.
We've got the leading LMP2 onto pit road as GTP traffic is working its way through GTD. The second pit stop cycle is now underway in Sesha Esports. Balash Pala is onto pit road into the stall. No change of driver for them for now, so they're going to stay exactly where they are. But we saw that last time, Jake, that the Zesha Esports team did take that earlier pit stop by 1 lap, and that allowed Effect Simulation to get into the lead.
It did, but at the same time, they didn't really have a choice on it. They'd driven so aggressively over that opening stint, it had to be the call to jump them down into the pits and make the decision that they have done. So now as it sits for everybody else who's trying to work a way forward, make the race work for them, I would now look at where everybody else is in this group and say, look, you've now got a car that is at the front, that has leading pace, that can't sustain its fuel. The longer that goes on, Paul, the more likely they're going to drive themselves out of contention rather than into it.
It's almost like that you want to put the pressure on them in the lead, don't you, Jake? And keep them pushing as hard as they can at the front.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do if I'm Effect Simulations. I don't mind if they take the race lead coming out of the stops. If we're continuing to get a lap here and a lap there on a car like that, what we can do with that is build a buffer, and it's all about counting back to the end of the race. So if you're looking at the difference between I've got to make a 40-minute stop compared to a 20-minute stop, it's the difference. In saying that, though, they only got a lap here again. So obviously those laps that they spent at the front, it's pretty much all hands on deck, everybody to pit road.
So pretty much the same laps then that they've both done, both Zessa and Effect Simulation, because as you point out, it's that 1 lap again difference. So it's not like Effect Simulation have been able to go that extra lap again like they did in the first stint. So that's going to be key to have a look at that, whether it's still just 1 lap difference towards the middle of the race. But pretty much everybody, apart from the 2 that pitted a lap earlier the first stint, they're onto pit road in LMP2. So we've got a pit party going on right now. At the front of the field, it's worth pointing out, and Jake pointed this out in our commentary booth, that Coanda Esports have caught up, Justin. 3rd place has caught up to 2nd in your GTP hypercars.
Yeah, on the average, they've been a 10th or 2 quicker than the 2 machine. And Elvis Rankin, remember, very well experienced, picked up a championship at Skip Barber competition back in 2022 in real life, but has also been one of the competitors who's really built his name on iRacing. Rose up in some of the spec cars in terms of his skill set, some of the production cars as well, raced with those competitors, gained opportunities through sim racing to jump into the real world, which led to that championship in 2022, has parlayed his sim racing experience into opportunities in the past few years with Coanda. He's one of the top talents, and he's still a very young driver, around just 18 years old, mind you, at the moment. So it's going to be, for him, a big showing of the talent, with what they expect from Elvis Rankin, with this much of a close-up here to get up to the 2.
Yeah, it's really intriguing to see how this is all panning out then for Elvis Rankin and co. I can tell you that the 19, that there's yellow flags for the 19 WSR Esports Black. They've had issues. Meanwhile, people are taking part in their own races as well in other splits, and it's Aerotech Keenan, who has done commentary work for us actually here on iRacing broadcasts. Keenan's currently doing a charity stream right now, and he is raising money for charity of his choice, and he's right now putting that race on and taking part in this one. And his team, Team Rick, one of our production crew, takes part with Team Rick as well, so it is a team that's well known in this outfit, and Aerotech is there. He's not currently driving, but he is streaming. We'll give you some more things for people who are more looked at people who are streaming elsewhere. Here's have a look then at what happened to WSR Esports Black. That's into the Western Horseshoe, and it's going to be a little bit of a contact with GTD and the LMP2 from behind. Around it goes. Fortunately, you've got a big swathe of grass on the infield that you can get yourself navigated back onto track. So that's what happened to the 19 in GTP Hypercar. Number 33, we're on board with right now, running the way through the chicane, through the Le Mans chicane, and that's the BMW M. Yes, the BMW M Team Redline car. I do believe it says 33 on the car, but on my timing screen it says number 3.
Yeah, you've got the same one as me there, Paul. And so as you look at it, Diogo Pinto currently there, proving that numbers can be always a very difficult thing out there to try and put through. But they've got Jake Dennehan and Enzo Benito in front. So great work actually over this stint by Diogo Pinto to claw his way back onto these drivers and to shake off Josh Rogers there in the 091 by about 3.5 seconds. So that's critical in terms of what they've done. And Effect Simulations, they've just changed positions for the lead. Nathan Olsen's doing exactly what we thought that the Effect would do. They'll sit on the back of the Hungarian-based team there of Sesha and say, right, Balázs, it's your chance to go and push. And I will say, that is the prettiest livery in the entire field, and you cannot change my mind there from Sesha Esports.
There we go. We've got a marker laid down there from Jake Sperry, everybody. And if you do have any complaints, do write into Jake Sperry, 123 Wood Lane, London, W whatever. Anyway, so it is Sesha Esports at the front of LMP2 once again, sorting themselves out in all of that. But Effect Simulations up 2 places, and interestingly, change of driver for MapPerformance.com in 3rd place in LMP2. It's now Vicente Aparicio who's in behind the wheel of that car. So what can he do after getting out of the car handed over by Aaron Vasquez in that Map Performance car? But they've been moving forward, Justin, up 2 places into 3rd place in LMP2.
Yeah, slowly getting better, noticing from them as well what they can do at this point. Just consistently hit their marks. They don't have the pole, so there is a chance they fall back at least a couple seconds to Delotraz and company. Keep in mind, when you have the choo-choo train, there's so much more speed they can build up because that straight line on the racetrack, whether it's GTP and Hypercar, whether it's LP2. We'll say with this pack you're seeing built up once again on the racetrack. At this point, the focus seems to be pretty simple. Hit the marks, be able to make sure you have no issues in the braking zones, try and power your way ahead. These cars, for reference, with the draft and LP2s are the 138s. Those without the draft are the 139s. Big differences there, Paul, in speed, just with that little bit of slipstream.
Speed and power, indeed, as a certain Jeremy Clarkson would say. We have got some of our GTP hypercars, some of the earlier stoppers are heading onto pit road right now. So the first of our GTP pit stops are happening here at this moment in time. So we're getting to that point of the race where we'll look towards the overall leader to see when they're going to head down onto pit road. It's not quite yet though for them. But I can tell you, Commander Esports, they're onto pit road from second place. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah, and I am starting to see driver changes. So both Movano Rosso and Movano Rossa have changed their drivers. So Giuseppe Lafaro in at Movano Rosso. Movano Rossa is Loic Rabier. Redline streaming live on Twitch at the moment. There is the ever mercurial Luke Crane in the top right corner at the moment. Having a look there at Diogo Pinto down in the bottom left. And they are going to be really trying to pull what they can out of it, because they've also got the BMW M-Team connection that is there, and so they're trying to get that red line car up and doing what they can.
Yeah, always great to see the different teams also streaming out there and giving their point of views of this race. So yeah, the currently Team Redline streaming out there on Twitch. Do check them out. Well, actually, I'd prefer it if you stayed with us, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we'll just give you a little bit of a glance at what people are doing out there on the streams. But yeah, definitely, we should be expecting these cars heading onto pit road. It should be this time by, actually, should they? So let's see how they do onto pit road. Bit of traffic for the number 3, so Diogo Pinto working his way through. As I say, former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, and he is working his way through the GTDs. And do you know what? Actually, there's the hypercars, the GTP hypercars are staying out, mostly apart from Redline, who are onto pit road right now, hitting their marks, hitting the pit lane speed limits. And so far, do you know what, Jake? I've not seen that many black flags for speeding in pit road.
No, they've been very, very good at hitting their marks, and it's something that we expect to see. If you want to try and win a race like this, you need every single element of this race to go correct. That means you've got to be brilliant at every corner, every apex. You've got to be better at putting the power on the exit, carrying the corner speed, and then the most critical phase of the race, which most people in the mid-level can improve on. How good are you on your in-lap? How good are you at hitting your marks? How good are you on your out-lap? Those are the 3 key things that win championships out there. It was what made Gregor Hutu so brilliant and get 5 world titles. On board with Laissez back for the moment for Team Alta, the Dane, at the moment with Manuel Troncoso just in front. And look how busy it's getting there with the 2 Blue Mercure cars there of Andrea Bristow and Emanuele Olivieri just in front. They're trying to catch the 2 Williams Gaming Club cars. The Team Williams F1 Team Gaming cars that are there in front, and then to catch those up in front. It's busy, you've got to really work for it.
Yeah, you are working for it. As the GTP Hypercar leader is onto pit road, so Alexander Spex onto pit road for Drago Racing, the 2 teammates together onto pit road. Here's the GTD field. Is there going to be any change? No, there's not. Backing off into turn number 1, but here we go, GTP Hypercars onto pit road for their latest pit stops. Now, I did notice, and by the way, for those watching along on our Twitch feed here today, I have got the chat open here. I did notice somebody asking earlier, how is this whole race organised? How is it sorted out? How do you get these particular teams out there on track? Well, our very own Justin Prince is going to give us a little bit of a quick explanation about that.
Yes, indeed, as you say, when it comes to that, hold on, a bit of contact in the background there. That was a little bit of argy-barginess.
Sesha. It was Sesha Esports and Norby Kish.
So big contact between the classes there as we look at Lasse back on Twitch giving his point of view. But yes, back to you, Justin, about how we do sort out these races and get them all together?
Well, each driver, as you know, has an I rating that determines essentially throughout the races how well they perform in those races in their career. You do well in a race, you get a high rating. You do bad in a race, you lose I rating, for example. Now, as a team, that all averages out for when you sign up for a session for an event such as this. And so how that then works for the splitting is then the top teams for your I rating number, for your team's average, then account for where you get them placed for a session. For example, you have drivers in the 10,000s on the racetrack. Those will get top priority or the top split. But say if you have somebody that's more of a team average of 3,000 or 5,000, they would then get probably below, if you fall below the lowest driver in the top split, you would get that put into the second split. If you're below those in the next, say, 59, 60 teams, you'd be then put into the third split, and so forth. It's basically on the app with the math, how well the I rating is for your team, and also then how the I rating stacks up against those who sign up, and then it splits you accordingly to put you into what will be mathematically, based on your I ratings, a very comparative field for you to race against speed-wise. So you're racing against people that you're not just going to be potentially familiar with, but also going to be competitive together against.
Yeah, certainly, and it gives you that race, it gives you that competitive race that wouldn't be fair if you had one of these world champions competing in a race with somebody who was just out of rookies. So yeah, it gives you a like-for-like race out there. Conditions, well, it's quite cool out there. Overcast temperature. It is 20 degrees air temperature in the Celsius. That's obviously different on the Freedom units. 22 degrees Celsius track temperature there we saw on screen. Here's a look then at GTP, 4th place out of pit road then, and it is, sorry, for 6th place should I say, and it's Porsche Coanda swapping places with Team Redline. Now don't forget, Porsche Coanda, they pitted earlier than Team Redline, so their tyres will be a little bit more up to temperature and pressure. That gives them a bit of extra grip there, Jake.
It does, and they're using it very wonderfully there. Josh Rogers straight through on Enzo Benito, who's still trying to find the ropes, and in front of that, there was a wonderful pass on that last lap there from Diogo Pinto against Jere Lehtinen, who's just jumped in for gridandgo.com esports 001. So they are really starting to move back in together and do everything they can. But they've also got to remember, on the back of this, we've said nothing about them. They didn't qualify the carpool in qualifying. BMW M Team Burosud Plus competition. Owen Carroll has brought that car to 8th, and I will argue has brought the car into a top 5 battle in an hour and a half.
Yeah, they've certainly been working their way forward. 6 places gained from where they started for that BMW M Team BS competition. And they're working their way forward through the inside there of Enzo Benito in that Team Redline number 4. Enzo Benito, oh, he's fighting back though in all of this through the international horseshoe. But that car on the outside gets on the power a little bit earlier. It's got the inside for the dog leg through this left-hander. Very quick left-hander. Onto the brakes though. This is the opportunity for the Team Redline car. But is it going to get held up by the LMP2? Well, as long as BS Competition, that team, the BMW M Team BS Competition car stays alongside, which they don't. So Team Redline hold on to that position for the time being, but it's 5 places lost now here, Justin, for Enzo Benito. That Team Redline car just falling backwards here at this stage.
It's been the same situation what we've seen with Pinto, but more aggressive on the fall off. Notice this from the onset when they fell back 3 spots immediately and lost touch to the main group. For whatever reason, they've just not been today having the exact long run by that 10th or 2, and it's stacking up more so by 2 to 3 tenths, I'd argue, with the 4 machine, and that's putting him so much up for grabs, especially for passing chances here at this point. it's going to be a lot to think about for later on how they approach once they do make a driver swap. As you see the full driver changes here, they are tied for the biggest droppers in the field.
Yeah, so in that GTP hypercar field, you're absolutely right there. Enzo Benito in that Team Redline car, loss of 5 places. Like Rebier in that Movano Rosa car has lost 5 places as well. LMP2, big loser so far. Peter Zuber in that Grid and Go car, down 4 places. The big gainer, I mean, it's not really been any big gainers. It's Nathan Olson and Vicente Aparicio are up 2 places there for Effect Simulation and MapPerformance.com. In your GTD field as well, there's been some big movers in all of this. Of course, Johan Half in that GTD, that Drago GTD car, up 5 places, looking down the field. 9 places gained for Luke Perez down there in 14. Lucas Perez in that Simify Esports car started 50th overall. It's currently up there in 41st place, so some big moving going on in GTD. Dino Felipe as well, up 13 places in this race in that SDR sim racing car. So there have been some big losers here, Jake, but there's been some big winners as well, especially in GTD.
Well, you can't have a big winner without a big loser. Let's just put it like that into perspective. If one car's going to go up the order, one car's going to have to go down it, and that's just the reality of racing. But I think GTD has been the most interesting so far, because we've still got a 9-car train for the race lead at the moment, and that is huge. On the back of it is Thomas Ronha and Aero Esports. So it's M Esports with Rafael Renhof, who's trying to chase, with Corentin Grenier for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and then Norby Kish for Sesha, who got the tag from Mavana earlier on in the stint. But this group of 9, anyone at the moment can stamp their name with authority and go, I want to break away from this pack. No one wants to because of saving fuel, but critically again, Drago want to take time lead at the front of this field. WSR seeded the race lead with Martin Katlacik. They'll sit in the tank, play the fuel game and work through. Now, most of these cars have a 3% fuel tank reduction, so are 97% on the fuel. That's why they're not hitting the hour.
It's like the Queen song, I want to break free. Well, unfortunately, it's not working out for them here in GTD. And so Drago, as you say, at the front of the field, but it is incredibly close then in GTD. I can tell you that there's 20 seconds covering the top 11 in GTD, so it is incredibly close. Just going back to talking about how the race splits work out, the different servers work out, and how it's worked out on iRacing. For this time slot here, so for the race time that we started, what was that, an hour and 40 minutes ago, 43 separate races are going on right now, as Effect Simulation getting caught out in GTD traffic, and that's allowed Zessa Esports to just hold on to the position. But I do get the feeling that those two are fighting it out once again, Justin.
A little bit of aggressiveness popping up once again. We've seen this around this point of the stint earlier on. For reference, they're already about 11-12 laps in, so the tires have been worked in to temp, and now it seems like Effect Simulations wants to say, want to maybe try a lead a little bit if there's an opportunity. But the urgency, I think, is also picking up, because the more the traffic comes in, the more time they can potentially lose. If they lose touch of the strap, this hurts their drafting strategy and fuel strategy as well, to be able to keep extending compared to what the 90 is doing. If they lose tow, it puts them essentially on par potentially on those stint lengths if it adds up long term.
We'll see how this pans out. This is a long old race. We're not even 2 hours in, and this has been already a full race worth of action going on in just this first hour and 40 minutes. Absolutely sensational.